That's how it is. You should make preparations once you're back. The director in a black uniform leaned against his desk, arms folded. He looked at the pale young man across from him with something close to pity in his eyes, as if he'd already seen the ending. Lin Yuan blinked. For a second, he honestly thought he'd misheard. Conscription? His throat tightened. I've been selected for mandatory conscription. The director didn't deny it. He only nodded once, slow and final. Lin Yuan's mind stalled. He had crossed into this body only days ago. The memories were there, stitched into his skull like someone else's life forced to fit his own. He hadn't even finished adapting when reality slammed him in the face. In peacetime, conscription wasn't even the worst thing. The Human Interstellar Alliance never went cheap on its military. Even a basic conscript could get solid treatment, steady pay, and benefits. But this wasn't peacetime. Rumors had been spreading for weeks. Alien forces stirring in the border star systems, raids on supply routes, fleets disappearing in silent sectors. The broadcasts were careful with their words, but everyone could read between the lines. Conscription right now meant one thing: reinforcement. In the last 2.6 million years of the star sea, humanity had expanded like wildfire, taking system after system. And wherever there were stars, there were resources. Where there were resources, there were wars. The civilizations pushed aside by humanity hadn't vanished. They were waiting. And some of them, the ones from deeper space, weren't just species. They were nightmares with names. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He knew the official propaganda. Humanity holds the advantage. The alliance is supreme. That could even be true on the scale of empires. But on a local battlefield, in a single system, in a corridor of space where fleets collided like steel beasts, that was different. Some alien individuals could tear through armor plating. Some could crack a ship's hull like it was paper. Those weren't legends. Those were classified reports that still leaked into public chatter. A fully armed human soldier facing such enemies still had a horrifying mortality rate, 20 to 30%. And worse, war confidentiality meant anyone deployed into extermination campaigns was cut off from civilian contact. No calls, no messages, no returns, unless the military decided you were allowed to return. Localized space wars didn't end in months. They lasted centuries, sometimes longer, meaning, if Lin Yuan was shipped out, even if he survived, he might spend the rest of his life inside cold metal corridors, staring through reinforced glass at stars that didn't care if he lived or died. He would never touch oceans again, never step onto real soil again, never breathe air that didn't come from a purifier. He forced himself to speak. "Director, is there any room for negotiation? My parents depend on me. I have a younger sister." The director tapped the desk twice. His voice stayed steady, official. "The state has already considered that. If you cooperate with the policy, your family will be properly arranged." Lin Yuan's fingers curled slightly. The director continued, like he was reading a prepared script. "Your father will receive a one-rank promotion in his current post. Your mother will be assigned a stable job within the district. Your sister's tuition will be fully waived. When she turns 18, she will also receive priority for advanced education in a prestigious institution." Then, after a pause, "So, have you considered your future arrangements?" Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Objectively, these conditions were generous. His father had been stuck at a career bottleneck for years. A promotion would change their household status overnight. His mother, with a stable district job, meant real security. And his sister, a guaranteed path into a top institution, wasn't something ordinary families could buy with money or sweat. It was the kind of deal people called life-changing. And that was exactly what made it disgusting. Because it came with an unspoken price. Me. Lin Yuan had only become Lin Yuan a few days ago. Even with memories, even with familiarity, the instinct to resist surged up like a reflex. Why should all of it be built on a sacrifice? Why should the happiness of 3 people be stacked on the back of one person being dragged into a war machine? He exhaled slowly. "I prefer life on a planet," he said quietly. The director's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in weary patience. "Lin Yuan, serving the state is a duty of every citizen. This is mandatory conscription. If the selection has fallen on you, refusal changes nothing. He leaned forward slightly. Besides, you're young. What's wrong with seeing something new? To witness alien races that ordinary people only read about in textbooks, that's an opportunity most citizens never get in a lifetime. If you perform well, you may even be transferred back to a safer military post later. This isn't purely bad. The director's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, but the director raised a hand, ending it cleanly. That's enough. You may go. Spend these days with your family. Lin Yuan stood, numb, and walked out. Outside, more than a dozen students waited in line, faces tense, pretending not to be scared. When Lin Yuan appeared, one dark-skinned boy immediately grabbed his arm. "Hey, what did the director call us in for?" he whispered. Lin Yuan looked at him for a second. Then he sighed. "You'll know once you walk in." He pulled free and walked away. Last week, Lin Yuan had seen the announcement on a reputable broadcast: mandatory conscription across Kanglan Star and neighboring life planets. He hadn't taken it seriously. Kanglan Star alone had a population of 5 billion. The quota assigned to it was only a few 100,000. Statistically, the probability of being chosen was roughly 1 in 100,000. 1 in 100,000. The previous owner of this body had bought lottery tickets for over a decade and never won anything. And yet this lottery hit perfectly. Lin Yuan returned home. His parents were there. Even his younger sister was sitting at the table, unusually quiet. A cake sat in the center, untouched. It wasn't a celebration. It was a farewell disguised as one. His mother, Lu Qiong, stood up immediately, eyes red but stubborn. She looked like she wanted to speak and couldn't find words that didn't break. His father, Lin Shoqing, sat with a deep frown, staring at the table as if thinking hard enough could change reality. They knew. They had known before he did. "There may still be room," his father said hoarsely. "Tomorrow I'll speak to your uncle. I'll ask him to intervene." Uncle was a distant relative working in a research institute, someone with a few connections. Lin Yuan shook his head. "No need." His father's eyes sharpened. "How can you say that so calmly?" "Because I'm not stupid," Lin Yuan said, voice low. Mandatory conscription came from the charter. It wasn't a school decision. It wasn't a district choice. If you wanted to avoid being selected, you paid and pulled strings before the list was finalized. After the list was public, changing it meant paying a price that could ruin an entire family and still fail. If Lin Yuan had the kind of connections that could erase his name now, his name wouldn't have been on the list in the first place. He took a small piece of cake, chewed without tasting, then stood. "I'm tired," he said. "I'll go to my room." In his room, he lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. There has to be a way. He wasn't ready to accept a future measured in steel corridors and distant explosions. After a long silence, he sat up. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom was one of the 3 great goddesses of the Human Interstellar Alliance, the core intelligence that managed civilization's operations, monitored anomalies, enforced the charter, and ensured fairness across the citizen system. She didn't have emotions. She didn't have bias. At least, that was what people believed. The version ordinary citizens accessed wasn't her true primary consciousness, only a tiny distributed subconsciousness. A public interface. A cold voice sounded in his ears through the network. "Universal Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your query." Lin Yuan took a breath. "I want to know the conditions required to exempt myself from mandatory conscription." The voice answered instantly. Mandatory conscription is enacted under Article 156 of the Charter for the stability of human civilization and external warfare. All citizens are obligated to cooperate. 3 situations allow exemption. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. "State them." First, evolvers. Humans on the evolutionary path are the hope of civilization and possess the privilege to refuse mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan's expression twisted. Evolvers weren't myths. There were 2 broad categories. Unique evolvers, the unrepeatable kind. Hereditary bloodline awakenings, one-time mutations, impossible to copy evolutions. And common evolvers, stable paths that could be reproduced, gene soldier programs, mental master disciplines, killing machine training systems. Every stable evolutionary path was priceless knowledge, refined through countless deaths. Lin Yuan clenched his jaw. I'm just an ordinary person. Unique evolver chances didn't exist for him. The stable paths weren't free. Gene agents and enhancement resources were tightly controlled, and ordinary citizens didn't have access. Even if the materials fell into his lap, he couldn't afford the procedures or approvals. The voice continued. Second, universal level 4 citizens possess one exemption privilege per decade. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Citizen levels ran from 1 to 12. Higher meant greater privileges. And raising your level required contributions recognized by the goddesses, measured under strict fairness, which sounded noble until you realized it meant almost everyone stayed level 1 forever. On Kanglan Star, with 50 billion people, only one person was a level 4 citizen, the governor, a man who could decide the fate of billions with a single signature. Lin Yuan forced out the question anyway. The third condition? Third, contribute to civilization, reach universal level 2 citizen status, and obtain exemption from mandatory conscription. Silence filled the room. Level 2, a status so rare it was practically a legend among ordinary families. Not weaker than evolvers. In some ways, more valuable because it represented recognized contribution rather than raw force. Lin Yuan swallowed. What actions count as contributions? Providing a completely new evolutionary path grants significant contributions. Lin Yuan stared into space. A new evolutionary path. If he could do that, he wouldn't be lying in bed like a trapped animal. He'd already be protected by the system itself. He dragged a hand across his face. None of the 3 options were realistic. Not now. Time passed without him noticing. The lights outside dimmed. The house fell silent. Midnight arrived. Lin Yuan's eyes finally closed. He drifted into sleep. Then, something pulled at his consciousness. Hard, as if an invisible hook had sunk into his mind and yanked him downward. Lin Yuan's awareness plunged deep inside himself and stopped before something impossible. A towering gate of light. Magnificent, vast, like a doorway meant for gods, planted directly into the darkness of his mind. Within the gate, a pale blue screen shimmered like water, ripples moving across it as if it were alive. Lin Yuan jolted upright, heart hammering. What is this? He wasn't dreaming. Even awake, he could still feel it. The gate was there, and then translucent characters flashed across his vision, hovering under his gaze like a system overlay. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, keeper of the myriad realms gate. Realm, none. Talent, none. Divine ability, none. Lin Yuan's breath caught. A gate. A system. A new variable in a life that was already being dragged toward the front lines. He stared at the blue screen, and for the first time since hearing the word conscription, he felt something other than fear. He felt possibility. Here's a cleaner, tighter rewrite in a web novel-style voice. Same plot, smoother flow, less repetition, stronger pacing. After that, I'll give quick feedback on how your Chapter 1 reads. Rewritten Chapter 1 polished. That's how it is. You should make preparations once you're back. The director in a black uniform leaned against his desk, arms folded. He looked at the pale young man across from him with something close to pity in his eyes, as if he'd already seen the ending. Lin Yuan blinked. For a second, he honestly thought he'd misheard. Conscription? His throat tightened. I've been selected for mandatory conscription. The director didn't deny it. He only nodded once, slow and final. Lin Yuan's mind stalled. He had crossed into this body only days ago. The memories were there, stitched into his skull like someone else's life forced to fit his own. He hadn't even finished adapting when reality slammed him in the face. In peacetime, conscription wasn't even the worst thing. The Human Interstellar Alliance never went cheap on its military. Even a basic conscript could get solid treatment, steady pay, and benefits. But this wasn't peacetime. Rumors have been spreading for weeks. Alien forces stirring in the border star systems, raids on supply routes, fleets disappearing in silent sectors. The broadcasts were careful with their words, but everyone could read between the lines. Conscription right now meant one thing: reinforcement. In the last 2.6 million years of the star's sea, humanity had expanded like wildfire, taking system after system. And wherever there were stars, there were resources. Where there were resources, there were wars. The civilizations pushed aside by humanity hadn't vanished. They were waiting, and some of them, the ones from deeper space, weren't just species. They were nightmares with names. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He knew the official propaganda. Humanity holds the advantage. The alliance is supreme. That could even be true on the scale of empires. But on a local battlefield, in a single system, in a corridor of space where fleets collided like steel beasts, that was different. Some alien individuals could tear through armor plating. Some could crack a ship's hull like it was paper. Those weren't legends. Those were classified reports that still leaked into public chatter. A fully armed human soldier facing such enemies still had a horrifying mortality rate, 20 to 30%. And worse, war confidentiality meant anyone deployed into extermination campaigns was cut off from civilian contact. No calls, no messages, no returns, unless the military decided you were allowed to return. Localized space wars didn't end in months. They lasted centuries, sometimes longer, meaning, if Lin Yuan was shipped out, even if he survived, he might spend the rest of his life inside cold metal corridors, staring through reinforced glass at stars that didn't care if he lived or died. He would never touch oceans again, never step on a real soil again, never breathe air that didn't come from a purifier. He forced himself to speak. "Director, is there any room for negotiation? My parents depend on me. I have a younger sister." The director tapped the desk twice. His voice stayed steady, official. "The state has already considered that. If you cooperate with the policy, your family will be properly arranged." Lin Yuan's fingers curled slightly. The director continued, like he was reading a prepared script. "Your father will receive a 1-rank promotion in his current post. Your mother will be assigned a stable job within the district. Your sister's tuition will be fully waived. When she turns 18, she will also receive priority for advanced education in a prestigious institution." Then, after a pause, "So, have you considered your future arrangements?" Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Objectively, these conditions were generous. His father had been stuck at a career bottleneck for years. A promotion would change their household status overnight. His mother with a stable district job meant real security. And his sister, a guaranteed path into a top institution, wasn't something ordinary families could buy with money or sweat. It was the kind of deal people called life-changing. And that was exactly what made it disgusting. Because it came with an unspoken price. Me, Lin Yuan, had only become Lin Yuan a few days ago. Even with memories, even with familiarity, the instinct to resist surged up like a reflex. Why should all of it be built on a sacrifice? Why should the happiness of 3 people be stacked on the back of 1 person being dragged into a war machine? He exhaled slowly. "I prefer life on a planet," he said quietly. The director's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in weary patience. "Lin Yuan, serving the state is a duty of every citizen. And this is mandatory conscription. If the selection has fallen on you, refusal changes nothing." He leaned forward slightly. "Besides, you're young. What's wrong with seeing something new? To witness alien races that ordinary people only read about in textbooks, that's an opportunity most citizens never get in a lifetime. If you perform well, you may even be transferred back to a safer military post later. This isn't purely bad." The director's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. "But..." The director raised a hand, ending it cleanly. "That's enough. You may go. Spend these days with your family." Lin Yuan stood, numb, and walked out. Outside, more than a dozen students waited in line, faces tense, pretending not to be scared. When Lin Yuan appeared, one dark-skinned boy immediately grabbed his arm. "Hey, what did the director call us in for?" he whispered. Lin Yuan looked at him for a second. Then he sighed. "You'll know once you walk in." He pulled free and walked away. Last week, Lin Yuan had seen the announcement on a reputable broadcast, mandatory conscription across Kanglin Star and neighboring life planets. He hadn't taken it seriously. Kanglin Star alone had a population of 5 billion. The quota assigned to it was only a few 100,000. Statistically, the probability of being chosen was roughly 1 in 100,000. 1 in 100,000. The previous owner of this body had bought lottery tickets for over a decade and never won anything. And yet this lottery hit perfectly. Lin Yuan returned home. His parents were there. Even his younger sister was sitting at the table, unusually quiet. A cake sat in the center, untouched. It wasn't a celebration. It was a farewell disguised as one. His mother, Lu Qiong, stood up immediately, eyes red but stubborn. She looked like she wanted to speak and couldn't find words that didn't break. His father, Lin Shouqing, sat with a deep frown, staring at the table as if thinking hard enough could change reality. They knew. They had known before he did. There may still be room, his father said hoarsely. Tomorrow I'll speak to your uncle. I'll ask him to intervene. Uncle was a distant relative working in a research institute, someone with a few connections. Lin Yuan shook his head. No need.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Jie's unexpected shot instantly disrupted the Purifier's squad's combat rhythm. When their lead assault trooper was felled by a single blow from an Asian man they had considered harmless, the psychological shock caused the remaining 2 heavy-armored warriors who were grappling with William to waver ever so slightly in their fighting will. That slight wavering introduced small redundancies into their otherwise tight assault. William, that veteran so seasoned he could rightly be called a battlefield artist, instinctively sensed the enemy's mental fracture. He stopped entangling himself with those 2 foes in any prolonged close combat. He intended to seize this brief disorder in their offense and in the fight. He let out a sharp battle cry, swung the Winchester rifle in his hands upward at a tricky angle, and used a modified metal but to smack aside an incoming war pick. Then, using the recoil, he nimbly vaulted backward, immediately creating distance between himself and the 2 enemies. For purifiers wielding short-handled melee weapons, that distance marked the limit of their effective range. For William, armed with a rifle, it was precisely his most comfortable and deadliest firing range. Click! The crisp sound of the lever chambering signaled impending death. Before the 2 purifiers could recover from the sudden shift in tempo and the shock of their comrade being killed, the rifle in William's hands, already thirsty for blood, roared again. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired with less than half a second between them sealed their fate. The bullets struck with unstoppable force, entering the gaps at the eye sockets of the masks those 2 purifiers had to expose to maintain sight. The last 2 purifiers collapsed backward with a thunderous crash, utterly lifeless. From Lin Jie's decisive first shot to William's textbook double kill, the reversal of the fight had occurred in barely 10 seconds. Julian climbed up from the ground. He looked at the 3 still smoking steel suits of armor and at the last surviving purifier, clutching his shattered knee and moaning in pain. An excitement he could not suppress lit up his scholarly face. Incredible! This is unbelievable! He murmured, Mr. Lin, your shot under pressure alone could be written into the Knights Templar's Manual of Precision Shooting. And Sergeant William, you moved just now. It was flawless. Truly a battle-hardened soldier, he added. William ignored Julian. The old soldier simply walked up to the wounded survivor, and with cold eyes looked down at a captive who had lost the will to resist. His voice was stern. I only want to know one thing. Besides this route, do you have any other patrols in this damned area? How many of you are there in total? William's question reflected the practicality and caution of a veteran. They had just wiped out a cult patrol. The missing members would inevitably trigger alarms soon, so reinforcements could be sent into this underground maze. However, the capture purifier only gazed at them with a look that mixed pity and mockery, then wore a martyr smile and said, "All things return to one, all spirits ascend, for the eternal serpent." Bad. He's trying to activate a self-destruct restriction again. Lin Jie shouted immediately. Sure enough, amid a faint sound the purifier convulsed, blood black, as ink flowing from his orifices. The avenue for gathering verbal intelligence was shut down. Check his belongings first. If there's no clue, we'll have to rely on you, Julian said helplessly, looking at Lin Jie, then began professionally to search the corpse. Soon he produced something from a waterproof pouch at the purifier's waist, a neatly folded patrol map drawn on some kind of special waterproof paper. This is it. Julian's face brightened with the joy of discovering a precious artifact. These low-level purifiers may not understand the structure of the underground tombs, but their movements must follow patrol routes assigned by their superiors. He immediately spread that red-marked patrol map on the ground and compared it to his own vast, complete map of Paris' underground world, beginning a tightly logical game of cartographic deduction. Yet as he compared and analyzed the two maps more deeply, the confidence on Julian's face began to erode bit by bit. This is not good, Julian said with surprise in his voice, the end point of this patrol route. And these red crosses. What's wrong, Julian? William sensed something amiss. Julian raised his head, his eyes full of anxiety. Our entrance. He pointed at the exit above the abandoned monastery in Saint-Germain-des-Prés they had initially infiltrated. Based on the markings on this patrol map and the posted change of duty times, it's very likely been sealed off. The impact of that conclusion was enormous. It could just be your inference. Maybe the marks mean something else, Williams said, skeptical. I hope that's the case. Julian shook his head bitterly. Let's go back and check. Lin Jie made the most direct decision to verify the truth without delay, now, at top speed, before they're fully alerted. The three of them wasted no more time. Guided by Julian, they retraced their steps down a branching passage and began a cautious withdrawal. Apart from hearing footsteps not far away around one corner, they did not encounter other cult members directly. But when they, breathless, returned to that familiar ancient Knights Templar secret passage, the scene shattered the last shard of hope in their hearts. The stone steps that should have led upward to the wine cellar were gone. In their place stood a wall composed of massive rocks blown and smashed into one another. A lingering acrid smell of nitroglycerin-tainted smoke seeped from the cracks of that wall, mocking the three of them as caged mice with no escape. Utterly trapped, the ironic proverb flashed through Lin Jie's mind. Only then did they realize that the Purifier Squad's appearance might not have been a random patrol encounter at all, but rather a deliberate, slow-netting sweep operation. The Eternal Serpent had likely detected the traces of mice infiltration through means unknown to them or via inside information within the association. So they sealed every mouse hole first, then sent bloodhounds into the locked area for a carpeted purge. Their situation had shifted from hunters who could withdraw at will to prey passively trapped here, potentially to be discovered and crushed at any moment. Is there any other way out? William asked Julian. Julian took a breath and spread the two maps out on the ground again. After ruling out all impossible options, his finger finally landed on a passage they had previously overlooked on the patrol map, a route drawn in red leading to another unknown direction. Only two routes remain. Either we fight our way back to that heavily guarded purification workshop. According to the patrol map, inside it there is an emergency evacuation passage they opened that leads to another section of Paris underground. Or, his finger traced along the backup passage, slowly pointing to a deeper, more obscure area on the map. We can only trust this map and take our chances to see whether this passage I've never heard of leads to a way out, or to a hell even worse than that factory. Julian's vast knowledge, combined with the patrol maps, gave the squad clear direction. Under the lead of this Parisian walking encyclopedia, they began a strategic insertion deep into unknown territory. The path to that ancient Roman aqueduct was harsher and stranger than any passage they had taken before. There were almost no traces of human repair here. It was mainly formed by natural karst caves and narrow fissures carved by underground water over centuries. If not for Julian's two maps guiding them, any ordinary person stepping into this area would only get lost in that maze of complex structures and ultimately become fertilizer for those strange fungi. After squeezing through another narrow crack that allowed only one person to sidle through, a faint buzzing and a thick stench of alchemical reagents drifted from the darkness ahead. They had arrived. The three of them stopped at the same time and pressed themselves against the rock wall. Lin Jie dialed his focus carbide lamp down to its lowest setting, leaving just a thin beam cautiously probing the darkness ahead. At the end of the beam lay a magnificent underground chamber with an air of sacrilege. Its dome rose so high it was swallowed by darkness. Only at the edges of the lamp's thin beam could one make out the grand arches built from huge stones dating back to ancient Rome. Yet now this ancient engineering marvel, which should have represented the pinnacle of human civilization and wisdom, had been completely transformed by a group of fanatical followers into a blasphemous altar that blended primordial bloodiness with futuristic horror. The floor of the entire circular cavern was paved with black basalt. In the center stood a massive altar several meters high, constructed entirely from that black rock, exuding a suffocating, terrifying aura. The altar's surface was carved with dense, blood-colored patterns and countless enormous non-human bones, chewed down to nothing but fragments, were casually piled around it as decorations. What really made Lin Jie and the others' scalps crawl, however, were the 10 horrifying figures surrounding the bloody altar, each radiating an inhumanly oppressive presence. Julian held his breath, instantly perceiving that these monsters were not the same life dimension as the purifiers and steam armor they had encountered earlier. Even his research on the Eternal Serpent had never uncovered anything like this. There were no external mechanical elements on them. Instead, they bore grotesque, bioorganic living exoskeletons. The exoskeletons had a strange, almost deep-sea crustacean-like texture. They were not worn, but in many twisted places semi-fused with the modifier's flesh, tendons, and even bones. Insect-like spiracles dotted the seams of the carapace, rhythmically exhaling pale mist with each breath. Their modified right arms showcased this biopunk aesthetic in full horror. Some arms have been grafted with 2-meter-long, cold-glinting UMA talons resembling prehistoric raptors. Others had fused completely with huge, bony blades. On those biological weapons, one could see flesh-colored sinews connected to the modifier's own circulatory system, pulsing like veins. Beneath their skin, a dark, scale-like keratin layer shimmered faintly, and their eyes, hidden under helmet shadows, were no longer human round pupils, but reptilian vertical slits. These were the experimental products of the Eternal Serpent cult's extreme atavism ritual. They were not seeking mechanical strength. Rather, through grafting UMA flesh and forbidden alchemy, they forcibly twisted fragile human bodies into a new form, stronger and more beast-like. For the three of them, mere mortals, to fight 10 of these biological weapons, superseding human limits in strength, speed, and defense. The odds of victory were vanishingly small. Our exit, Julian pointed to a passage leading upward on the left side of the altar, is right there. Lin Jie's gaze, however, was fixed on a heavily guarded area on the other side of the altar that nonetheless exuded a certain vitality. It was a workshop in operation. Unlike the noisy, steam-filled purification workshop they had seen earlier, this place resembled a slaughterhouse that mixed a medieval operating theater with a secretive biological lab. Several white-robed cult scholars who looked like doctors had gathered around a huge operating table. Lying on that table was a cult volunteer whose eyes had rolled back and who foamed at the mouth. Yet his face radiated sublime glory and fanatic ecstasy. Those white-coated scholars, like anatomists, were cutting through the volunteer's skin and muscles with scalpels, then grafting UMA tissues resembling nerve bundles into the volunteer's body in extremely bloody fashion. Providing the spiritual template and biological material for this inhuman modification were several amber containment cages in the workshop center. In one huge amber-like crystal was imprisoned another catacomb nightingale almost identical to the one they had seen in the purification workshop before. This UMA was clearly not there to sing. Its body was pierced with dozens of slender silver tubes. Through those tubes, the white-robed scholars were continuously drawing a kind of cell sap that shimmered with a faint silver glow from the UMA's spiritually rich tissues, slowly and steadily. After a series of decomposition and catalytic operations by cult members, that sap was immediately injected into the volunteers undergoing modification. They were forcibly stamping the UMA's spirit and stealth attributes in immortal bloodlines in the most direct and brutal way possible. Look, as the three of them felt chilled to the bone by this hellish scene, an authoritative but mocking elderly voice echoed from the center of the altar. They startled. Only then did they notice a red-robed bishop standing atop the black basalt altar, a staff strung with white bones in his hand, whom they had not seen before. He wore robes similar to the purple-robed bishop they had encountered earlier, but the spiritual aura he emitted was several times stronger than the others. His face was hidden behind an ornate pure gold mask, revealing only a pair of cold, snake-like ancient eyes. He had long since perceived Lin Jie and the others' presence. "What an interesting look in your eyes," the golden masked bishop's voice reverberated through the vast cavern, filled with anger, fear, and an envy you yourselves have not yet noticed, is it not? He spread his arms as if embracing his masterpiece, then pointed at the monstrous guards and spoke in a tone mixing superiority and pity. "Look at them. They were once like you, mere mortals who age, who fall ill, who are bound by fear and desire. And now," his voice trembled with uncontrollable zeal, "they have broken free from that flawed cage of flesh. They have become the first new humans to touch divinity. And you," his pitying gaze fell on Lin Jie and the others, "can only wriggle like insects trapped in amber, struggling pointlessly amidst the ruins of this old world soon to be discarded by history," wailing. "But do not be sorrowful." The bishop's tones softened into false benevolence. "For your deaths will not be meaningless. The corpses of you invaders will become the most delicious and nutritious fertilizer for the birth of our next ascended." When the golden-faced bishop's words, filled with both pity and cruelty, echoed through the evil underground altar, Lin Jie felt a headache coming on. From a moment, this high-ranking cult member appeared and spoke those words. Their small team had lost any possibility of relying on stealth or surprise attacks to create miracles. They had become three trapped beasts exposed under the hunting ground spotlight. "It seems we lost our bet." Julian shook his head and said self-mockingly. He prided himself on understanding the eternal serpent thoroughly, yet never expected they were also continuously gathering intelligence from the association to upgrade themselves. The complexity of this mission far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps began sounding from all directions. The 10 ascendants, who had been still as statues, slowly turned their lizard-like vertical pupils that glowed with inhuman red light. On their arms grafted with UMA claws and bone blades, hot steam-like air currents began slowly rising, a sign that the unstable alchemical agents and biological tissues within their bodies were beginning to react violently as they entered combat mode. An overwhelming encirclement instantly sealed off the rock exit where Lin Jie and his two companions stood, leaving no gaps. William's body was already highly tense, like a compressed spring. His face showed an expression even more grave than when he'd been surrounded by thousands of spear warriors on the Zulu battlefield. The muzzle of his Winchester dipped slightly, not in surrender, but assuming a defensive posture that could counterattack in any direction within a short time. Julian tightly gripped the few bottles of self-made alchemical agents in his coat that might create some chaos at critical moments. He clearly understood that against such organized elites, his clever little gadgets might not even qualify to cause them trouble. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the golden-faced bishop standing atop the altar didn't immediately issue the kill-on-sight order. He simply slowly raised his right hand wearing pure gold gloves, making a hold gesture. Then his gaze, filled with amusement and curiosity, crossed dozens of meters, passed over the 10 ascendant guards who stood like an impregnable fortress, and landed on the youngest and least threatening member of the Iron Triangle team, Lin Jie. "I know you, Mr. Lin." The bishop's voice was magnetic yet filled with killing intent. "To be precise, I know you through the final residual information left by those incompetent fools in Scotland before their deaths." Lin Jie's heart sank. A very interesting soul. The bishop's voice actually carried approval. "The wisdom and decisiveness you displayed on that icy lake far exceeded my preconceived notions of ARC's guardians of order who only know how to follow dogma. You didn't choose to confront the deity and us head-on like those foolish brutes, but cleverly stood on the deity's side, using its hand to eliminate those troublesome wastes for you. This way of thinking, combining efficiency with aesthetics, is very close to our eternal serpent doctrine. To be honest, the bishop descended one step from the altar. I somewhat admire you." These words carrying recruitment undertones made both William and Julian show stunned expressions. "Our great new world is about to descend." The bishop spread his arms again. "The old order, along with those ignorant old humans bound by emotions and morality, will all be swept into the dustbin of history. And nascent new humans like you, possessing transcendent era rationality and absolute logic, are exactly what our Lord needs. The first apostles to write new truths for those blank slates who have had everything erased in a new world." So, the eyes hidden beneath the golden mask fixed intently on Lin Jie, "I now extend a sincere invitation to you in my capacity as deacon of the Eternal Serpent Cult's European Diocese. Join us, Mr. Lin. Abandon those two burdens behind you who are about to be eliminated, representing brute courage and obsolete knowledge. Come to my side and witness with us, while helping create a perfect new world completely free from conflict and suffering." These tempting and bewitching words echoed in Lin Jie's ears like venomous curses. Yet Lin Jie's face showed no wavering or hesitation. He simply raised his head to meet the golden-faced bishop's superior gaze and calmly retorted, "What about the UMAs you hunt? Those creatures you imprison in amber as living materials to continuously torture and extract from. Do they also have a place in your so-called perfect new world?" The bishop's laughter cut off abruptly, cold, killing intent appearing in his eyes. "It seems there truly exists irreconcilable ideological conflict between us. What a pity." Lin Jie's seemingly arrogant provocation and the few minutes he bought by engaging the bishop weren't meaningless bluster. He had already communicated his intentions to his two companions via hand signals. These few minutes were crucial time for Julian and William, the professionals, to conduct final battlefield analysis. Sergeant William's gaze swept back and forth over the 10 ascendant guards. He wasn't confused by their oppressive presence, instead focusing all his beast-like combat intuition on observing the flaws of these biological weapons. Soon he noticed something wrong, because although the ascendants appeared powerful, each of their movements carried a slight, unnatural stiffness. Moreover, at regular intervals, the pale white steam exhaling from their armor seams would briefly pause. This might mean nothing to ordinary people, but to William, this pause was a clear malfunction signal of system failure, proving their biological modification had some internal defect. Meanwhile, Julian had already set his vast knowledge into high-speed operation. His gaze didn't linger on the fearsome guards, but locked onto the Ascension workshop wherein human grafting surgeries were being performed. He observed, recorded, analyzed. Analyzing the color and dosage of every alchemical agent the white-robed scholars injected into volunteers. He analyzed the spiritual hue of the cell sap they extracted from the catacomb nightingale, and he especially analyzed the energy signatures remaining on the tissue samples discarded as waste after failed surgeries. Understand. Julian's voice reached Lin Jie's ears through the lowest frequency breath sounds. Finally, I understand. Lin, their modifications are incomplete. This is a forced grafting with rejection reactions. The catacomb nightingale's spirituality cannot perfectly fuse with their mortal flesh and blood. They must rely on that purple alchemical agent to barely suppress this rejection reaction temporarily. That's why their movements show periodic rigidity. That's the normal reaction when the drug effect hits a trough in their bodies. This professional and decisive intelligence was the final puzzle piece. William discovered the phenomenon, while Julian revealed the essence. And Lin Jie, the natural chess player, completed the final step of logical deduction using the intelligence provided by the two professionals, relying on his tactical thinking that could perceive the core contradiction. Since the mixture within the ascendant's bodies caused rejection reactions due to their own impurity, then what reaction would the catacomb nightingale itself, the source of that spirituality, have when it perceived those inferior copies made from part of its own body, carrying pollution and impurities? And if there were a method to greatly amplify the noise of rejection and pollution characteristics emitted by these inferior copies, then forcibly flood it into the perception of that original creator already on the verge of collapse? After just a few seconds of thought, a plan to use poison against poison emerged in Lin Jie's mind. Purifying from atop the altar, the purple-robed bishop's voice, filled with killing intent, delivered the final judgment. The 10 ascendants simultaneously raised their deadly bone blades. After the final judgment was issued, the 10 ascendants who had already completed their combat preparations began their tactical advance. Their joints of the semi-fused living exoskeletons with flesh and blood emitted sounds of bone and carapace grinding against each other. Pale white steam rose from arms grafted with sharp claws and bone blades. Lizard-like vertical pupils drew 10 red trails, carrying pure killing intent in the darkness. They weren't rushing to attack, but rather savoring the trembling deep within their prey's soul when enveloped by absolute power and fear. For these new humans who had already abandoned their humanity, this was a high-level form of enjoyment. Sergeant William frowned deeply. He could face death with iron will, but under the oppressive aura of 10 monsters whose strength far exceeded his own, he couldn't find any chance of counterattack. Julian had already tightly gripped his alchemical potion that could induce brief, mass hallucination in his hand. Yet under this heavy pressure, Lin Jie's face showed no fear or despair. A trace of pity even hung at the corner of his mouth. He was pitying these pathetic creations before him who thought they had evolved into gods, yet remained completely unaware of the fatal hidden dangers within their own bodies, and might pay a terrible price for it. William, Lin Jie's voice was calm. Do you remember how you evaluated these cult members back in Scotland? William was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Jie would suddenly ask such a seemingly unrelated question at this critical life-or-death moment. But out of absolute trust, he answered based on memory. A bunch of arrogant and reckless madmen. Correct. Lin Jie's smile grew brighter, yet colder. He raised his right hand and pointed with his finger toward a very inconspicuous corner of the distant altar, saying, "And when dealing with madmen, the best method isn't to defeat them with power, but with a kind of madness that's even more insane than they are." William and Julian simultaneously followed the direction of his pointing finger. They saw that on the bloody black altar, a white-robed scholar who had just completed the previous round of ascension surgery was collecting the waste blood that had turned dark purple due to rejection reactions, flowing from a failed ascendant's wound during surgery, into several metal basins specifically used for holding waste materials. Those basins of waste blood were emitting an aura of negative spirituality. To normal people, it would just appear as medical waste about to be disposed of as garbage after the ritual concluded. But on Lin Jie's massive tactical chessboard that had calculated all variables, This was the perfect spark that could ignite their entire arsenal. He looked at Julian and said, "It's time to verify your conclusion." William, Lin Jie was no longer asking, but directly issuing an order. "Use your gun. Don't worry about those approaching ascendants. Don't mind the bishop standing on the altar. Shoot those basins." This order was so absurd. Facing a desperate situation with 10 elite attackers surrounding them, their only ace marksman's task was actually not to shoot any of the enemies, but to attack garbage basins dozens of meters away that posed no threat. Any normal operative hearing such an order would probably think Lin Jie had been driven mad by the immense pressure. But William was no normal operative. This legendary veteran's combat intuition had long made him develop absolute trust in the divine inspirations that his young partner occasionally produced. He didn't hesitate or question. His left hand, holding the Winchester rifle, quickly lifted upward, using the hard metal stock to block a massive bone claw attacking head-on. Amid the piercing sound of metal clashing and sparks flying, his right hand that had been hidden at his side already drew the Colt single-action revolver representing precision and death from his waist like a phantom. He didn't perform any form of aiming preparation. His hawk-like eyes, the inconspicuous metal basins in the distance, and the direction Lin Jie pointed instantly completed the three-point ballistic alignment. 3 bullets mixed with silver powder drew straight silver trajectories through the air with unstoppable momentum. They precisely passed through the narrow gaps between the ascendant guards, through the turbid air filled with the mingled scents of blood and medicinal reagents. And finally, clang, clang, clang. 3 pleasant sounds of metal being pierced by bullets rang out. Those metal basins containing waste blood were shot through from the center. Large amounts of dark purple waste blood carrying rejection and pollution aura, having lost container restraint and detonated by the bullet's massive kinetic energy, instantly transformed into a toxic rain, carrying foul odors and negative spirituality. And after this toxic rain traced scattered parabolic arcs through the air, part of it splashed toward the amber cage at the rear, imprisoning the catacomb nightingale. Wait! The golden-faced bishop on the altar who had maintained composure and elegance until now. When he saw this scene, the face hidden beneath his mask transformed into uncontrollable panic. He finally understood what that damned cunning Easterner was trying to accomplish. But his realization came too late. When that alchemical blood, carrying severe rejection reactions, splashed onto the crystal cage, imprisoning the spiritual creature like the most vicious concentrated sulfuric acid. A mental shriek mixed with pain, disgust, rage, and madness erupted from the core of the amber cage, with geometrically amplified, terrifying power, its intensity making the ancient Roman aqueduct tremble. The imprisoned catacomb nightingale was like a patient tortured by mysophobia for centuries, having a whole bucket of swill mixed with excrement and rotting corpses poured over their head in their own sterile ward. It went insane. Violent spiritual rejection drove it into madness. Its song that originally carried only sorrow transformed into chaotic white noise of the soul. BZ, BZ, BZ. The invisible mental storm no longer had targets or direction, but like explosive shockwaves centered around that amber cage, it launched equally cruel, indiscriminate saturation attacks toward every corner of the entire cavern. The first to bear the brunt weren't Lin Jie's trio dozens of meters away, but those 10 ascendant guards who were connected by blood to it and much closer. The spiritual tissues from the catacomb nightingale within their bodies that were already at the critical point of rejection, under the intense resonance of this homologous mental shriek, instantly began boiling from within. Ruhur, piercing roars simultaneously erupted from within those 10 sturdy, living exoskeletons. Their lizard-like vertical pupils were quickly overwhelmed by bloodshot redness. Their arms, grafted with UMA tissues, also began to spasmodically mutate uncontrollably. Some guards even had their armor torn on their backs, growing insect-like distorted limbs. The fragile balance forcibly maintained by drugs, was shattered by Lin Jie's intelligent critical shot. They all lost their sanity in that instant. And these biological weapons that had lost reason, retaining only killing instincts, their targets became the other ascendants closest to them. This internal cleansing, personally ignited by Lin Jie's trio, opened its magnificent prelude amid the painful and mad background vocals of that catacomb nightingale. The catacomb nightingale's indiscriminate psychic shriek, born of agonizing pain and laced with hatred, acted like a destructive command that ignited souls, dragging the entire workshop into an illogical internal purge. The bioweapons that had just completed ascension and were hailed as masterpieces by the cult were triggered back into primal bestiality, swinging their steel-rending arms at the nearest of their own kind. One ascendant, whose skull harbored a circular bone saw, went mad from the psychic torture burrowing into his brain. He roared as he swung the death discs in his hands at a comrade who had tried to subdue him with bone spikes. Amid the squealing chorus of carapace and bone being torn apart together, the ambushed ascendant's tough, living exoskeleton was cleaved diagonally from his shoulder, exposing the insides. Ominous black-purple alchemical blood gushed out, splattering the whole scene. And that was only the beginning of the blood-soaked chaos. The workshop filled with the beastly roars of out-of-control ascendants, the sparks flying where claws and bone blades struck, and the short, piercing death screams of the white-coated scholars who were caught in the carnage and shredded. A factory that prized order and efficiency became in seconds an arena governed only by primal jungle rules. Imprisoned inside an amber cage, the catacomb nightingale was consuming the last of its life in the destructive symphony it had composed. Its liquid moon's silver-gray hide was visibly dimming and withering, flaking off in silvery specks. The amber crystal that bound it began to show fine cracks as the nightingale's increasingly violent mental impact battered it. My lord, the arrogant, golden-faced bishop on the altar, watching the self-destruction of the creature he proudly created, realized he had made a foolish, unforgivable, fatal mistake. He had underestimated the three men's knowledge and observational skills and overestimated the stability of the experimental modification system. He no longer maintained the composure of a bishop. Panic replaced his titles as he glanced at the amber cage that was about to shatter and then at the blood-frenzied ascendants closing in on the altar. In the end, the instinct to survive overcame his fanatical faith. He let out a shrill cry, and without even retrieving the precious containers holding experimental samples, he fled headlong toward the escape passage beside the altar with a few guards still at his side. The time has come. Hidden at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, Lin Jie spoke in his still calm voice the final, crucial plan for the full assault as the bishop fled in disgrace. He understood that once the workshop's top commander had abandoned resistance, the three of them waiting on the sidelines had a chance to harvest the spoils. Our target isn't these maddened ascendants, and it isn't that dying nightingale. The curator Julian's face showed no pity. Instead, the gleam of a researcher shone in his eyes. It's the cage itself, Mr. Lin William. It's the UMA's bodily tissue inside that cage. He quickly explained his idea to the two of them. The Eternal Serpent Cult's atavism project has reached the forbidden realm of spiritual grafting. If we can obtain some primitive, uncontaminated tissue samples from this nightingale that they used as raw material and compare them with the alchemical blood inside the ascendants, we might reverse engineer the core secrets of their perverse modification techniques. For the association, that strategic intelligence is far more valuable than simply destroying a single stronghold. Julian's proposal earned Lin Jie's approval. This was not only for study, but to find an antidote to counter these bioweapons. Thus, a dangerous but opportunity-laden picking chestnuts from the fire operation was sealed among the three of them on that doomed, chaotic battleground. William acted. Instead of engaging the Berserk Ascendants in pointless skirmishes, he trained his newly modified, long-barreled Colt revolver on the iron suspension rings securing the steam pipes at the workshop ceiling. After a sequence of precise shots, several heavy steam pipes came screaming down from above, crashing and forming a temporary barricade that isolated their area from the battling ascendants. He created for Lin Jie and Julian a brief but precious safe operating zone. Julian immediately pulled from his canvas backpack a spray device made of lead and crystal. He loaded a vial of green, smoking, highly corrosive alchemical acid into the apparatus, then sprayed it at the silver rune lines beneath the huge amber cage that supplied its energy. Amid the grating hiss of metal being eaten away, the cage's final power source was severed. Now only Lin Jie remained standing, motionless. His gaze pierced through the confusion and smoke, fixed on the catacomb nightingale that, weakened and in pain, kept ramming its body against the amber cage. What came next would be the moment that tested his courage and skill most. He did not rely on William's cover. Instead, he tightened his grip on his serene heart, boosting the field that stabilized his mind to its current peak. Then, alone, he walked toward the cracking amber tomb, facing the still-expanding psychic aftershocks that would concuss a normal person. Crack! Boom! When he was less than 5 meters from the cage, the giant alchemical amber crystal that had imprisoned the sacred songbird for months finally shattered under the UMA's last frantic assaults. Amber shards, small and large, glittered as they exploded outward like a lavish rain. Amid that deadly crystal downpour, Lin Jie's eyes locked onto the target with pinpoint accuracy. He saw several palm-sized, gray-black fragments whose shapes roughly matched wounds on the UMA's hide. A faint silver sheen glimmered within them, mixed among countless amber splinters tumbling toward him. He instinctively dodged several shards that could have gutted him, rolled clear, and once the rain subsided, gathered up all the scattered gray-black fragments. Then he saw the freed but dying catacomb nightingale. Its weakened, semi-transparent body, upon release, did not look back at the caverns. Its eyes, filled with a sense of release, glanced once more at the small human who had indirectly caused all its suffering yet had freed it. Then its beautiful moonlit form issued a final, piercing, sorrowful cry that shook Paris's underground. It turned into a gray streak of light and shot toward the workshop dome, carrying its pain and legend into the darkness. With that final and most powerful release of life force, the purification apparatus, whose energy node Julian had sabotaged and which had already lost its core power, experienced an irreversible overload of its unstable alchemical energy. Blue-white arcs began to leap wildly across the machine's surface. The whole altar trembled like an earthquake. The catacomb nightingale's final lament transformed into tangible sound waves that swept through the underground workshop on the brink of destruction. The crystal device at the cavern's center, having lost its core energy source and mental field restraints, finally succumbed to overwhelming pressure and began its irreversible collapse. The alchemical runes on the device's surface, which had previously gone dark, were reignited by the wildly out-of-control spiritual fusion occurring within its essence energy. They no longer emitted the stable blue glow of normal operation, but instead flashed with dangerous crimson light. Several thick energy arcs shot wildly from the cracks in the device. They cut through the air, leaving behind the pungent scent of ozone, and struck the surrounding rock walls and machinery, leaving crystallized molten scars at the impact points. "Run! It's going to blow!" Julian shouted in terrified warning. His vast knowledge became his greatest torment in this moment, because he understood better than anyone that if this out-of-control alchemical reactor underwent spiritual detonation, the released energy would be sufficient to erase all nearby matter at the fundamental level. Watching the energy readings on the device's surface climbing exponentially, he announced their team's final life countdown with a voice trembling in despair. 5 minutes at most. No, 3 minutes. We only have 3 minutes to escape this place. 3 minutes. This oppressive number struck Lin Jie and William with full force. From this moment on, they were engaged in a race against death itself. The passage, the one the bishop escaped through. Lin Jie's mind became exceptionally clear under the stimulation of crisis. William didn't waste words. This veteran was always the most reliable man of action in desperate situations. He immediately supported Julian, whose legs had gone weak. Then his eyes locked onto their only hopeful exit hundreds of meters away on the other side of the altar. Yet fate seemed unwilling to let them exit this symphony of death so easily. Just as they were about to start running, three battered figures, still emanating chaotic energy, rose from the battlefield filled with steam and electrical arcs. These were three Ascendant survivors who had endured the internal chaos and mental storm through sheer willpower and sturdy armor. Their living exoskeletons were covered with gruesome wounds left by their comrades' bone blades and claws. Their movements appeared stiff and sluggish due to the UMA's final mental impact. But their blood-red, lizard-like vertical pupils beneath their helmets locked onto the three culprits attempting to escape. They took heavy steps forward, blocking the entrance to the escape passage. This was an impassable death barrier. Damn it! William's face showed clear frustration as he looked at these three mountains blocking their path. "It's fine, William." Lin Jie's voice was unusually calm. He stepped out from behind William, his face showing only absolute rationality that disregarded life and death. "Only three of them. Nothing is impossible." He looked at the three massive figures approaching, then turned to his two battle-tested comrades with a confident, brilliant smile. "Gentlemen," he slowly raised his left arm bearing the Cursebreaker vambrace and his right hand holding the serene heart that glowed with sacred blue light. "I think it's time to show these so-called new humans who think they've ascended what us old-era mortals can accomplish with teamwork and intelligence. In our little performance." At his command, the final breakout battle for survival erupted fiercely. Smoke, adhesive, confusion. Lin Jie's commands were clear and concise. Julian transformed his backpack into a mobile alchemical arsenal in that moment. He threw every last battlefield-altering potion bottle from his reserves toward the feet of the three approaching ascendants. Several crisp glass-shattering sounds echoed as a black mist, composed of squid ink and ghost mushroom powder mixed together, instantly enveloped the area, depriving the enemies of all visual perception. Immediately after, another potent slippery adhesive made from toad, mucus, and rhino fat formed a trap-filled quagmire on the ground. The three ascendants' charging formation was instantly disrupted. They lost their targets in the darkness while their feet were affected by the slippery mucus, making their heavy bodies slow and clumsy. Sergeant William transformed into the King of Ambush from the darkness within this chaotic battlefield created by Julian. He didn't engage in direct confrontation. His burly figure became a flickering shadow in the darkness, using the massive openings created by the Ascendant's impaired vision and hampered movement to continuously circle them in high-speed guerrilla combat. He held a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right. The military knife, already stained with blood, now danced like the wind, each strike expertly aimed at the most vulnerable joint connections in the Ascendant's living exoskeletons. Meanwhile, Lin Jie became the ultimate conductor of this magnificent performance. He no longer relied solely on his brain, but steadily raised his serene heart from the battlefield's periphery. His eyes, sharpened through numerous battles, merged with his tactical thinking that covered the entire battlefield, locking onto the fatal rejection weaknesses in the Ascendant's bodies caused by grafting alien biological tissues. The left one's elbow joint, its biomass interface overstretched for 1 second when it turned due to unstable center of gravity. "Sergeant William, create a shooting window for me." Upon hearing this, William forcefully threw bone fragment debris at that Ascendant's face. The opponent instinctively raised its arm to block, exposing its already vulnerable joint to Lin Jie's gun muzzle. Bang! A decisive gunshot rang out. An alchemical bullet penetrated the exposed, fragile interface. The purifying power of alchemy immediately destroyed the nerve bundles and spiritual flow in that area. Watch the middle one. Its back respiratory organs are swelling. It's gathering strength to use steam blast to disperse the smoke. "Julian, Julian had already synchronized with Lin Jie's thinking. Before Lin Jie finished his command, the blue potion he had prepared earlier traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing near the scorching ascendant. Amidst billowing white smoke, the imminent deadly counterattack was successfully prevented. The right one. The connection between its arm and body shows abnormalities from high-intensity swinging. Now it has brief stiffness after each attack. William. Now. Lin Jie's voice remained calm and clear as he precisely perceived the entire battle situation, preemptively informing his teammates of every enemy movement and weakness. What should have been a difficult fight became a dissection show full of tactical elegance through the Iron Triangle team's precise coordination. Finally, at the cost of William's left arm being cut by a shattered armor piece and Julian exhausting all his alchemical potions, they successfully incapacitated the three ascendants in the final few dozen seconds before the crystal device's explosion and charged into the escape passage. Behind them, the altar of sin, madness, and blasphemy exploded in a flash of white light. The alchemical energy explosion detonated deep underground with tremendous force. Even through thick rock layers and hundreds of meters of distance, Lin Jie and the others could still clearly feel the violent tremors coming from behind them, along with the overwhelmed groaning of the escape tunnel beneath their feet from the shockwave. They did not look back. Driven by survival instinct, they supported each other, dragging their long-exhausted and battered bodies as they struggled along the unknown escape route that the Eternal Serpent had prepared for themselves. This secret escape passage was longer and more winding than they had imagined. It wasn't merely a man-made structure, but a hidden passage formed by the cult's modification of natural underground caves and rivers. They waded through icy cold underground rivers and climbed steep rock walls covered with slippery moss and strangely glowing fungi. If not for Julian, their walking encyclopedia, who repeatedly identified the correct forks at critical moments by recognizing rock types and water flow directions, they would likely have been lost long ago in this uncharted territory not marked on any map. After what felt like an eternity, when all three of them were nearing their physical and mental limits, a cool breeze carrying the mixed scents of coal smoke and damp earth finally blew from the far end of the passage ahead. Then a small section of ancient brick wall on the surface, illuminated by moonlight and covered in ivy, appeared at the edge of their weary, blurred vision. They had finally made it out. When Julian used his last ounce of strength to push open the rotten hidden door concealed behind a massive ivy waterfall, a wave of fresh air belonging to Paris's summer night after rain, filled with the scent of grass, flooded into their lungs, which had grown accustomed to the foul underground air, causing them all to cough violently in unison. They now found themselves in the rear garden of a long-abandoned Gothic-style ancient monastery. In the distance, the silhouettes of old buildings in the Saint-Germain-des-Prés district stood under the quiet moonlight. Further away, the Eiffel Tower, which had just completed its main structural topping out, shimmered with a hazy glow in the night. This was still Paris, but for the three who had just crawled out from a hell of death and madness, this place was already heaven. Sergeant William could hold on no longer. He was the first to collapse onto the soft, dew-covered grass. The wound on his left arm had reopened during the long trek, and blood stained the grass beneath him. Julian was also completely exhausted, leaning against a broken angel statue, his shattered glasses no longer able to hide the deep fatigue in his azure eyes. Only Lin Jie remained somewhat standing. He knew they hadn't reached the moment when they could truly relax. "We must immediately report everything that happened here to the Paris branch." Lin Jie's voice was slightly hoarse. That golden-faced bishop escaped. Although the altar and modification workshop are destroyed, those factories extracting memory essence and the cult's other strongholds in Paris still remain. The threat hasn't been eradicated. Julian understood this too. Struggling, he retrieved a peculiarly shaped brass device from his nearly empty canvas backpack. This is the Association's highest-level emergency communicator. As long as we activate it here, All sleeper intelligence points within a 5-kilometer radius will receive our distress signal within 10 minutes. After speaking, he loaded a red alchemical signal flare that glowed with faint runic light into the device, then aimed it at the dark Parisian night sky and pulled the trigger. Whoosh bang! A not loud but conspicuous red firework exploded in midair. It silently bloomed in the night sky into a circular emblem composed of red and yellow colors. At first glance, it didn't differ much from ordinary fireworks. But this signal, only lit in critical moments, was like a bomb for all IRC members lurking in Paris. Less than 10 minutes after the signal was sent, several ordinary-looking carriages emerged from the shadows of neighborhoods like Saint-Germain, the Latin Quarter, and Bastille, silently converging toward the abandoned monastery. Then over a dozen members of the Paris branch's night patrol squads, dressed in various casual clothes, appeared. Their eyes were sharp and their steps efficient. These members professionally sealed off all exits and high points around the monastery within 30 seconds, moving with seamless precision and without a single wasted motion. When they found the 3 signal senders on the verge of collapse in the dew-covered rear garden, the headquarters' special envoys, even these Paris hunters known for their ruthless efficiency, showed a trace of respect in their eyes. They certainly recognized these 3. Ever since the Geneva headquarters sent the top-secret telegram authorizing the formation of the Serpent Breaker task force to the Paris branch, the portraits and information of Lin Jie and William had been memorized by all core operational members. Without excessive questioning, after the leader, a man wearing a half-silver mask, confirmed the spiritual emblem on Julian through a special runic device, Lin Jie and the other 2 were quickly evacuated. They were helped into a specially modified carriage whose interior space was far more spacious than its exterior suggested, furnished as a small mobile medical room. An alchemical physician, carrying strong scents of holy water and herbs, immediately began providing emergency treatment. He first cleansed William's gruesome shoulder wound with a green potion, the moisturizing effect of which restored the somewhat blackened flesh to a vibrant red. Then he evenly applied a mass of dark red resin mixture to the wound, causing William's tightly furrowed brow to finally relax gradually. Meanwhile, Lin Jie and Julian were made to drink an entire bottle of tranquil holy water that could quickly restore mental energy and soothe the soul. Its taste was more bitter than 100 herbs mixed together. The bitter liquid slid down their throats, instantly extinguishing the burning pain and weakness in their minds. I'm the leader of the 7th team of the Paris branch's night patrol squad, codenamed Hunchback of Notre Dame. The man wearing the half-silver mask only spoke to the 3 headquarters special envoys in a respectful tone after confirming they were all out of danger. We have recorded all the operational details you just mentioned. Rest assured, gentlemen, from now on, all subsequent cleanup and crisis management work in the Paris underworld will be fully taken over by all 7 of our Paris branch's night patrol squads. You can rest now. The Hunchback of Notre Dame looked at the 3 exhausted heroes before him. In fact, his voice carried weariness. While you 3 were striking directly at the enemy's heart, fighting desperately against cult factory members in that unknown underground world, our ground night patrol squads and other Serpent Breaker teams haven't been idle either. He began to briefly inform the 3 about the situations at several other equally intense secondary battlefields occurring in different parts of the city. First, he pointed toward the Seine River flowing under peaceful moonlight. 2 days ago, Serpent Breaker Team 4 successfully intercepted a disguised coal barge attempting to smuggle holy blood into central Paris near Notre Dame. The battle there, the Hunchback of Notre Dame's voice turned grave, was far more brutal than you might imagine. The personnel escorting the shipment weren't ordinary cult members, but an elite leader called Water Ghost, along with 15 frogmen under his command who were familiar with Paris's waterways. The entire team forepaid the price of half their members dying in action before they finally managed to kill that Water Ghost on the ship's bow, just as he was about to detonate all the alchemical explosives on board to take everyone down with him. That holy blood, sealed within a living alchemical container, has also been successfully recovered by us. A story both tragic and glorious plunged Lin Jie and the other two into silence. And on the other side of the city, the hunchback of Notre Dame continued, his gaze turning toward the distant Eiffel Tower. Our second infiltration team, responsible for round-the-clock surveillance of the World's Fair construction site, also detected anomalies last night. A group of cult members disguised as Italian futurist artists attempted to transport the core energy components of a massive device into the unfinished machinery hall ahead of schedule under the pretext of participating in the future art exhibition. After confirming the enemy's intentions, our infiltration team decisively used an accidental small fire to successfully delay and ultimately thwart their scheme. Although we didn't capture the mastermind, we did slow down their overall plan to deploy the final weapon to the fair's core area. In this massive shadow war sweeping across all of Paris, they were not fighting alone. In every corner of the city that they couldn't see, countless colleagues like them, equally unknown, were bleeding and sacrificing to protect this city's peace. Finally, when the morning sunlight pierced through Paris's thick clouds, the carriage returned to their safe house in the Le Marais district. After confirming that subsequent crises would be handled by the organization's larger forces, their nerves, stretched to the limit, finally relaxed. The moment they stepped into the room, they collapsed onto their respective beds, almost simultaneously, falling into a deep, heavy sleep. Lin Jie and his two companions slept for an entire day and night within the safe house in Le Marais district. It wasn't until dusk the next day, when the golden afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the apartment's stained glass windows, dyeing the dust motes in the room a warm amber color, that Lin Jie finally awoke from the chaotic nightmare filled with skeletons and roaring echoes. His body still felt a hollowed-out weakness, but his brain, which had nearly shut down due to high-intensity combat and extreme mental energy output, had finally regained clarity with the help of the specially formulated deep sleep incense provided by the Paris branch. He slowly sat up and discovered the cuts and scrapes on his body had been carefully rebandaged with clean linen. A set of neatly folded, clean cotton pajamas was placed at his bedside. Warm firewood crackled in the room's fireplace. On the long table before the fireplace sat a still-steaming silver dinner platter, a rosemary lamb chop grilled to a crispy exterior and tender interior, a portion of mashed potatoes with rich gravy, and a bottle of properly aerated, high-quality Burgundy Pinot Noir. The warm sense of food, burning wood, and soothing incense drove away the lingering cold and decay of the catacombs from the depths of his memory. Our chef has already crawled back from hell ahead of us. A familiar voice came from the armchair on the other side of the room. Lin Jie turned towards the sound and saw Sergeant William sitting there. He had changed into a clean shirt, and the ferocious wound on his left shoulder had already begun to scab over. He wasn't holding a gun, but rather cradling a cup of steaming hot black tea, his face carrying the calm of one who had survived a disaster. In another chair, the curator Julien was also awake. Although he still looked somewhat listless, the fire of knowledge and discovery burned once again in his eyes. He was intently studying, by the lamplight, the several fragments that had fallen from the catacomb nightingale. "Eat up quickly, lad, since you're awake." William gestured with his chin towards the dinner on the table. "I borrowed this from the restaurant downstairs, which supposedly supplies nobility, using the association's funds. If you don't eat it soon, this picky Frenchman Julien will probably devour it all himself." "Humph, barbaric Englishman." Julien let out a scholarly snore of disdain without even looking up. "You people understand nothing of true cuisine beyond roasting a poor piece of lamb in the most brutish manner. If it weren't for this bottle of reasonably decent Pinot Noir from the 1878 vintage, I'd rather chew on my parchment maps." This exchange of barbs, each marked by their distinct personalities, brought Lin Jie back from that deadly and mad underground adventure to this warm, humane, real world. He smiled, picked up his knife and fork, and began to enjoy the meal. For the next hour or so, none of the three mentioned anything about UMAs, cults, or the mission. They were like three ordinary friends who had just concluded a long business trip. Julian talked incessantly, educating Lin Jie and William about the subtle differences in flavor profiles of Pinot Noir from various Burgundy regions. Differences he claimed only a French palate could truly appreciate. William, for once, became quite talkative. He recounted a story from his youth in New Zealand, dealing with the Maori people, and how he was astonished by the locals' method of cooking a whole pig using a peculiar geothermal pit oven, which earned him Julian's taunt of savages indeed. Lin Jie, in turn, described to them a commoner's delicacy from another distant world called hot pot, which made the other two Europeans, who had never heard of it, look curious. It was a familial warmth and harmony. When the dinner ended and the expensive bottle of wine was finally empty, Julian reluctantly set down his glass as if suddenly remembering his official duties. I suppose it's time now to submit our report card to those important gentlemen sitting comfortably in their Geneva offices. Julian adjusted his temporarily repaired glasses. This time, they didn't delay further. The three gathered all the evidence, then once again took the association's carriage directly to the Paris secret archives beneath the Louvre. The Hermes ether communication array, capable of cross-border communication, had already been pre-warmed and activated. The person responsible for their remote meeting was still that white-haired, stern-eyed, yet wise IRC European Affairs Department Executive Director, Sir Henderson. When the three heroes, bearing their wounds and fatigue, appeared before the crystal screen filled with static and electric arcs, the powerful old man on the other side of the screen stood up from his seat and gave them a solemn salute. He placed his right fist over his heart, then slowly traced a circular motion. On behalf of the Supreme Council in Geneva, Sir Henderson's voice held undisguised praise and a touch of belated fear. I extend the highest honors to the three members of Operation Serpent Breaker. You, a lone force of three, penetrating deep without any backup, successfully assisted in defusing a time bomb beneath this city poised to welcome the world's gaze. A bomb powerful enough to blast European civilization and order back to the Dark Ages. Your complete action report, along with the detailed analysis and conjectures you later supplemented, Julian, regarding the Eternal Serpent Cult's artificial new god project, have all been received by headquarters. Henderson's gaze lingered on Lin Jie's face for a long moment. Mr. Lin, I must admit, when you and Sergeant Williams submitted your Scotland Yard report in London, a significant portion of the council still believed you might have exaggerated the threat level posed by the Eternal Serpent. But the facts have now proven, the old man's voice carried a hint of self-mockery, that we severely underestimated the imagination and execution capabilities of these lunatics. If not for your foresight and the intelligence you provided, then at the upcoming World's Fair, what we might have faced could indeed have been an incomprehensible and undefeatable pseudo-deity, born from a fusion of human memory and UMA divinity. Therefore, following an emergency assessment by the Supreme Council, Henderson's tone became solemn. The initial task completion rating for Operation Serpent Breaker will be elevated, and the three of you shall receive rewards commensurate with this achievement. He began to read from the pre-prepared list of rewards. Master Julian Bellick, in recognition of your irreplaceable scholarly support and crucial tactical assistance during this operation, Headquarters has decided to award you the Association's high academic honor, the Eye of Wisdom Medal, and a one-time reward of 500 association points. Furthermore, the analysis report you submitted will be classified as a top-level S-Class confidential file, permanently archived within the Association's core database. When Julian, a scholar who valued knowledge and honor above life itself, heard this result, his scholarly face broke into a pure, childlike smile of satisfaction. Sergeant William Keene, Henderson's gaze turned to the silent veteran. You, with a mortal body, confronted several elite guards who had undergone ascension modifications head-on, demonstrating the pinnacle of human will and combat skill. Your bravery will earn you the Lionheart Combat Medal and a one-time reward of 500 association points. Additionally, you will be exceptionally promoted directly from 5th-level investigator to 4th-level investigator. The muscles on William's rock-solid, resolute face twitched involuntarily, and the veins on his clenched fists bulged. This veteran who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this guardian who had been ruthlessly exiled by the Scotland Yard bureaucrats, had finally received the honor he deserved within IRC, an organization that valued capability above all else. Finally, Sir Henderson's gaze fell upon Lin Jie, his eyes becoming profound and complex. "And you, Mr. Lin, our interpreter, our miracle kid." The old man pondered for a long while, as if contemplating what words to use to evaluate this mysterious newcomer who continually overturned everyone's expectations. "You led the entire operation with unbelievable tactical thinking, ultimately destroying that sinful workshop with extraordinary wisdom and decisiveness." Henderson said slowly, "Your contribution cannot be measured by combat or intelligence alone. What you have brought us is a philosophy of victory filled with possibilities. Therefore, the Council has decided," Henderson's voice became clear, "to grant you honors and rewards of the same level as Master Julian and Sergeant William. A cash reward of £300, and likewise 500 association points." This was an astonishing figure. "With the points earned from this mission, your total points have now surpassed the vast majority of rookie hunters who joined the association in the same period as you, or even before you." A gratified smile appeared on Henderson's face. "From today onward," he announced solemnly, "your name will no longer linger at the bottom of this quarter's rookie hunter observation roster. You will leap directly into the middle ranks of that list." The remote award ceremony concluded as Sir Henderson's expectant image vanished from the crystal screen. The three members of the Iron Triangle exchanged glances. "I must admit, that old fossil Henderson may be inflexible at times, but he's quite generous when it comes to bonuses," Julian remarked, immediately restoring his trademark blend of sarcasm and elegance once he confirmed the communication had ended. He stretched, his joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. "Still, with the parish trouble temporarily resolved, I'm practically growing mold here. Coincidentally, I have an old friend researching Celtic primitive runes who recently became a visiting researcher at the British Museum. I need to pay him a visit and borrow some of those precious manuscripts from their London division that are never lent out." Lin Jie and William naturally had no objections to this. After submitting their vacation and academic exchange applications through IARC's internal secure channels to their respective departments, the three of them embarked on their journey back to London together. This time, they no longer needed to take the smuggler's freighter filled with fishy odors and dangers like they had on their way over. Thanks to their official status, the association arranged the fastest and most comfortable return method, boarding the new luxury steamliner crossing the English Channel. After a smooth and comfortable overnight voyage, when they arrived at the busy white cliff docks of Dover, England, an unexpected yet perfectly reasonable figure was already waiting at the VIP Channel exit. It was none other than the burly Marcus. He had clearly received advance notice from the London division and had specifically come to await the return of these special agents. When he saw Lin Jie's trio, particularly spotting curator Julian himself among them, his face first broke into a look of admiration mixed with simple honesty. But soon that smile transformed into an expression of financial pain. All right, gentlemen, I know you just want to go back and rest properly," Marcus announced in his booming voice. "But according to our field department's old tradition, any team that successfully prevents a major crisis and returns alive must accept tributes from everyone. So all expenses at the Old Captain Bar tonight are on the field department's tab. None of you three are allowed to escape." His words carried great momentum, yet couldn't conceal the heartache he felt about footing the bill. This was both a rugged celebratory tradition within IRC and an important social event for the London division. Unable to refuse such enthusiastic hospitality, the three found themselves led by their reluctant host Marcus into that high-level hunter bar, the Old Captain, which only opened to association investigators of level 5 and above, or freelance hunters with special contributions. This bar differed completely from the gentleman's club-style common area near the administrative district that Lin Jie had seen before. This place was the true social heart of the blood and fire profession called hunter. The entire bar was converted from the cabin of a 16th-century Spanish Armada flagship. The air permeated with a complex aroma, blending Cuban cigars, rum, nitroglycerin, and a hint of aged blood. Instead of elegant oil paintings, the walls displayed various ferocious UMA head specimens, scarred remnants of grotesque armaments, and an enormous world map that covered almost an entire wall. The map used differently colored thumbtacks, glowing with spiritual light, to mark real-time fluctuations of anomalous energy across the globe. Dozens of distinctly dangerous men and women gathered here in small groups. Each of them looked like characters straight out of thrilling adventure novels. Lin Jie noticed a man in the corner of the bar counter, radiating an aura that kept others at distance, sporting a czarist officer-style mustache, silently polishing his peculiarly shaped pale white whip with a vodka-soaked linen cloth. The whip appeared to be crafted from some creature's spinal column. At another card table nearby, several dark-skinned guardians from the Egyptian division, adorned with ancient sun god tattoos, conversed quietly in an ancient language Lin Jie couldn't understand. They had no glasses before them, only several cups of black tea emitting exotic spice aromas. The entire bar brimmed with vitality and stories. This was the harbor where inner-world hunters could lower their guard and reveal their true selves after surviving near-fatal hunts. The arrival of the Iron Triangle immediately became the bar's focal point. Nearly everyone's gaze turned toward these three new legends, who had just returned from the bloody storms of Paris. Amid good-natured laughter and whistling, Marcus generously ordered 3 glasses of the bar's most expensive strong liquor for them, called Kiss of the Abyss, reportedly brewed from Kraken ink mixed with Scottish Highland spring water. To our new members, to our heroes, Marcus roared, raising his glass high. Amid loud cheers and clinking glasses, Lin Jie genuinely felt this pure, scalding sense of collective honor unique to hunters. Soon, various hunters approached curiously with their drinks, and Lin Jie finally got the chance to listen up close to those untold true stories from colleagues, hailing from different corners of the world. "Hey kid, nice work. I heard you made those eternal serpent scumbags dance like puppets in Paris." A tall American hunter, wearing worn cowboy leather with 2 large revolvers at his hip, downed his whiskey and spoke bluntly in his Texas-accented English. "That's how it's done. To deal with these gutter-dwelling scum, you need brains even craftier than theirs." He seemed quite drunk, his words flowing freely once he started talking. "You have no idea how brutal our fight's been against those Aztec feathered serpent, God-worshipping Indian maniacs in Arizona. Those bastards dig out their own hearts to sacrifice to their damned god, then turn into some kind of unkillable, feather-covered Wendigo. Our bullets felt like tickling them. In the end, our division's bomb maniac had to use 3 whole crates of alchemical explosives to blast their altar, built on a cursed ancient burial ground, straight to heaven." His gunpowder-flavored, heroism-tinged description gave Lin Jie a sense of the American division's wild, unrestrained combat style. The silent Egyptian guardian beside him shook his head disdainfully after listening. "Barbaric," he commented succinctly in his heavily accented voice. "True power never comes from explosions, but from rules." He slowly showed Lin Jie the bracelet woven from scarab shells and papyrus on his wrist. Just last month, those so-called archaeologists from Britain brutally blasted open an unrecorded 4th Dynasty pharaoh's tomb in Thebes. Their actions disturbed the soul guardian sleeping there. That thing had no form or substance, immune to all those clattering physical weapons. Our division dispatched 2 full squads, but ultimately relied on me, using this scarab-bearing goddess Isis blessing, reciting the true names of the dead incantation for 7 full hours, to successfully seal its existence back into the sarcophagus where it belongs. The Egyptian guardian's words carried confidence in runes, curses, and ritual magic, along with undisguised contempt for the British colonial government's predatory archaeological practices. As he listened, Lin Jie quickly correlated these fragmented pieces of information with the major historical events of 1888 that he knew. He understood that the Indian maniacs mentioned by the American hunter reflected the final phase of the U.S. government's brutal ethnic genocide, war against Native Americans in actual history. And the brutal excavation, described by the Egyptian Guardian, perfectly captured the colonial-era Egyptology fever sweeping Europe at that time. These interworld conflicts were never isolated. They intertwined with the historical currents of the surface world in hidden, yet profound ways. Just then, a slightly provocative young voice suddenly cut in. "Sounds like each of your battles carried plenty of courage and glory," said another young cowboy, also from the American division, appearing barely 20 years old. His face bore traces of genius arrogance, his holster polished to a shine. Lin Jie noticed the silver rookie ranking top 50 badge pinned to his chest. But if I may be blunt, he turned his gaze unabashedly toward Lin Jie, the guest of honor at this celebration. "I've heard about your Paris legend, Mr. Lin. Apparently you barely fired any shots, didn't personally kill a single enemy, yet dismantled a major crisis just through some clever planning. I admit that's impressive, but I'm just curious." He grinned, revealing white teeth, his smile carrying undisguised skepticism. "If you didn't have a powerful fighter like Sergeant William charging into battle beside you, when those fang monsters stand less than 3 meters away from you, could those clever plans still pop out of your head as calmly as they do now?" This gunpowder-laced, half-joking, half-serious probing made the atmosphere around the table somewhat subtle. Before Lin Jie could respond, a powerful hand covered with thick calluses and scars already rested on the young cowboy's shoulder. It was William. The veteran had somehow positioned himself behind Lin Jie. He didn't speak a word, just watched the young cowboy quietly with those calm, yet pressure-filled gray eyes. The gaze held no anger, no threat, only the pure indifference of a survivor who had seen mountains of corpses regarding an inexperienced child. Under the weight of his heavy aura, the young American prodigy's smile slowly froze. He eventually shrugged somewhat awkwardly and raised his glass. All right, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, Sergeant." Only then did William withdraw his hand. Julian, already slightly tipsy, seized the moment to pull Lin Jie and William aside to a quiet corner, setting aside the brief unpleasantness as a new round of revelry began. The celebration banquet filled with strong liquor, tobacco, and the rugged stories of hunters concluded amidst the clamor of midnight. As Lin Jie, William, and Julian, the three of them carrying the scent of alcohol and a slight tipsy intoxication, stepped out of the Old Captain bar and onto the quiet, empty main thoroughfare of the underground city, a tranquil understanding, different from the bar's liveliness, flowed between them. The elegant French scholar Julian was clearly not very accustomed to the wild style of American cowboys chugging whiskey. His steps were already somewhat unsteady, and 2 rare patches of red flushed his scholarly face. But his eyes appeared particularly bright, filled with the satisfaction of completing a mission and the joy of finding kindred spirits. "I must admit," Julian said tipsily, leaning against William's sturdy shoulder, his tones slightly slurred, "although your London branch's celebration methods have a certain Anglo-Saxon barbarism and roughness, experiencing it once in a while isn't so bad. At least the Scotch whiskey here is much more honest than those Bordeaux red wines in our Paris archives that can only serve as preservatives." A rare, relaxed expression also appeared on William's face. He did not refute Julian's biased joke, merely silently providing reliable support for this great scholar who could barely stand steady. "Tonight is a night worth remembering," Lin Jie said with a smile, looking at his 2 companions of vastly different personalities beside him. "For victory and for surviving. Cheers." He raised the unfinished kiss of the abyss in his hand. Julian and William also raised their glasses simultaneously. 3 heavy glass cups engraved with the IRC emblem gently clinked together under the soft light of the underground city, producing a clear, pleasant sound. "For friendship," Julian said softly. "For living," William's reply was, as always, concise and pragmatic. in the style of a veteran. Before parting, the meticulous scholar Julian solemnly handed over the metal box, which he had carefully safeguarded and contained a piece of the Nightingale fragment, to Lin Jie. "Keep it safe, my friend." Julian's gaze became clear and serious. "This fragment contains the power of sound of the catacomb Nightingale, sufficient to affect the human soul. It can be used to create the most wonderful, sacred hymns, or to compose the most terrifying requiems. Its future will rest in your hands. When you next conceive a new plan that would even make that madman Arthur tremble, do not forget that this trophy was liberated by the three of us together from that profound darkness." Lin Jie nodded gravely and carefully stored the Nightingale fragment close to his person. After bidding farewell to his two companions, Lin Jie returned alone to his quiet, empty apartment on Baker Street. He did not rest immediately. He first placed the Nightingale fragment, which carried immense potential, into the heavy steel safe in his study specifically used for storing hazardous items. He needed time, needed more knowledge, and needed a truly new idea that could utilize its usefulness. After handling these matters, he then brewed himself a pot of steaming hot black tea and sat at his large desk. He did not think about any matters concerning cult conspiracies or weapon modifications. He simply took out a brand new blank diary and a fountain pen from a drawer. The diary had a tough black calfskin cover and high-quality wood-free paper. On the title page of this blank diary, he first wrote his full name in Chinese, then, with a stroke mimicking German precision, solemnly wrote another name: cartographer Karl von Stein. Then he opened the diary to the first page, and by the quiet London moonlight outside the window and the warm glow of the kerosene lamp on the desk, began to meticulously record, in objective and rigorous words, all the bizarre, dangerous, and miraculous experiences he had undergone since boarding the Sea Witch. He recorded the fierce siege by the deep-sea sirens and the cartographer's final act of bravery. He recorded the ghostly killings of the Ripper in London's thick fog and the ultimate truth. He recorded the grand appearance and benevolent gift of the guardian deity in the Scottish Highlands. This was not merely a simple personal diary, but an inheritance of will. He might never reach the encyclopedic breadth of knowledge of the cartographer Karl, nor possess his exquisite skill in hand-drawing precise anatomical diagrams of UMA. But he could, in his own way, with a unique perspective emphasizing logic, analysis, and tactical review, continue the legacy of this investigation log written with life and blood. By the time he wrote the final period, the sky outside the window already showed a hint of the whitish light of dawn. The crowing of roosters mixed with the crisp ringing of distant milk carts announced that this vast city was welcoming yet another day full of vitality. Lin Jie slowly closed the diary. A calmness mixed with fatigue and peace of mind enveloped his entire being. He walked to the apartment window and pushed open the glass pane. The morning London air carried the crisp coolness unique to early autumn. A fresh breeze, mingling the fragrance of damp earth after rain and the rich aroma of wheat wafting from the bakery downstairs, met his face, soothing his weary nerves. He observed the awakening mundane world outside his window with keen interest. At the entrance of a newly opened cafe on the street corner, several elegantly dressed gentlemen wearing bowler hats were leaning on walking sticks adorned with silver animal head finials with one hand, holding copies of the Newsboys The Times in the other, vehemently debating the Bank of England's interest rate adjustments or what foolish speech Mr. Gladstone, the Liberal Party leader, had delivered lately. It was all so ordinary and real. Over the next few days, Lin Jie temporarily detached himself from that inner world of killing and conspiracy. He unexpectedly found a small tea shop in an inconspicuous alley near Baker Street. Its storefront was small, but it wafted a pure, familiar, and nostalgic tea aroma. The shop's signboard featured slightly clumsy English alongside beautifully written small regular script in calligraphy, Lou's Tea Shop. The shop owner was a spirited fellow countryman, Uncle Lou, over 60 years old, sporting a long, glossy queue. According to Uncle Lou himself, speaking with 3 parts pride and 7 parts world weariness. His ancestors were imperial tea officials in the Forbidden City's imperial kitchen, specifically responsible for roasting tribute tea for the Daguang Emperor. Not only did Lin Jie buy at a fair price from this well-informed old Londoner, top-grade Lapsang Sochong, reportedly smuggled by fast ship from Wui Mountain, which was far more mellow, sweet, and rich compared to the local astringent and bitter British black teas. More importantly, in the back room of that small shop, through conversations with Uncle Lu and other Chinese laborers who came to drink tea and play chess, he caught a glimpse of the harsh silhouette of their homeland in these turbulent times. From an old shipwright who had once served as a pipe technician in the Beiyang fleet, he heard how the 2 most advanced ironclad warships in the world at the time, the Dingyuan and Jingyin, ordered by the imperial court for millions of taels of silver from Germany's Vulcan shipyard, caused panic and awe throughout Japan when they passed through Nagasaki on their return voyage, like 2 moving steel behemoths. The old shipwright's face was filled with pride and longing when recounting this. But then he would lower his voice and complain in a tone of worry and bewilderment about how the princes and nobles wearing yellow Mandarin jackets in the Navy diverted funds originally meant for purchasing ammunition to build a luxurious garden for the Empress Dowager, whose 60th birthday was approaching. They don't understand. Those great men will never understand, the old shipwright exclaimed agitatedly, slamming his cup heavily on the table. No matter how big our ships or how thick our cannons are, if we don't have enough good ammunition, what difference is there from being an iron coffin at sea? Lin Jie listened quietly, his heart fully aware. The wheel of history was crushing forward along its predetermined, cruel trajectory. Just a few short years later, that seemingly powerful #1 fleet in Asia would meet its bitter end in another cold sea, due to issues with the quantity and quality of its shells. From another down-on-his-luck bannerman who had once worked as an interpreter at the Tianjin Customs, he heard an even more bizarre rumor tinged with elements of the inner world. That bannerman, who had also lived a dashing life in his youth, mysteriously told Lin Jie that, reportedly, early this year, the emperor, who was only 17 and had long reached the age to rule personally, issued a cryptic search for a mortal's secret decree to several trusted senior ministers after a mysterious serious illness. I heard that the emperor dreamed of the legendary Queen Mother of the West during his illness. She told him that the reason our country faces constant internal troubles and foreign invasions is because the dragon veins are damaged and evil spirits are everywhere. The bannerman lowered his voice, his eyes shining with superstition. That's why the emperor is urgently sending people to seek out those enlightened masters hiding in famous mountains and great rivers, to establish some kind of yamen capable of dealing with evil spirits and such. This matter even startled Viceroy Li, who ultimately suppressed it, only saying that the young emperor had been deceived by the eunuchs beneath him. Lin Jie's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. He discreetly noted this information in his mind. Behind this matter might lie connections to that Zhengyi, which had an accord with IRC. After bidding farewell to the talkative bannerman, Lin Jie did not linger outside for long. He returned to his apartment on Baker Street with several copies of the latest European newspapers he had just bought. As he prepared to open the door, he noticed an ordinary letter wrapped in craft paper slipped under the door crack. The letter paper did not contain the mission briefing or official document from IRC that he had anticipated. There were only a few lines written in a graceful, childlike script. Between the lines, one could see the writer's clumsiness and sincerity. To my most respected friend, Mr. Lin. Hello. Father says that thanks to your help, Mother's condition has improved considerably. The doctor has changed her medicine to a new, more effective one from Switzerland. To express our gratitude, we sincerely invite you to our home this Saturday evening to share a simple yet heartfelt dinner with us. Mother says she will personally bake her specialty double cream apple pie for you. Looking forward to your visit. Sincerely, Lily Weston. At the end of the letter, a crooked yet charmingly childish smiling face was drawn in pencil. This was a dwelling completely different from the spacious apartment on Baker Street. There were no gleaming brass door plates, no tidy corridors maintained by dedicated staff. As Lin Jie walked up the slightly narrow wooden stairs that creaked under the wear of time, he could clearly smell the sour odor of cabbage in the air, along with the musty scent emitted by old, damp wood. This was the London of ordinary people, crowded, noisy, but resilient. When Arthur Weston opened that apartment door with its peeling paint, the warmth and aroma that rushed out formed a barrier separating the gloomy, cold world outside. "Oh, Mr. Lin, please come in, come in. It must be freezing outside." Weston's face blossomed with genuine delight. The cuffs of his starched, faded shirt still bore ink stains from organizing archives. The apartment wasn't large and looked somewhat cramped, but it was kept spotlessly clean by Mrs. Weston. A pot of richly fragrant Irish lamb stew simmered, its brown broth bubbling, the sweet scents of carrots and potatoes permeating the air. "Good evening, Mrs. Weston." Lin Jie smiled and handed over an exquisitely wrapped paper box he held. It contained the latest Parisian fruit pot de fruits he had specially selected from a high-end confectionery on Regent Street. "A small gift. I hope you like it." This gift was quite expensive, far beyond the spending power of an ordinary clerical police officer. But for the current Lin Jie, it was nothing. And for the Weston family, it was both a respectable token of gratitude and a way for him to offer help without hurting their pride. Mrs. Weston was a gentle, somewhat careworn, typical British middle-aged housewife. Seeing the beautiful packaging, a flicker of unease crossed her eyes, but it was mostly gratitude. She carefully accepted the candy box, thanking him repeatedly, then placed it on the mantelpiece as if it were a treasure. "Uncle Lin," a clear voice rang out. Lily Weston, that radiant little girl, wearing a clean cotton dress, ran out from her room. During their last meeting at the cafe, this learned and gentle older brother from the East had left a deep impression on her. This break after the recent operation was not just physical rest for Lin Jie, but also a spiritual return. After receiving Arthur's invitation letter, he had set off immediately. He needed to frequently return to this mundane, everyday life filled with the warmth of ordinary human existence to stabilize his mental anchors and avoid having his mind affected by the anomalies of various UMA cases. After dinner, the Westons busied themselves in the kitchen, while Lin Jie sat before the warm fireplace reading Lily's beloved Alice's Adventures in Wonderland to her. And so Alice drank from the bottle, and her body began to shrink rapidly, smaller and smaller, until she was as tall as a table leg. Lin Jie narrated this bizarre fairy tale in his magnetic voice. Lily curled up in a small armchair beside him, chin in her hands, listening with rapt attention, occasionally coughing. Her shadow, stretched long by the dancing firelight, was cast upon the wall behind her. It was a peaceful, harmonious scene. Yet, just as he turned to a new page to continue reading, Lily seemed somewhat distracted. She no longer asked questions like, "Why does the white rabbit look at his pocket watch?" as before, but instead hummed a faint melody softly to herself. It was a melody Lin Jie had never heard before. It didn't resemble any of the cheerful nursery rhymes circulating through London's streets and alleys. Its tune was strange, the transitions between scales filled with dissonance, the sound carrying a chilling quality that could seep into one's heart. "Lily," Lin Jie stopped and asked gently, "What are you singing? This song is really special. I've never heard it before." Lily seemed startled from her own little world. She blinked her innocent large eyes, shaking her head, somewhat confused. "I don't remember very well." As she spoke, she used her innocent childlike voice to softly, haltingly sing out the lyrics behind that melody. There was a crooked man who walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence upon a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. The lyrics themselves carried the illogical eeriness and absurdity characteristic of old nursery rhymes. But when paired with that unsettling melody and sung softly by an innocent 12-year-old girl, a chill instantly crawled up Lin Jie's spine. His nerves, made sensitive by his reverberation touch, tingled faintly at this moment. "This isn't right." Lin Jie closed the book in his hands and asked in the gentlest, most natural tone he could muster. This song is very interesting. Did someone teach it to you? A classmate at school? Or... No. Lily shook her head again, a trace of childish pride on her face. I just knew it myself. Look, Uncle Lin, I even found a thing from the song. As she spoke, she pulled something out of the small pocket of her dress, as if presenting a treasure, offering it to Lin Jie. It was a coin, an old-looking Victorian-era sixpence silver coin. Its surface had become somewhat blurred from years of circulation and friction. But unlike ordinary old coins, this coin's shape showed a slight, unnatural crook. It wasn't as if it had been violently bent by human force. Even the profile relief of Her Majesty the Queen on the coin was affected by this warp. The corner of her mouth curved into a strange, seemingly smiling, yet not smiling arc. See, a crooked sixpence, Lily said proudly, pointing at the coin with her little finger. I found it last month by the stile near our door, just like in the song. Lin Jie's gaze locked onto the coin, his heart sinking uncontrollably. A nauseating spiritual aura emanated from that silver coin. His mind immediately began racing at high speed. An ordinary girl suddenly learns an eerie nursery rhyme unknown to anyone. Then she coincidentally finds a spiritually polluted token matching the description in the nursery rhyme right outside her own home. These two events connected together point towards only one chilling conclusion. Lily has likely already been marked by someone or some UMA. Since he first met Lily, her complexion had always been poor, and she often coughed. It seemed it wasn't simply illness. Lin Jie's heart surged, but the expression on his face remained gentle. It would be best to resolve this matter discreetly himself, trying not to spread panic to the Weston family. He also forcefully suppressed the impulse to reach out and touch that coin. With his reverberation touch ability, a single touch would immediately allow him to see the coin's origin and all the information about the thing behind it. But the consequences, unprepared as he was now, were unpredictable. Wow, that's a really amazing discovery, Lily. Lin Jie smiled in admiration. You're such a lucky treasure hunter. But these old coins can sometimes be a bit dirty. It's better to let your parents keep it safe for you, right? He skillfully persuaded Lily to hand the coin over to Weston, who had come over upon hearing them. Mr. Weston didn't think much of it, just praised his daughter a few times with a smile, then casually placed the crooked sixpence into a pottery jar on the mantelpiece used for odds and ends. That location was seared into Lin Jie's memory. It was getting late, so Lin Jie stood up to take his leave. The Westons warmly saw him to the door, with Mrs. Weston even packing some of the stewed lamb into a clean takeaway container, insisting he take it back for lunch tomorrow. Thank you again for visiting, Mr. Lin. Lily looked absolutely delighted today. Weston said sincerely at the doorway. I enjoyed it very much too. Next time, I'll bring a new storybook. Lin Jie responded with a smile, though a heavy weight pressed on his heart. Just as he was about to reach the stairwell corner, he felt a sudden prompting and glanced back. Through the dim hallway light, he took one last look at the apartment door that had just offered him warmth and solace. In that instant, his pupils sharply contracted. He saw the door frame, which should have been rectangular, its top right and bottom left corners momentarily warp like a reflection disturbed by a stone thrown into a lake. The distortion lasted less than 1/10 of a second before immediately returning to normal, so fast it seemed like an absurd hallucination caused by the light and fatigue. But Lin Jie knew it wasn't a hallucination. Since last night's visit to the Weston residence, London's sky had remained heavy and overcast, like a sheet of lead gray, felt soaked with rainwater. A continuous drizzle of cold, fine rain enveloped the industrial city, washing the streets into muddy conditions and making the dim gaslight appear flickering and weak. The next morning, before the autumn rain could intensify again, Lin Jie went alone to the underground city. He went directly to the logistics supply area guarded by the one-eyed veteran Tom. He deducted 20 points from his hunter's manual and exchanged them not for powerful weapons or deadly potions, but for an inconspicuous low-level alchemical item typically only issued to non-combat clerical or logistics personnel within the Association for Calming Purposes. It was a serene talisman crafted from pure natural alpine, white crystal polished into a small hexagram shape. The core of this talisman wasn't the crystal itself, but a drop of diluted neural sedative fluid sealed inside through exquisite alchemical techniques, sourced from a certain gentle jellyfish-type UMA in the Mediterranean. It possessed no physical defense or attack capabilities. Its sole function was to continuously emit a gentle spiritual field within a small range, capable of nourishing the spirit, soothing anxiety, and effectively resisting weak mental contamination and nightmare intrusions. After completing this, he once again visited Weston's apartment. The door was again opened by the radiant little girl Lily, whose sapphire blue eyes immediately sparkled with joy upon seeing Lin Jie. "Mr. Lin, are you here to continue telling me the rest of the story about Alice's adventures in Wonderland?" "Perhaps next time, Miss Lily." Lin Jie smiled as he crouched down to meet the innocent child at eye level. He took out an exquisitely packaged, small velvet box from his pocket and gently opened it. The serene talisman, emitting a soft halo under the kerosene lamp, instantly captured the girl's complete attention. "Wow, so beautiful. This is a protective charm for my distant homeland." Lin Jie's voice became very gentle as he crafted a beautiful lie with Eastern mystical elements for this small gift. "Where I come from, people believe that this hexagonal snowflake carved from the purest ice soul atop high mountains can protect every kind and pure child, keeping them safe from nightmare disturbances and allowing them to sleep as peacefully as a princess every night." He personally fastened the silver chain bearing the talisman around Lily's slender, pale neck. The cool crystal touched the girl's warm skin, and that faint spiritual field, detectable only to Lin Jie, formed an invisible, gentle embrace that slowly enveloped this innocent young girl. This talisman might not be able to withstand powerful malice, but at the very least, it could temporarily and effectively block out those pervasive, weak mental contaminations like a spiritual barrier. After politely declining the Westons' enthusiastic lunch invitation, Lin Jie bid farewell to this warm family. For the next 2 days, Lin Jie didn't disturb the Weston family again. Without a clear solution, any rash contact could accelerate the situation's deterioration. He had already provided Lily with a basic layer of protection, and what he needed to do next was find the true enemy hiding in the shadows. Lin Jie devoted all his time to the underground city's library. He consulted all archives related to spatial distortion, cognitive interference, mental contamination, and cursed artifacts, attempting to find records related to that eerie nursery rhyme or the distorted sixpence from old documents. However, the results were unsatisfactory. Although IARC's Black Book and Carl's Diary recorded numerous UMAs with bizarre abilities, none of their modus operandi matched this incident. On the morning of the 4th day, just as Lin Jie had returned to his Baker Street apartment from the underground city and removed his coat carrying the musty scent of the archives, a letter delivered by the concierge made his heart leap into his throat. The envelope was ordinary in texture, common beige stationery available at any stationery store, but the handwriting was all too familiar to Lin Jie. It was a precise yet slightly hasty script, unmistakably from Arthur Weston himself. Lin Jie's fingers felt an abnormal coldness as he broke the wax seal. His worst fear had ultimately come true. The handwriting on the letter was exceptionally messy and rushed, some words even distorted by the writer's inner anxiety. Between the lines seeped a father's panic and despair that seemed ready to overflow from the paper. "Dear Mr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing you again, but circumstances leave me no choice. I don't know who else to turn to. In this city, you're the only friend I can think of who would listen to an old policeman's ramblings. It's Lily. My Lily is in trouble. Just yesterday, her body began rapidly weakening without any warning. Her face has lost all color. She's no longer active and lively, spending entire days lying in bed drowsy and listless to the extreme. We called the best physician in White Church District to conduct a thorough examination of Lily, but he couldn't find any cause. He could only comfort us with ambiguous terms like excessive fatigue and possible infection with some unknown flu. But, Mr. Lin, I know things are absolutely not that simple. How could a child who was lively and energetic just the day before weaken to this state overnight? This defies reason and contradicts all medical knowledge I possess. And what terrifies me most isn't her physical changes, but her behavior. Starting 3 days ago, Lily began frequently talking to her empty room. She would sit alone by her bed, smiling happily at thin air. When I asked who she was talking to, she told me she was playing with her new friend. She said her new friend is a very interesting, twisted man. At first, my wife and I thought this was just a child's delirious talk during illness, hallucinations caused by high fever. But last night something happened that chilled me to the bone. I was sitting by Lily's bed, tucking her in, and she appeared to be asleep with her eyes closed. But her lips were moving, so I leaned down to listen. Then I heard her say in a happy tone, "Okay, Mr. Twisted Man, tomorrow, let's play hide and seek. You hide me, so Mommy and Daddy can never find me. Okay?" That wasn't a child's delirious babbling. It sounded more like a response, like she was having a real conversation with some presence none of us can see. I'm going mad. Could this be the Ripper's revenge? Now I can't even share my complete fears with my wife, because I don't want her to break down along with me. I beg you, Mr. Lin, I know you're no ordinary man. Please come see Lily. Your most helpless friend, Arthur Weston. After reading the letter, Lin Jie slowly placed the paper that felt heavy with Weston's immense fear on the table. Raindrops pattered noisily against the window glass outside. His face showed no extra expression, but his eyes had become like deep lakes. That damned UMA had finally revealed the fangs hidden beneath its mocking mask. And what most alarmed Lin Jie in Weston's letter was that phrase, "can never find me," from the conversation. This proved the UMA's erosion had entered a new, dangerous phase. It was no longer satisfied with merely draining Lily's vitality. It was luring Lily's soul to willingly separate from the real world and enter its twisted home together with it. Once Lily truly agreed to this game on a spiritual level, the consequences would be unthinkable. Immediate action was necessary. Lin Jie made his decision at once. He threw on his coat, grabbed the gun case containing Serene Heart and Cursebreaker Vambrace, and rushed out of his apartment. He didn't go directly to the Weston residence. Going alone now would be useless, as his personal combat abilities weren't particularly strong. Facing such a bizarrely capable enemy, he needed assistance. A colleague who could provide solid physical protection and combat deterrence while he conducted interpretation and planning. Sergeant William was undoubtedly the best candidate, but he had just left 2 days earlier to perform other association tasks. Distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. And Julian, who had already returned to Paris, was even further beyond reach. Another face immediately surfaced in Lin Jie's mind, one marked with ruggedness and hardiness, along with a burly figure. Marcus. As a senior investigator in the Field Operations Department, Marcus might have a straightforward and bold approach, but during critical moments, he was a reliable, excellent hunter with extreme loyalty to commands and comrades. Moreover, through their cooperation during the previous Gremlin incident, Lin Jie had become somewhat familiar with him. Most importantly, Lin Jie knew that as an investigator permanently stationed at the London branch, as long as Marcus wasn't away on long-term missions, there was a 90% chance he was currently somewhere in the underground city. He was either maintaining his precious shotgun in the equipment area or boasting and drinking with other hunters at the Old Captain Bar. Being a freelance hunter, Lin Jie couldn't directly request official assistance, so he decided to bypass the cumbersome application procedures. That would be too slow and would also expose the Weston family's information in association archives, potentially bringing future troubles and surveillance to their lives. This time, he would resolve this crisis using a more personal, more direct approach. The air in the Baker Street apartment was heavy. Lin Jie folded Arthur's plea for help neatly and tucked it into his chest. His movements were steady and methodical, not panicked, but a cold fury churned deep in his eyes. He grabbed the coarse tweed hunting coat hanging on the hat rack and headed for the door. His destination was not Weston's home, but the secret world hidden beneath the British Museum, the underground city. Before stepping into that unknown danger himself, he had to secure a firm backup. Acting recklessly would be irresponsible both to himself and to Weston's family, who were struggling in their plight. Half an hour later, when Lin Jie rode the secret elevator disguised as an Egyptian sarcophagus back into the underground city, he walked straight in one direction. He did not go to the intelligence analysis department nor to the equipment lab. Instead, he turned with practiced familiarity toward the old Captain Bar. It was a weekday afternoon, and the bar was not crowded. Only a few hunters in clusters, speaking in low voices. Lin Jie quickly spotted the figure he was looking for. In the far corner by the bar, a massive, burly man sat with his back to the door. Marcus's broad back exuded a powerful sense of pressure. He was not drinking. He had dismantled his signature M1887 lever-action shotgun, modified with grotesque armament, into a pile of intricately shaped parts spread out on a linen cloth. He was meticulously wiping the inner walls of the barrel, the barely visible spiritual conduction circuits. With a small piece of deer hide dabbed in special alchemical oil, his focus and gentleness treating the weapon as if it were a lover. Lin Jie inhaled deeply to steady himself, then stepped forward. "If you don't mind, I'd like to buy you a drink, Marcus." Lin Jie's voice sounded behind the burly man. Marcus paused for half a second. He slowly turned his scarred, beard-covered rough face. And when he saw Lin Jie, his wariness immediately shifted into a smile mixed with surprise and curiosity. "Oh, isn't this the miracle kid who just came back from Paris with honors?" Marcus grinned broadly, his thunderous voice especially loud in the spacious bar. "So, after making so much money, you finally remembered to buy your old friend a drink?" Though his words carried their usual teasing tone, Marcus set down his work and signaled the bartender. "Put a bottle of Kiss of the Abyss on my tab, and pour one for this, for my generous friend the same." He hadn't forgotten the pain of paying the bill for the Iron Triangle last time. Lin Jie didn't take the joke. He sat on the chair beside Marcus with a serious expression and got straight to the point. "Marcus, I need your help. It's a private matter. It won't go through the association, and there's no official points or gold sovereign's reward." The smile on Marcus's face slowly faded. A hunter's sharp glint flashed in his outwardly coarse eyes. He knew that if someone known for calm and intellect like Lin Jie spoke in such a grave, almost pleading tone, then the matter must be extraordinary. "Tell me," Marcus said in a low voice, gently setting the cleaned barrel back on the linen cloth. The gesture meant his attention was fully on Lin Jie. Lin Jie did not conceal the facts, but skillfully omitted Weston's family name and address, summarizing the whole incident objectively and with a palpable sense of danger. A friend, an honest and kind ordinary man. His daughter, a 12-year-old girl, is being stalked by a thing never before recorded, something that seems to warp space and pollute cognition. Right now, the girl's life force is being rapidly drained, and that UMA has started trying to drag her surrounding reality into its own domain. "I have to deal with it tonight." Lin Jie's pace was not rushed, but every word came clear and weighted. He did not embellish the fear, nor make hollow appeals to justice. He simply laid down a brutal fact and a firm resolve before Marcus. After listening, Marcus sank into prolonged silence. He picked up the bartender's just-served glass of Kiss of the Abyss and gulped down a large swig. The liquor was black as ink, smelling of brine and the rich warmth of spirits. "A private operation not recorded in the files," Marcus muttered, his rough thumb rubbing the thick glass, his voice low. "Lin Jie, do you realize what that means?" "It means that if something goes wrong, the association will not provide formal support. We won't have a backup team, no emergency evacuation plan, and if we die in there, our bodies might never be recovered. My death benefit would be revoked for acting unauthorized during non-mission time." He lifted his gaze and stared straight into Lin Jie's eyes. Is it worth taking such a huge risk for an unrelated, ordinary person? This was not cowardice, but the most rational and necessary risk assessment from a seasoned hunter before a high-risk action. Lin Jie's reply was as direct and honest. No, he said calmly. From a utilitarian point of view, from a hunter's input-output perspective, this deal is a total loss. No reward, yet risking our lives to fight an enemy with unknown abilities. A rational hunter would refuse such a commission. There was self-mockery in his tone, but his gaze remained resolute. Everything I've done and everything I've learned is so that when my friends, when those who trust me, fall into desperate straits, I have the right and the ability to stand before them. That father trusted me when I was at my lowest and being hunted across London, and that girl is just an innocent child. Lin Jie's eyes sharpened like a blade. I don't care what that UMA is or what bizarre powers it has. It crossed the line, so I must make it pay. That is my reason. The whole bar fell silent. Marcus looked at the young man before him, at the determination and stubbornness displayed on that delicate face. He suddenly broke into a grin. There was no teasing in it now, only heartfelt approval and magnanimity. Damn, Marcus swore under his breath with an appreciative tone. I knew you weren't like those bastards who only care about points and gold sovereigns. He stood and began to reassemble his beloved shotgun with a speed that belied his bulky frame. The metal parts clicked together with crisp, satisfying clacks. Location time, Marcus asked without looking up as he checked the magazine. Whitechurch District, 9 tonight. Lin Jie's mouth finally curved into a small smile. All right. Marcus pressed the final massive, single-headed slug engraved with a purification rune into the magazine. Count me in tonight. But on one condition, I call the shots on this operation. Your fancy plans need my approval first. I don't want the two of us dying in some damned, twisted piece of shit apartment. By saying this, he took responsibility for this private aid in the role of a commander. Deal. Lin Jie nodded without hesitation. The request for help succeeded. An informal emergency response team for anomalous incidents, composed of an interpreter and a heavy fire specialist, was formed at that moment. After agreeing on the time and location for the operation with Marcus, Lin Jie did not linger long in the underground city. He deeply understood that when facing a UMA with unknown abilities, even the smallest piece of extra intelligence could determine the outcome of the battle. Force was the ultimate means to solve problems, but the path to that ultimate solution needed to be paved with wisdom and knowledge. He came to the association's internal ether telegraph room. Unlike the noisy public telegraph offices outside, this room was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic click-clack of electrical currents. Several clerical staff, wearing monocles, worked intently before machines constructed from complex brass and crystal, translating encrypted spiritual signals from around the world into lines of text. Lin Jie found the person in charge and applied for an encrypted communication with the Paris branch archives under the pretext of handling follow-up intelligence sorting from Paris. This was the fastest and most reasonable communication method his authority permitted. The person he needed to ask for help was precisely that walking, living database far away in Paris, Julian Bellic. When it came to knowledge of Europe's various obscure ancient texts, folk legends, and urban rumors, probably no one in the entire IRC European branch could surpass him. If that eerie, crooked man nursery rhyme truly existed in history, then Julian's archives were the most likely place to find its origins. The telegram's content was carefully worded by Lin Jie. He only mentioned the nursery rhyme's lyrics and the key token, crooked sixpence, requesting Julian's assistance in investigating its historical origins. He disguised this inquiry as an academic exploration of London's local folk legends, not mentioning the UMA or Lily's crisis, to avoid leaving any clues in the communication records. After sending the telegram, Lin Jie returned to his Baker Street apartment and began making thorough preparations for the evening operation. He didn't bother cleaning the Serene Heart. Under Arthur's precise modifications, each shot from it was as stable as a precise Swiss timepiece. He focused more energy on inspecting the Cursebreaker vambrace. He carefully examined the golden neural network like spiritual conduction circuits inside the vambrace, ensuring they hadn't been damaged during the previous battle in Paris. This weapon, capable of interfering with order, might play an unexpected role when facing a UMA that was itself an embodiment of twisting. Time passed slowly to the continuous sound of drizzle outside the window. At dusk, when the light in the apartment had dimmed enough to require lighting the kerosene lamp, the porter delivered a reply. A telegram from Paris, encrypted and translated through the association's internal channels. Lin Jie eagerly opened it and quickly scanned the contents. What he read made his pupils contract. Julian's profound knowledge had once again cleared away the heavy fog for him, pointing toward a terrifying clue hidden beneath the dust of history. In the telegram, Julian first expressed his most enthusiastic congratulations in his characteristic, exaggerated, and dramatic style. "My dear Lin, I must admit your sense of smell is sharper than Scotland Yard's finest hounds. You actually managed to sniff out such marvelous ancient remnants in that coal-smoke-blackened city of London. The nursery rhyme you mentioned isn't the complete version. What you heard is just a relatively mild version that was purified and censored by later generations during its transmission. I spent the entire afternoon flipping through numerous folk poetry collections from the late 17th century and manuscripts by anonymous authors in the archives. Finally, among the belongings of an anonymous collector obsessed with gathering hanging ballads, I found this poem's most original and complete form. Its name isn't The Crooked Man, but rather The Crooked Man's Crooked House." What followed in the telegram was that forgotten complete nursery rhyme. The first half was no different from what Lily had sung, but the disturbingly new second half poured over Lin Jie's head like a bucket of ice water. He opened a crooked door, walked into a crooked hall. The stairs were twisted spirals, the floor was crooked waves. The walls breathed in twisted ways, the windows were crooked eyes peeping. He lay upon a crooked bed, dreaming crooked dreams that never saw dawn. The crooked man waits for you to come home, back to the crooked little house, to share the crooked death together. The final line of lyrics deeply stung Lin Jie's consciousness. He instantly understood this thing's ultimate purpose. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. It was a direct invitation, with death as the endpoint. It wanted to imprison Lily's soul in that house constructed from twisted laws. Lin Jie forcefully suppressed the chill in his heart and continued reading. Julian's investigation didn't stop there. This nursery rhyme didn't appear out of thin air. According to some notes beside the manuscript, its prototype relates to a real historical figure, a man named Abraham Critchley. This person was a 17th century London architect, or more accurately, a craftsman with grotesque ideas not recognized by the mainstream. He was active during the Reconstruction period after the Great Fire of London in 1666. Unlike Sir Christopher Wren, who championed classical symmetrical aesthetics, Critchley was obsessed with studying primitive concepts of non-Euclidean geometry. He firmly believed that perfect architecture shouldn't consist of cold, straight lines and symmetry, but should simulate nature and dreams through vibrant curves and spirals. His architectural designs possessed a startling, surreal beauty on paper, but in actual construction, they became disasters because they violated mechanical principles. Every building he supervised construction on, without exception, suffered wall cracking, foundation sinking, or even complete collapse shortly after completion. There were even rumors that anyone who lived in houses he designed would hear strange noises from the walls at night, their temperaments becoming irritable and paranoid, ultimately either going mad or dying. Eventually, Critchley was expelled from the Architects Guild for his blasphemous design concepts and continuous accidents, becoming the laughingstock of all London. He spent his last savings to build his final and only completed work for himself, his own residence, on the then relatively desolate edge of the Whitechurch district. Reportedly, that house was tilted from the very first day of its construction. It stood there at a bizarre angle that seemed to defy gravity. No one dared approach it, and Critchley himself never emerged after moving in. Weeks later, when neighbors reported to the authorities due to unbearable odors emanating from inside. The constable broke down the door to find he had long been dead, his corpse hanging from the roof beam in an extremely twisted, inhuman posture. At the telegram's end, Julian provided a precise address and a scholar's excited conclusion. Although the main structure of that cursed, crooked house collapsed long ago over 2 centuries of weathering, its foundation and some ruins are said to stubbornly remain like a malignant tumor in the most remote corner of the White Church district to this day. Go forth, my friend, and uncover historical truth. If my conjecture is correct, then the lingering obsession and resentful soul of that poor architect Abraham Creechley, born in the wrong era, likely formed the initial breeding ground for that twisted man. After reading the telegram, Lin Jie stood for a long time before the window. Outside, night had fallen, raindrops tapping against the glass with sounds that seemed to urge him on. All the clues finally connected into a complete, clear chain of evidence at this moment. The forgotten nursery rhyme pointed to a cursed house. The cursed house pointed to a soul filled with obsession and resentment. And that soul was now trying to find a new family member to live with it in that death house constructed from twisted laws. The target was locked. Lin Jie picked up the Serene Heart revolver from the table, its heavy weight bringing him a measure of comfort. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The hour hand had slowly moved to 8. Only 1 hour remained until the time agreed upon with Marcus. Twisted architect. Lin Jie softly spoke the name. His eyes showed no fear, only the cold calm belonging to a hunter. Your house is about to be forcibly demolished. At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening at the edge of White Church District, the rain had stopped, but thick dark clouds still shrouded the night sky without any gaps, preventing any moonlight or starlight from penetrating. Damp moisture drifted from the direction of the Thames, along with the uniquely pungent sulfur smell characteristic of slums, originating from the incomplete combustion of low-quality coal. This was a forgotten corner of London where even the most dedicated patrol officers wouldn't linger at night. Lin Jie stood at the end of a muddy path overgrown with wild grass, dressed in dark hunting attire suitable for movement. He didn't light the carbide lamp in his hand, simply merging silently into the surrounding heavy darkness, his figure completely motionless. After a moment, heavy, rhythmic footsteps approached from the darkness behind him. The newcomer was Marcus. This burly man looked quite different from his cheerful afternoon self in the bar. He had changed into a practical combat suit made of thick UMA leather and canvas. His always teasing expression had vanished, replaced by the cold focus unique to professional hunters. His massive shotgun hung diagonally across his back with a wide strap, while he carried a military-grade storm lantern with concentrated light and a heavy light shield. Right place. Marcus walked to Lin Jie's side, lowering his voice to a volume only the two could hear. His gaze swept warily across the open wasteland swallowed by darkness ahead. Correct, Lin Jie nodded, pointing toward a slightly elevated area about 50 meters ahead. According to the old map Julian provided, that's where the foundation of the crooked house stood 2 centuries ago. The area looked ordinary, with only some scattered brick and stone debris hidden by wild grass indicating that structures had once existed here. There were no supernatural signs, no eerie lights, no unsettling sounds. Everything was so normal it felt disturbing. I can't sense anything. Marcus slightly furrowed his brow. No spiritual fluctuations, no energy fields, not even a trace of UMA's malevolent presence. Are you sure your French friend's intelligence isn't some 200-year-old expired joke? No, my feeling is quite the opposite. Lin Jie's expression became exceptionally grave as he slowly pulled the crooked sixpence from his pocket, but didn't fully open his palm, just letting it sense the environmental changes in his hand. Marcus, don't you think the wind here feels strange? Wind? Marcus paused, instinctively feeling the air. The night wind was cold, cutting like knives against the face, but that was normal for late autumn in London. No. Lin Jie shook his head, his voice low as if dreaming. Not wind, but lines. Look at the treetop of that withered tree ahead. Marcus, how far do you think it is from us? Marcus followed his pointing finger to see a lonely old oak tree stretching its gnarled branches in the night. Based on his experienced hunter's estimation, the distance was about 70 yards, just at the effective range edge for slugs from a shotgun. Yet when he focused, tried to judge the distance more precisely, a strange sensation quietly emerged. He noticed the tree's outline seemed to sway slightly. One moment he felt the tree was pulled closer, every detail clearly visible. The next moment it seemed pushed far away, becoming blurred and distant. His brain struggled to process these contradictory visual signals, and a slight nausea and dizziness similar to seasickness began uncontrollably rising from his stomach. What's happening? Marcus's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. As a seasoned physical combatant, he particularly despised this kind of eerie attack affecting senses and spirit that couldn't be countered with strength. "Welcome to the Crooked House," Lin Jie said softly. "We've already stepped into the domain's range." He opened his palm, and the crooked sixpence was now emitting a low, buzzing sound in his hand. The originally blurred patterns on the coin's surface had come alive, slowly twisting and deforming themselves. It had activated like a resonator, sensing its master's force field. "It seems to have already discovered us." Lin Jie clenched the coin again. "It's greeting us in its own way. This UMA is tampering with the most fundamental physical laws and spatial perception between us and this world." Marcus immediately understood the danger implied by these words. For a hunter relying primarily on range firepower, trajectory, and distance were his lifelines. If these two things became unreliable, then the weapon in his hands would instantly transform from a deadly killing tool into useless scrap metal. "Damn, I knew nothing good would come from following you." Marcus cursed under his breath, but his grip on the storm lantern became steadier and stronger. He pulled a gleaming yellow slug from his ammunition pouch and smoothly loaded it into the shotgun's chamber. "Let's go in." Lin Jie made the decision. The two moved forward slowly, one after another, toward the center of the ruins. Marcus walked ahead, his large frame blocking most of the view for Lin Jie. His storm lantern was tightly controlled by the light shield, projecting only a narrow but stable bright beam that pierced the darkness ahead. Lin Jie followed closely behind, his mind fully immersed in perceiving the increasingly obvious eerie changes in the surrounding environment. The closer they got to the center of the ruins, the stronger the sensation of spatial distortion became. Lin Jie saw a collapsed stone pillar that should have been straight, now displayed an eerie S-shaped contour. The ground beneath his feet had lost its flatness too. Walking felt like going downhill one moment and climbing uphill the next, with each step landing slightly off from where his brain predicted. Even sounds became abnormal. Marcus's heavy footsteps sounded sometimes distant, sometimes exploding right by his ears, completely losing any sense of distance. This was a world being rewritten, where all physical common sense used for positioning and judgment were being gradually stripped away. "Something's ahead." His voice turned wary. Lin Jie peered past his side and saw, at the very end of Marcus's bright beam, right at the center of the ruins, a dark, slender figure standing motionless with its back to them. The figure's silhouette was discordant, like a black human shape hastily sketched by an unskilled artist using charred charcoal. The roar of the 1887 shotgun echoed over the wilderness of Whitechurch District, then was swallowed by the damp night fog. After that brief flash of violent light vanished, the surrounding world was once again enveloped in profound darkness. Marcus's chest heaved, the corner of his mouth twitching. For a warrior like him, having his attack deflected by an enemy in such a contemptuous and unreasonable manner was a tremendous insult. This feeling left him powerless and frustrated, as if a heavy punch had struck empty air, all its force dissipated and redirected. And that black, burnt branch-like humanoid creature, the UMA Lin Jie had called the Twisted Man, still stood quietly not far ahead. Its distorted silhouette appeared increasingly eerie and ominous under the beam of Marcus's hurricane lantern. It neither attacked nor retreated, maintaining that bizarre, inviting posture while calmly appreciating the confusion and frustration displayed by its prey struggling futilely in the trap. "I don't believe it again." Marcus growled deep in his throat. The pride and ferocity inherent in this battle-hardened warrior had been awakened. He refused to believe this world contained anything his weapon couldn't harm. He sharply worked the shotgun's lever, a hot, gunpowder-scented shell ejecting from the chamber. Then he aimed the barrel once more at the motionless target. This time he didn't use buckshot, instead focusing entirely on the front sight. He attempted to use his extensive shooting experience to predict the trajectory of that invisible force field, hoping to find a lead for correcting his aim. "Marcus, don't waste bullets." Lin Jie's voice sounded in his ear. "Its ability isn't a barrier. It's a force field. You can't hit it." But Marcus was now dominated by warrior instinct. He pulled the trigger again. Boom! Another dull gunshot roared. A massive single slug engraved with purification runes spiraled out with a shriek. This shot's power was more concentrated than the previous buckshot, enough to penetrate a brick wall at 50 yards. Yet the absurd scene repeated itself. The space around the bullet that should have torn through its target was brutally crumpled by an invisible hand. The bullet's trajectory was forcibly yanked downward and left at a sharp 30-degree angle, ultimately burying itself in the muddy ground nearby, leaving only a small hole. This time Marcus wasn't surprised. He finally accepted Lin Jie's assessment. This wasn't defense, this was high-level mockery. "Believe me now?" Lin Jie's voice held no mockery, only factual calmness. Meanwhile, the twisted man seemed to have grown weary of their futile attempts. It lowered its arm for the inviting gesture. Then it moved. Its movement was equally bizarre. It didn't walk or run. Its body slid sideways across the ground toward the empty space on their right, like an inkblot blown by wind. Its path wasn't straight, but an irregular, meandering curve, making any effort to predict its position meaningless. As it approached, Lin Jie and Marcus immediately felt the surrounding spatial distortion intensifying exponentially. The edges of the steady light beam from Marcus's lantern began showing obvious stretching and distortion, like a funhouse mirror. Even his burly figure appeared sometimes squat and sometimes elongated in Lin Jie's vision. Lin Jie could even see his own outstretched fingers stretched thin like spaghetti, writhing unnaturally in the air. This continuous pollution affecting fundamental physical perception sent their brains into chaos and overload. Intense dizziness and nausea repeatedly assaulted both men's nerves. Even the strong-willed Marcus now had to kneel on one knee, using his useless shotgun to support himself and prevent collapsing from the spinning sensation. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Lin Jie's condition was even worse. As someone with extraordinary mental strength and acute environmental perception, the cognitive pollution he endured was far more severe than Marcus's. His entire visual field had become a surrealist painting randomly daubed by a drunken Salvador Dali. The ground undulated, the sky rotated, and even his own body lost fixed form, threatening to dissolve into this field of twisted laws at any moment. He could only focus all his willpower on the crooked sixpence in his right palm. The coin now emitted scorching heat. It was one of the core coordinates of this distorted domain, and a temporary mental anchor allowing Lin Jie to maintain self-awareness amid this chaos. But Lin Jie knew this was only temporary. This UMA hadn't made a single genuine attack from beginning to end. It was merely strolling, showing them its home. Its very existence was the lethal weapon. And it was amid this pressure and chaos that a terrifying thought flashed through Lin Jie's nearly broken mind. Something's wrong. When not its target, Lin Jie suddenly realized the UMA never intended to settle things with them here. To this monster that delighted in luring souls, they were merely two bothersome flies that had stumbled into its web. If it truly wanted to act, there were more direct and efficient methods. And its movement direction wasn't aimed at them. That direction led to where Weston's family was located. Its attention had been firmly locked on its chosen prey from the very beginning. Everything it had done here, trapping them and tormenting them with twisted laws, was merely to buy time. But what exactly was it buying time for? An answer that froze Lin Jie's blood surfaced in his mind. It's moving house. Marcus. Lin Jie mustered all his strength to roar at the nearly defeated burly man beside him. Its threat isn't attack. It's transference. It's gradually dragging this twisted place toward that girl's apartment. It wants to turn there into its new twisted home. This deduction exploded in Marcus's mind. He immediately understood the severity. Every minute they were delayed here, the real space containing Weston's home several blocks away would be further eroded. Once the erosion completed, that apartment building would be physically and spiritually dragged into the twisted man's separate domain. By then, Lillian's side would be cut off from the real world. Her fate wouldn't be simple death, but as the nursery rhyme foretold, becoming the twisted man's eternally imprisoned family. An outcome more terrifying than death itself. As if confirming Lin Jie's conjecture, the black twisted man ceased its aimless sliding. It slowly turned its back to them. Then its twisted arm lifted, pointing toward distant London City in the direction they come from. Its eyeless black head tilted slightly, as if listening to something. And Lin Jie caught a faint trace of a girl's laughter carried from afar through the distorted force field. It was Lily's laughter. Lily's laughter, both distant and near, pierced through the night fog, a chilling grip seizing Lin Jie and Marcus. The hunt had entered its final stage. Except they weren't the hunters. They were bystanders shackled in place, forced to watch their treasure be stolen away. Damn it! A furious roar erupted from Marcus's throat. His eyes were locked onto that dark figure standing with its back to them, admiring its distant masterpiece. He forced himself to stand up from the ground, wanting to charge over and tear that twisted bastard to shreds with his raw strength. Yet his battle-hardened body protested vehemently. The moment he stood, a violent wave of vertigo hammered his skull. The solid ground beneath his feet felt like a deck tossed in a storm, making even basic standing a struggle. His proud, stable stance had become a joke in this domain where physical laws were rewritten. It's useless, Marcus. Lin Jie's voice grated out from between clenched teeth. He knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against his throbbing temple, the other clutching the twisted sixpence that served as his mental anchor. Its domain expands outward from itself. The closer we get, the greater the effect. Charging it will only make us lose all compatibility from sensory overload before we even reach it. The reality was brutally, utterly hopeless. They could see the enemy, but couldn't approach. They knew where the danger was, but couldn't rush to aid. They were trapped in this cage casually erected by the enemy, seemingly harmless yet deceptively sturdy. Are we just supposed to watch? Marcus's teeth ground together with an audible crunch, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. For a warrior like him, who was accustomed to solving problems with strength and courage, this was a torment worse than death. The twisted man sensed their despair. Its dark head turned at an impossible right angle to look back at them. It was a gaze filled with the smug malice of certain victory, the cruel playfulness of a cat toying with mice. And it was this very malice that acted like a shot of adrenaline into Marcus's hunter heart, which was on the verge of rampage. No! Marcus slowly straightened his towering frame from the ground. The frantic rage born from helplessness in his bloodshot eyes was rapidly fading, replaced by a desperate, all-or-nothing madness. You're right, Lin Jie. Marcus's voice became unusually low. Conventional methods won't work. But the reason hunters are hunters is because we were never conventional to begin with. Before the words fully faded, he violently slammed his shotgun into the muddy ground beside him. Then, with a ritualistic solemnity, he raised his feet. Hum! A deep, resonant vibration sounded. Within the balance-disrupting field, Marcus's massive hand casually pressed down on Lin Jie's shoulder, acting like a mountain rising from the earth, forcibly canceling out all the chaotic kinetic energy transmitted towards them. What truly made this possible wasn't his bear-like brute strength, but the seemingly ordinary, thick military boots on his feet, which were now undergoing a bizarre transformation. The sturdy leather seams of Marcus's cowhide military boots suddenly lit up with a deep, dark red, lava-like glow. This light didn't radiate outward, but converged inward, as if something heavy and dense was being activated. As the glow brightened, intricate, ancient runes, resembling fine rock textures, began to appear on the surface of both boots. The soft, muddy ground beneath his feet rapidly dried, cracked, and hardened at a visible pace, instantly drained of all moisture and vitality, transforming into a patch of metallic gray bedrock, roughly 2 meters in diameter. Even more perplexing, Marcus's originally swaying, bulky body, affected by the field, now became utterly motionless, as if welded in place by a force of 10,000 tons. He stood there, letting the surrounding space stretch and twist, letting the ground beneath roll and tilt. His feet seemed to have taken root deep within the earth, connected directly to the planet's very core. He was no longer a man on a tossing deck. He was the one absolute, immovable anchor in this chaotic world. Grotesque armament, unshakable bedrock. This is... Lin Jie's eyes revealed unconcealed shock. He knew Marcus, as a senior field investigator, must have his own trump cards, but he never imagined Marcus's grotesque armament ability would be so unreasonably overpowering. "I am the Earth." Marcus slowly uttered this powerful declaration. The core material of these combat boots came from a rare UMA rated as town class by IRC, the Walking Mountain Range of Kandahar, though locals more commonly called it the Kandahar Giant. It slumbered in a dry, barren mountain region of Afghanistan, originating from an ancient tribe that revered the earth. It cannot be killed, only sealed. During the last encirclement operation, Marcus's elite squad paid a heavy price to forcibly extract a piece of core bedrock, containing its primordial power, from within that colossal spirit. Arthur perfectly fused this bedrock with the pair of military boots that had accompanied Marcus for over a decade. The final effect was singular. Upon activation, it granted Marcus absolute stability in an excessive gravitational field within a certain range. Within this domain, he was the king of the earth. Laws affecting his body related to displacement, instability, and distortion would be brutally crushed and smoothed away by this heavy, Earth-origin power the moment they approached him. The Twisted Man also sensed this brutish force intruding upon its painting. Its perpetually mocking, twisted body stiffened slightly. It retracted the arm, pointing into the distance, focusing its entire attention on Marcus, this invader who had suddenly become an unshakable bedrock. It began increasing the field's output. Lin Jie clearly saw the distortion of the space around them intensify by another degree. The ground undulated like boiling water, the air grew thick as syrup, and even the light from the lantern in Marcus's hand was forcibly bent at a 90-degree angle just 3 meters from his body. This was a truly, well-deservedly, insane world. But no matter how crazily this world turned upside down, Marcus and the 2-meter circle of gray bedrock beneath his feet remained like a lighthouse, standing firm against stormy waves, like a thumbtack embedded in a twisted canvas that would never slide, stable and profoundly reassuring. Lin Jie. Marcus's voice came from beside him. It was hoarse from the strain of resisting the immense forces. "I don't know how long this damn armament can hold. Every activation feels like it's killing me. But at least right now, I've bought you a patch of stable ground where you can think or counterattack in peace. Now use that brain of yours and figure out a way to kill this son of a bitch." "Fast," he roared. A flash of gratitude crossed Lin Jie's eyes. In his most brutish yet most reliable way, Marcus had forcibly carved out a small, precious blank space on this chaotic draft paper scribbled at the enemy's whim. A space where Lin Jie could rewrite the rules. In Amidst Marcus's booming roar, Lin Jie gasped for the normal air, his brain finally getting precious breathing room after being paralyzed by sensory overload. He lifted his head to look forward. That pitch-black twisted man had focused all its attention on Marcus. This suddenly appeared hardbone that wouldn't break. It couldn't understand why. On this canvas that should have been painted according to its whims, there appeared a stubborn stain it couldn't smear or distort. Its twisted body trembled at an even higher frequency, revealing its inner confusion. The distorted space around it had become as violent as boiling magma. Countless visible spatial folds pressed and crashed toward the safe zone where Marcus stood. Yet when they touched that gray bedrock, they were silently crushed into nothingness by an even heavier, more domineering force. Beads of sweat slid down Marcus's beard, dripping onto the bedrock beneath his feet. The cost of activating unshakable bedrock was far heavier than his casual remark about costing my old life. He wasn't just resisting the UMA's laws. He was using his mortal flesh and blood to withstand the terrifying pressure of the entire area being distorted. His muscles screamed and his bones groaned. Every additional second he endured was a massive drain on his energy. Lin Jie's gaze swept over Marcus's shoulders, trembling under immense pressure, over the shotgun standing lonely in the mud, and finally settled on the twisted man exerting its full power. His brain now entered a state of calm analysis. Marcus's unshakable bedrock had brutally revealed a fundamental combat logic to him. Resisting laws couldn't rely on simple energy accumulation, but required using another, higher or more fundamental law to hedge and overwrite. What the twisted man relied on was the law of chaos and disorder. It distorted space to make all physical attacks based on stability and convention meaningless. Therefore, the key to breaking it wasn't trying to blast through with greater force like Marcus had attempted earlier. That was futile. The true key should be to do the opposite. Use the purest order to counter this chaos. Use the most absolute stability to anchor this endless distortion. Use the most perfect straight line to pierce through this spiral maze. Straight line. When this word flashed through Lin Jie's mind, his gaze immediately fell on the gun case at his waist. His hand subconsciously gripped Serene Heart. He remembered the ability Serene Heart, gained after integrating the divine scale of the Loch Ness Guardian. Stabilized trajectory. The complete scale embedded in the module's front would add a guardian force field to bullets as they left the barrel, smoothing out unstable factors during flight to make the bullet's path display an absolute straight line that ignored physical laws. Wasn't this exactly the spear of order he needed most right now? A new tactical concept rapidly formed, evolved, and perfected in Lin Jie's mind. Marcus, Lin Jie's voice carried a tremor of excitement. Can your unshakable bedrock provide you with an absolute aiming reference? What do you mean? Marcus squeezed out the words with difficulty through gritted teeth. Most of his willpower was devoted to resisting the distorting force constantly eroding his body. What I mean is, Lin Jie quickly explained, in this absolutely stable area, can your gun hand remain unaffected by external distortions, able to steadily point at a fixed target? Of course, Marcus gave a confident reply. As long as my feet are planted on this ground, nothing can make my hand tremble even a millimeter. Good. Lin Jie's gaze turned sharp, but he knew this wasn't enough. Even with bullets that could trace an absolute straight line, and Marcus providing an absolutely stable launch platform, they still faced a fatal problem. Was the target really there? Directly attack this UMA in front of them? Lin Jie rapidly thought under pressure and quickly dismissed this idea. The law of this domain was distortion, meaning nothing they saw could be trusted. Although that stiff pitch-black humanoid figure before them emitted spiritual fluctuations, who could guarantee it was actually standing there? It could be a mirage refracted from a rooftop in another district by this law's power. Its true position could be right beneath their feet, while what they saw was just a stretched and distorted shadow projected into the distance. Relying on visual target acquisition in this rule-rewritten world was tantamount to suicide. Attacking that figure might cause temporary interference, but without finding the true signal source, they couldn't destroy the event's core. It would only treat symptoms, not the root cause. So where was the true core? Where was the coordinate origin unaffected by spatial distortion? Lin Jie's gaze swept over the UMA, over the violently distorted space around them, and returned once more to his own palm. The crooked sixpence vibrated in sync with the chaotic pulse of this domain. A risky idea emerged in Lin Jie's mind. He knew that using reverberation touch in his current mental state meant exposing his fragile soul to the storm. The consequences could be permanent mental trauma or even becoming an idiot. But they had no time left. Marcus was fighting with all his might to secure this precious, stable ground for him, and Lily's condition in the distance wasn't looking good either. He had to try. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, his eyes turning resolute as he drove his nearly depleted mental energy into the cold, twisted coin in his palm. A torrent of information filled with distortion and malice immediately breached his fragile mental defenses and flooded his mind. This time he didn't see specific images. He saw a structural diagram with surrealistic qualities. He saw himself standing at the very center of a massive spiderweb constructed from countless black energy threads, some bright and some dark, all carrying malice. And this enormous web covering the entire edge of Whitechurch District was firmly anchored at its foundation to two massive pin-like support points emitting distorted light. One support point was right beneath his feet, buried deep in the dark foundations of these ruins. The other support point was far away, its black thread crossing several streets to pierce directly into the Weston family's mantelpiece. Finally, he saw that twisted man confronting Marcus. It was merely a mimetic decoy on this massive web, meant to confuse and restrain prey. And the web spinner who wove all of this wasn't in this physical world. It hid behind the two support points, coldly overlooking this hunt it believed it had firmly in hand. Lin Jie's body suddenly shuddered as he was forcibly ejected from that peaking that would have driven a normal person mad. But he had seen everything. As long as those two anchor points remained, this web woven from distortion was unsolvable. Any attack on that mimetic decoy would be perfectly deflected and neutralized by the web's own power. Understanding all this, Lin Jie's back became soaked with cold sweat. He felt palpitations at this deduction, yet also pleased that he had finally grasped the thread end that could cut through the spiderweb. "Marcus, I need you to do something." Lin Jie lifted his head, his eyes bright. "I need you to aim my gun at an invisible target. I need you to fire a shot toward the Weston family, several blocks away, toward that mantelpiece holding miscellaneous items. Fire a shot." When Lin Jie said those words, "fire a shot at an invisible target," Marcus couldn't help but freeze. His brain was already operating under high load from resisting the external pressure, and Lin Jie's surreal command felt like a complex mathematical problem being forcibly crammed into a straightforward soldier's mind. "What did you say?" Marcus's voice was bewildered. "At a mantelpiece several blocks away? Lin Jie, has that thing driven you insane? Even if we could see it now, which we can't, and even with the association's most advanced German-made sniper rifle with an 8-power scope in broad daylight, hitting a target at that distance with precision would be absolutely impossible, let alone under these circumstances." He spoke the truth. This wasn't tactics, it was delusion. "No, Marcus, I'm clearer-headed than ever before." Lin Jie spoke rapidly. "Conventional weapons certainly can't do it, but Serene Heart can. Its bullets carry a trajectory stabilization force field. Once fired, their path becomes an absolute straight line. A perfect line that ignores wind resistance, air density, and can even partially ignore this twisted force field." He swiftly drew the classically styled Webley revolver from the holster at his waist. Under the glow of Marcus's lantern, the diamond-shaped calibrator made from guardian scale beneath the barrel emitted a soft blue light, confirming Lin Jie's words. "Trust me, Marcus. Our real enemy isn't this unkillable projection before us. Lin Jie's gaze remained fixed on the twisted man, still assaulting the unshakable bedrock's force field. Its true body is hiding behind the two coordinates it's using as anchor points. One is this ruin's foundation, its birthplace, and the other is the previous storage location of this crooked sixpence. If we can destroy one of these anchor points, this distorted domain will definitely be affected. Though Lin Jie's explanation used many mystical theories beyond Marcus's understanding, the clear logical chain and confidence successfully convinced this soldier, who typically relied on intuition and strength. Marcus stopped arguing. This wasn't the time for doubts. The only thing he could do was place his trust in this young, but consistently miraculous tactical brain before him. All right, Marcus made his decision. What should I do? Give me your hand, Marcus, Lin Jie said. Marcus immediately extended his powerful, calloused hand, hardened from years of gun handling. Lin Jie grasped his hand, then solemnly placed the cold, serene heart into his palm. Listen, Marcus, we don't need to see with our eyes or aim with sights. In this twisted world, our eyes will deceive us. He guided Marcus's hand, slowly raising the gun barrel to point in a specific direction. Close your eyes, Marcus. Lin Jie's voice was compelling. Forget we're in a distorted battlefield. Imagine you're standing on Baker Street in broad daylight. Before you are rows of neat apartments. All you need to do is raise your hand and point your finger at the left side window on the third floor of one building facing the street. Lin Jie was using his own memory to construct an unpolluted, stable, virtual coordinate system in Marcus's mind. Marcus immediately complied, closing his eyes and relying on his sense of London's layout combined with Lin Jie's verbal guidance. He quickly sketched a virtual yet realistic city map in his mind. His arm, unaffected by the violently distorted force field outside, steadily rose to point toward that intangible target. Perfect, just like that. Lin Jie could feel Marcus's gun hand showed not the slightest tremor, impressively stable. Now keep imagining. Behind that window is a fireplace. On the mantelpiece sits an ordinary brown clay jar, and this crooked sixpence was once inside that jar. The difficulty of this task escalated again. They needed to hit not just an invisible room, but a specific clay jar within that room. That's impossible. Even the resolute Marcus experienced a slight waver in his arm upon hearing this target. It wasn't due to lack of strength, but because the task itself exceeded his understanding of what shooting could be. Nothing's impossible, Marcus. The one firing isn't you or me. Lin Jie's voice became ethereal and distant, as if he were a medium communicating with some higher existence. He released Marcus's wrist, instead bringing his right index and middle fingers together to gently press against the back of Marcus's hand holding Serene Heart. Reverberation touch. But this time, Lin Jie wasn't interpreting. He reversed the process, channeling his highly concentrated mental energy through his fingers and Marcus's body, pouring it wildly into the frame of Serene Heart. His goal wasn't to read, but to bestow. He transformed his clear memory coordinates of Weston's apartment, the location of that mantelpiece, the twisted man's unique evil spiritual signature, all of it into pure information that he forcibly imprinted upon the dormant guardian scale beneath the barrel. The scale, which had been emitting a soft blue light, blazed brilliantly upon receiving this directed intention. The blue light was no longer moonbeam soft, but transformed into a pure laser originating from deep lakes, containing order and divinity. The entire Serene Heart vibrated slightly in Marcus's hand, as if possessing its own life and will. It was no longer a tool requiring human operation. It had become the bullet's eyes. It's guiding me, Marcus exclaimed in astonishment. The revolver in his hand was automatically calibrating his arm with a subtle yet irresistible force. It was actively seeking that spiritual coordinate kilometers away, which had been assigned enemy attributes. Now, Lin Jie issued the final command. Marcus, trust it. Pull the trigger. Marcus placed his thick index finger on the trigger. In that second, he stopped thinking about distance, wind speed, obstructions, trajectory, or how absurd this shot seemed. He placed all his trust and hope in this living weapon and the man behind him who had created this miracle. He forcefully pulled the trigger. There was no deafening roar. The shot was remarkably quiet. Only a clear hum, like a plucked guitar string. A spiritual bullet shimmering with brilliant blue light slowly floated from Serene Heart's muzzle. Unlike ordinary bullets endowed with massive kinetic energy, it paused momentarily mid-air, as if possessing its own life. Then it moved. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, the blue dot instantly transformed into a streak of light. It didn't fly toward the nearby twisted man, but shot into the darkness where London's urban area lay. The most bizarre scene occurred. When this blue, absolute straight line pierced through Marcus's island of order and re-entered the violently distorted domain outside, all the spatial folds and chaotic force fields attempting to approach or pull at it instantly dissolved and evaporated upon contact with the guardian divinity, enveloping the bullet. This light could not be distorted. This light could not be blocked. Defying all the rules of this twisted world with its brute force approach, it tore through the long night, pierced the darkness, and raced toward the sole destination Lin Jie had imprinted upon it through reverberation. A cross-block sniper shot spanning multiple streets. That stream of blue light containing absolute order vanished into the night. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Marcus maintained his firing stance, his iron tower-like body stabilized by the cost-paying, unshakable bedrock, as steady as a sculpture. But his tightly closed eyes, trembling eyelashes, and the beads of sweat sliding down his temples betrayed the tension and uncertainty within him. Lin Jie's condition wasn't much better either. That previous limit-pushing reverberation touch had drained all his energy. Intense dizziness and weakness washed over him. He could only kneel on one knee in the small safe zone at Marcus's feet, supporting himself with his hands on the ground while gasping for air, struggling not to pass out. They had played their only trump card. That single shot had combined the stability of unshakable bedrock, the memory coordinates from Lin Jie's reverberation touch, and the trajectory protection of Serene Heart. It carried all their hopes. However, the bullet had already flown out, but the target was several streets away. They couldn't see it with their own eyes, nor could they know the outcome. This feeling was like a desperate gambler throwing the dice, then facing the covered dice cup with nothing to do but wait anxiously. Success or failure? The twisted man, with its back to them, gave them the answer. Approximately 10 seconds after that bullet vanished, the UMA's distorted body suddenly began to convulse, as if struck by a high-voltage electric current. A hysterical, distorted force field erupted from within it. What's happening to it? Marcus felt the distorted force in the surroundings suddenly intensify by several levels. The gray bedrock beneath his feet emitted faint, overwhelmed, cracking sounds. He had to use all his strength to maintain the stability of unshakable bedrock. Even opening his eyes had become a luxury. I don't know. The bullet might have hit. Lin Jie's weak voice came through, but the effect seems different from what we anticipated. He struggled to lift his head, staring intently through the now boiling, distorted space of the UMA, frantically struggling. He saw the UMA's body undergoing some bizarre transformation. Its outline sometimes swelled into an irregular blob of ink, then contracted into a thin, elongated black line on the verge of snapping. Countless painfully distorted human faces began to emerge on its pitch-black body surface. These faces were the innocent residents who died in the crooked house, as mentioned in Julian's files. These souls, devoured by it for centuries, began to surge and struggle uncontrollably from within it, trying to break free after the domain's foundation was severely damaged. This proved Lin Jie's deduction was correct. Their attack had indeed struck the distant anchor point and successfully dealt a critical blow to this UMA's foundation. But it was only a critical blow. Lin Jie keenly realized that the mantelpiece might just be the relatively minor of the two anchor points, and the other, the primary anchor point. This ruin's foundation, burying the architect's bones and obsession, was still stubbornly providing the fundamental energy support for this distorted domain. The current situation was like a tug-of-war. Lin Jie and Marcus had successfully severed one of the opponent's hands, but the opponent was using its remaining hand to put up a final resistance. What made Lin Jie's heart tighten even more was that the surrounding distorted force fields were madly converging and surging towards one direction. That direction was precisely where the Weston home was located. It intended to complete its final invitation at any cost before its own collapse. Time was running out. Not enough. Still one final step missing. Meanwhile, in that apartment several blocks away, filled with an oppressive and despairing atmosphere, Arthur, his eyes bloodshot, kept watch by his daughter's bedside. Lily's condition on the bed had severely deteriorated. Her breathing was so faint it could stop at any moment. Her once angelically cute face was now gaunt and emaciated, her pale skin showing a deathly, ashen gray beneath. But what frightened Weston the most was the bizarre, happy, and expectant smile on his daughter's face. Her lips still moved unconsciously, as if urging her invisible friend to quickly take her to that interesting new home. "Arthur, I'm so scared." Mrs. Weston slumped on the floor by the bed, covering her face with her hands, suppressing her sobs. She was just an ordinary housewife. The scene before her had long shattered her mental defenses. She didn't understand what strange illness had afflicted her daughter, only knowing she was leaving them in an irreversible way. Arthur stretched out a tense, trembling hand and held his wife tightly. Fear and helplessness also gripped his heart. He was a police officer, a law enforcer who protected citizens and maintained order, but now he couldn't even protect his only daughter. "Don't be afraid, Martha. Don't be afraid. I'm here." He thought of that mysterious young Easter man. Although he didn't know where Mr. Lin and the others were or what they were doing right now, he understood that Mr. Lin would surely fight for Lily. And he, Arthur Weston, as Lily's father, must also do something. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He took a deep breath, then slowly and solemnly bent down, gently pressing his forehead against his daughter's cold, frost-like forehead. "Listen, Lily," he whispered in his daughter's ear with a voice filled with utmost gentleness and paternal love, telling a beautiful bedtime story. "Remember? When you were very little, you were most afraid of thunder. Every time it thundered outside, you would cry in fear. Back then, Daddy would hold you like this and tell you not to be afraid, that it wasn't monsters roaring, but angels in the sky beating big drums to celebrate your birthday." His wife, hearing this, was stunned for a moment before understanding her husband's intention. She too, holding back her tears, crawled over and reached out her trembling hand to gently hold Lily's pale, bloodless, and cold little hand. "In your favorite pink dress with the lace trim." Mrs. Weston's voice was equally trembling, but also carried the warm strength of motherhood. "You always said wearing it made you the most beautiful princess in fairy tales. Mommy will make you a new one tomorrow, even prettier than that dress, okay?" They didn't cry out or pray, but in a simple, clumsy, yet sincere way, they recounted those family memories full of love and warmth, bit by bit, to their daughter about to journey far away. They hoped to awaken their daughter from her lost slumber with their memories and love. They were calling out to her, using the great bond of a father and mother connected by blood to their daughter, engaging in a tug-of-war against oblivion. "Lily, my Lily." Arthur's forehead pressed tightly against his daughter's, scalding tears falling from his bloodshot eyes onto his daughter's face. "Come back. Mommy and Daddy are here. Come back quickly. Home is here." He remembered the day his daughter was born, how she smiled at him. He remembered her toddling steps when he taught her to walk. He remembered her joyful cheers when he bought her her first copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Beneath Lily's thin pajamas, against the skin on her chest, the serene talisman, given by Lin Jie long ago, lit up upon sensing this protective intent. A resonant power fused with familial love and protection erupted. This power, channeled through three mediums: the father's forehead, the mother's palm, and the warm talisman on her chest, formed three streams of warmth, steadfastly pouring into Lily's lost soul, which was being dragged toward the distorted abyss. Simultaneously, on the ruined battlefield in the White Church District, that pitch-black UMA began to twist and rotate irregularly. A scalding force of reality, imbued with the warmth of human life and familial bonds, invaded its cold, twisted spiritual home in reverse through Lily, the contaminated coordinate. This intent inflicted fatal damage upon it far exceeding that of the purification bullets and alchemical flames. Lin Jie on the battlefield saw all of this. Although he didn't understand exactly what had happened, the human faces surging on the surface of the frantically struggling, twisted man's projection suddenly became clear. Its body began to disintegrate irreversibly, like an ice sculpture exposed to sunlight. Finally, with a sound of shattering glass, the distorted laws supporting this area collapsed. The boiling spatial folds around Marcus and the gray bedrock created by unshakable bedrock beneath his feet were instantly smoothed away. The air became fresh again, the ground became flat again, and sound regained its normal sense of distance. Everything returned to normal, and that pitch-black figure that had caused them so much trouble vanished without a trace. Only a small pile of burnt black ashes remained where it had last stood. Crisis resolved. When that distorted domain collapsed and dissipated, the night breeze carrying the fragrance of earth and damp mist began to sweep across this ravaged wasteland once more. The raindrops that had been suppressed by the distorted force field and unable to fall now began to drizzle down, washing away the lingering evil aura from this land. The gray bedrock, glowing with molten light beneath Marcus's feet, quickly dimmed. Those heavy, unshakable bedrock combat boots also returned to their appearance as sturdy leather military boots. Losing the support of the grotesque armament, immense exhaustion consumed him. This iron tower of a burly man could no longer support himself, swaying before plopping down into the muddy ground with a dull thud. He gasped for breath heavily, his chest heaving violently. Sweat mixed with rainwater continuously streamed down his bearded cheeks, activating unshakable bedrock. To resist the law suppression of an entire domain was no less intense than experiencing a high-stakes life-or-death struggle for him. The muscles throughout his body screamed in protest, and his bones ached unbearably. Lin Jie's condition was worse than his. After confirming the crisis had been resolved, his taut will finally snapped. His vision went black as he pitched forward, falling into brief unconsciousness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Jie was awakened by a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in muddy water, while Marcus had already struggled to his feet and was pulling him up from the mire. "Can you still walk, kid?" Marcus's voice had regained some of its steadiness. "We need to leave this damned place before dawn. Otherwise, when the patrol officers come and see these craters everywhere and us in this state, we'll have to waste effort explaining." Lin Jie nodded, feeling as if his body was filled with lead, every movement exceptionally difficult. He glanced at the place where the twisted man had finally disappeared, where only a small pile of black ashes remained, about to be washed away by the rain. He didn't approach to try using reverberation touch. That UMA's core had already been annihilated, impossible to leave behind any valuable reverberations. Moreover, in his current mentally exhausted state, even the slightest interpretation could turn him into an idiot. The two men supported each other as they hobbled away from this wasteland, disappearing into the dawn. The next day at noon, when sunlight pierced through London's thick clouds to bring long-awaited warmth to the city, the door of Arthur Weston's home was knocked on once again. Weston opened the door to see Lin Jie standing at the doorway, along with a friend whose build was somewhat intimidatingly burly. Lin Jie's complexion had returned to normal. He had changed into a clean, appropriate tweed suit and carried a substantial leather case in his hand, appearing like nothing more than an ordinary gentleman visiting a friend concerned about their health. Mr. Lin. The moment he saw Lin Jie, Weston's eyes shone with gratitude and awe. He grabbed Lin Jie's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. Lily has recovered. This morning her fever miraculously broke. Though she's still somewhat weak, the doctor examined her and said she's essentially fine now. He stepped aside to make room at the doorway. Lin Jie and Marcus entered the small apartment, seeing the little girl who had been on the verge of withering away yesterday, now quietly sitting at the dining table, sipping the warm milk her mother had prepared. Her face still carried the weariness of illness, but those sapphire-like eyes had regained their sparkle, curiously observing Marcus, this unfamiliar giant guest. When Lily saw Lin Jie, she revealed a sweet smile, but her eyes held a child's confusion about unfamiliar things. "Daddy, who is this uncle?" she asked softly. Hearing this, Lin Jie froze for a moment. Lily didn't remember him? Could it be that when that UMA was erased, it also took away part of Lily's memories? But perhaps this was the best outcome for Lily. Forgetting was the most powerful and effective self-protection mechanism ordinary people had when facing unknown horrors. Lily had forgotten him, and along with that would forget everything about the Twisted Man. "Silly child, this is Uncle Lin." Weston ruffled his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with the joy of having regained what was lost. The four of them sat in that small living room. The Westons expressed their most sincere gratitude to Lin Jie. They didn't understand what had happened, but their simple intuition told them that this mysterious Eastern scholar had somehow snatched their daughter back from death's scythe in a way they couldn't comprehend. Lin Jie exchanged a glance with Marcus, then began to tell the white lie they had prepared on the way. Arthur and Mrs. Weston. Lin Jie's expression became exceptionally serious. After detailed inspection by me and my friend Mr. Marcus here, who specializes in environmental and building safety, we've basically determined the root cause of Lily's illness. It's gas. Lin Jie slowly uttered this word, his voice carrying professionalism and authority. The gas pipes in your apartment building have developed extremely minor leaks due to age and poor maintenance. These leaks don't have much impact during the day when ventilation is good, but at night when doors and windows are closed, low concentrations of gas can produce continuous mild toxic effects on the human nervous system. He glanced at Marcus sitting stiffly beside him, struggling to hold back laughter, then continued with a straight face. Adults, being stronger in constitution, might only experience slight dizziness and fatigue, but for growing children like Lily, the consequences of such chronic poisoning are much more serious. It can directly lead to decreased immunity, rapid physical decline, and in some extreme cases, trigger extremely realistic auditory and visual hallucinations. So Arthur, don't worry, this isn't anything strange or supernatural, nor is it the Ripper's revenge. He cleverly attributed the Twisted Man and nursery rhyme to symptoms of gas poisoning hallucinations. This explanation sounded both scientific and reasonable against the backdrop of the 19th century, when awareness of gas safety was generally lacking. To make this lie more seamless, Marcus even solemnly pulled out some wrenches and pipe tape from the toolkit he'd brought, making a show of tapping and adjusting in the small kitchen before announcing that the leak point has been repaired. After hearing this scientific explanation, understanding dawned on the Westons' faces. Their previous fear and supernatural conjectures were quickly replaced by belated fear and anger about the poor quality of municipal engineering. Before leaving, Lin Jie placed the black leather case he'd been carrying on the table. "Arthur," he said solemnly, "although Lily is out of danger, the damage to her nervous system and bodily functions from gas poisoning will still take time to fully recover. Conventional nutritional supplements are important, of course, but I have some highly effective post-recovery tonics, specially formulated by Swiss friends here. I believe these should help Lily recover more quickly." He opened the seemingly plain case to reveal 3 small brown glass bottles neatly arranged on velvet padding. The bottles contained a pale, golden liquid as viscous as honey, shimmering with a reassuring glow under the sunlight. This was certainly not tonic from Switzerland, but rather precious, diluted, low-concentration holy water, that Lin Jie had specifically exchanged from the medical department of the underground city before setting out. This liquid was made from church-blessed holy water mixed with small amounts of mild UMA material powder with purification and soothing properties, diluted through alchemical processes. It had no supernatural effects on ordinary people, but could gently and effectively clear away spiritual contamination remaining in the human body. This was to prevent any spiritual residue of the twisted man from remaining in Lily's system. The usage is very simple. 1 drop daily in Lily's milk or hot tea. Please make sure to use all 3 bottles within 3 days. This is crucial for her to overcome the aftereffects of this incident. Arthur looked at the 3 bottles of medicine emitting their peculiar glow. He didn't understand what this was, but he could smell the comforting, soothing scent emanating from the bottles. He solemnly accepted the 3 bottles of medicine. He didn't say any more words of thanks. Language felt too inadequate at this moment. He engraved this heavy debt of gratitude deeply in his heart. After a moment of silence, Arthur seemed to finally reach some decision. He looked up at Lin Jie and said, "Lin, after Lily's body fully recovers, I plan to take my wife and daughter away from here." "Leave?" This decision surprised Lin Jie somewhat. "Yes, leave." Arthur's gaze swept over this small apartment, filled with their family's laughter and joy, his eyes carrying reluctance. But more than that, the determination to make necessary sacrifices for his family. This incident made me understand that this area, this environment, is simply too unsafe for a growing child. He was speaking of the gas poisoning incident, but in his subtext, Lin Jie heard another deeper meaning. He too had been deeply psychologically scarred by that unexplainable, unknown fear. "I've saved up a modest amount during my years as a police officer, plus the payment you gave me last time." A bittersweet smile of hope for the future appeared on Arthur's face. "It might not be enough for us to buy a decent apartment in London, but in Richmond in the western suburbs or further out in the Surrey countryside, it should be enough for us to buy a small house of our own. I want Lily to grow up healthy in a place where she can see sunlight every day, smell flowers, and hear birds singing." Lin Jie extended his hand to Arthur. "That's a very wise decision, Arthur," he said with a smile. "If you ever need my help in the future, please be sure to write to me." The 2 men shook hands firmly. After leaving the Weston home and walking under the bright sunlight, Marcus couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Gas poisoning. Hallucinations. He laughed while vigorously patting Lin Jie's shoulder. "I dare say you're wasting your talents, not becoming one of those mediums or con artists who specialize in cheating wealthy ladies." I almost believed it myself. Lin Jie only smiled without speaking. White lies were the gentlest barrier separating the surface world from the hidden one. Lin Jie and the other person left Weston's home without returning to their respective residences. Marcus naturally grabbed Lin Jie's shoulder with his large hand. "Come on, kid. Let's go to my place for a drink. This matter needs a proper conclusion." So they wordlessly crossed several blocks, eventually stopping before a heavy iron door welded with several massive rivets, its appearance resembling a vault door. This was Marcus's intensely personal private dorm room. The interior of the room was surprisingly tidy, completely mismatched with Marcus's rugged exterior. No decorative paintings hung on the walls. Instead, there was a massive world map marked with various colored pins, indicating military symbols Lin Jie couldn't understand. The most prominent furniture in the room wasn't the bed, but a steel weapons cabinet that occupied almost an entire wall. Inside were neatly displayed firearms of various calibers, an array of special ammunition, and several oddly shaped grotesque armament components. This place didn't resemble a dorm, but rather a small frontline arsenal. Marcus didn't bother with formalities, walking directly to an ammunition crate and digging out a bottle of strong whiskey with slightly yellowed labels from deep within the box. "Laugh for away from Ile." Marcus wiped dust from the bottle mouth with his rough thumb, speaking in a proud tone. "Left behind by my friend Iron Fist Ronnie. He said the taste of this stuff is like drinking a mix of bonfire, sea, and hospital disinfectant, something only true warriors can appreciate. We always said we'd open it after completing our next Kingdom-class mission, but now it seems we can't wait that long. He found two somewhat shabby pewter cups and poured the amber liquid emitting intense peat and smoky aromas into them. Then he pushed one of the cups in front of Lin Jie. This was a victory celebration for just two people with no medals or awards. Only a glass of strong liquor full of stories and a shared secret that would never be officially recorded. To us still being alive. Marcus raised his glass and said solemnly, and to those who didn't make it. Lin Jie raised his cup in response. With a crisp clink, two rough cups collided, also sounding the final rest for this private operation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a polite yet ill-timed knocking sound came from outside the iron door. Both Lin Jie and Marcus's bodies tensed simultaneously. The number of people who would visit Marcus at this hour could be counted on one hand. Marcus signaled with his eyes for Lin Jie to remain quiet, then walked forward and pulled open the iron door. Standing outside was his old partner, Barton Chris. Barton still maintained his meticulous British gentleman appearance. He wore a well-tailored dark gray suit, carrying an exquisite paper box from a high-end pastry shop on Regent Street. "Good afternoon, Marcus." "Oh, Mr. Lin, you're here too. That's quite a coincidence." Barton wore an impeccable smile on his face. He ignored the whiskey scent in the room strong enough to ignite, walking in as if it were his own place. "I just finished work and brought along some black tea I personally enjoy, along with some scones to pair with it." His elegant upper-class, afternoon tea style created an absurd contrast with the rugged post-war whiskey atmosphere in the room. "You." Marcus looked at his elusive partner, a helpless, bitter smile appearing on his face. "Your nose is sharper than Scotland Yard's police dogs." Barton simply smiled, quite skillfully finding a relatively clean tea set from Marcus's messy cabinet, then began brewing black tea for himself and the other two. "Speaking of which, it's really strange," Barton said while elegantly stirring the black tea in his cup with a silver spoon, seemingly casual in his chatter. "I heard an interesting rumor at the Intelligence Department's morning meeting today. Apparently, two unknown civilian heroes performed quite a spectacle in the eastern outskirts of the Whitechurch district last night." Barton slowly raised his head, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing amusement as he looked at Marcus. "Marcus, weren't you slightly excessive last night?" Facing Barton's inquiry carrying undertones of concern, Lin Jie and Marcus exchanged a silent glance, knowing that continuing to conceal things was meaningless. He chose partial confession. He omitted all information about the Weston family, only telling a carefully re-edited and rearranged simplified version of the story. He attributed the story's origin to accidentally discovering legends about the twisted man and cursed architect while researching ancient documents about London folklore. Out of academic curiosity and hunter instinct, he decided to conduct field investigation, while Marcus, upon learning about this risky private research, voluntarily accompanied him out of responsibility for a friend. He described in detail the twisted man's bizarre abilities and honestly admitted the predicament they faced initially when confronting this unhittable enemy. Finally, he credited their victory to Marcus's unshakable bedrock-esque powerful defense and his own serene heart-esque, somewhat fortunate and gamble-like long-range resolution. Barton quietly listened to Lin Jie's entire account. As an elite also renowned for tactical planning, he instantly realized the catastrophic potential threat such a UMA capable of distorting laws and ignoring physical attacks would pose to London, this densely populated modern metropolis, if it went out of control. He expressed sincere admiration for Lin Jie and Marcus's courage and responsibility in daring to eliminate this major public safety hazard missed by the association without backup. "Although, Marcus, your actions violated all association operational guidelines regarding independent operations," Barton smiled as he stood up from his chair, "I personally believe you and Lin did the right thing." He stood up, pushing the box of pastries in front of the two men. "I have other matters to attend to. Consider these my personal token of appreciation," he said with a smile. Lin Jie and Marcus looked at the box of cookies on the table and shared a knowing smile. After leaving Marcus's dorm, Lin Jie didn't immediately return to Baker Street. He went to the Fourth Equipment Laboratory and found Arthur Conan, who had just finished a failed experiment and was on the verge of manic frustration. Contrary to Arthur's expectations, Lin Jie didn't bring out any fantastical design blueprints this time. He simply conducted a purely academic review with Arthur, detailing his combat experience in the Twisted Man incident regarding sniper killing of law anchor points from a distance, as well as tactical operations like borrowing hands to shoot and reverberation empowerment. He hoped to get some suggestions from this technical master about standardizing and weaponizing such tactics. However, Arthur's reaction differed from what Lin Jie had anticipated. After listening to Lin Jie's review full of wisdom and ingenious ideas, this weaponsmith didn't show great excitement and fervor like last time, instead falling into a long, cold silence. His brown eyes, which always burned with insane flames, revealed disappointment. Finally, Arthur spoke to Lin Jie in a serious, lecturing tone. "Lin, you're a genius, an unparalleled genius in the fields of tactics and deception. But all your victories rely excessively on external factors." Arthur pointed out the core issue with piercing accuracy. You rely on your teammates' coordination. You rely on those plans that flash into your mind during combat. Your approach is like that of a puppeteer. Arthur's words cruelly dissected Lin Jie. Your battles all involve manipulating every puppet around you that can be utilized. Your teammates are your puppets. Your enemies' weaknesses are your puppets. Even your own weapons are, to some extent, puppets you use to leverage victory. You've indeed won battle after battle, but I ask you. Arthur suddenly leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Jie. What if one day all your strings break? When you're facing pure power that completely ignores all your schemes, what will you, a master who has lost all puppets, do then? True strength doesn't come from how many things you can utilize. Arthur revealed his own simple and pure philosophy of power to Lin Jie. It comes from what you yourself can become. My belief is to forge myself into the sharpest hammer, the most solid anvil. My power comes from absolute confidence in my own 1,000 times refined skills. And what you need to find is your own true core. After leaving Arthur's workshop, Lin Jie clearly recognized his significant shortcomings. Previously, he had relied more on his 21st century modern thinking and information processing abilities, conducting a dimensional reduction strike against this world where mysticism and science mingled, still in the budding stages of the industrial era. He was accustomed to constructing tactics using logic and analysis, engaging people's hearts with psychology and game theory. These methods proved effective most of the time. But Arthur's words bluntly illuminated his deepest predicament. When the problems he faced were constructed from a new set of rules he didn't recognize, his knowledge from the surface world appeared pale and powerless. He needed to learn, to systematically start from scratch in learning and understanding this world's underlying code. So, carrying this craving of must become stronger, he plunged headfirst into the central library of the underground city. This library was the heart and brain of the entire IRC London branch. Beneath a dome so high its top couldn't be seen, rows of massive bookshelves made of dark oak stood neatly arranged, extending to the limits of vision. It housed all research reports, containment records, failure case analyses, and countless personal investigation notes exchanged with lives by hunters over the hundreds of years since the association's founding. It was a Babel tower concerning the inner world, a temple of knowledge that could drive any knowledge seeker to madness. Lin Jie lost himself here. For the next 3 days and nights, he hardly left this place. He pulled on the 3 basic forms and energy transformation models of spirit-type UMAs from the shelves. He opened another book, Preliminary Investigation of Spiritual Rejection Reactions in Grotesque Armament Forging. He found another historical research report on the Gnostic doctrines of the Eternal Serpent cult. The more he read, the heavier the anxiety in his heart grew. The volume of information was too vast and too fragmented. The depth and breadth of the inner world's knowledge system far exceeded his imagination. Every branch was enough for a scholar to devote their entire life to studying. He was like a student trying to complete all of Oxford University's courses in 3 days, with the only result being indigestion and knowledge anxiety from contradictory and entangled information points. He didn't know where to start learning, much less where the focus of his studies should lie. That obsession of must become stronger had instead become the mist obscuring his path forward. On the evening of the 4th day, when Lin Jie sat at a reading table with bloodshot eyes, suffering from a splitting headache from at least 7 or 8 profound works spread before him from different fields like cryptozoology, applied theology, runic studies, and ancient alchemy. A voice, aged yet gentle, sounded behind him. "It seems you're searching for a battle axe capable of felling an entire forest, young man." Lin Jie's body jolted. He hadn't heard any footsteps. This voice seemed to have materialized from thin air. He spun around sharply and saw a person he had never encountered before in this library. It was a lady, so elderly her specific age was indeterminable. Her figure was small and stooped, dressed in a Victorian-era maid-style gray dress. Her sparse, silver-white hair was tied into a neat bun at the back of her head. Her deeply wrinkled face resembled parchment that had been crumpled repeatedly. Most impressive were her eyes. They were gray eyes, still as an ancient well, as if they had already seen through all the partings, honors, disgraces, rises, and falls of the world. She stood quietly behind Lin Jie. Her presence was so faint that without careful observation, you might mistake her for a human-shaped gray shadow between the bookshelves. This was the curator of the underground city's central library, and its only administrator, a legendary existence known respectfully by older generation hunters aware of her as the Gray Lady. It was said she had no name and no family. She had existed here since the library's very first day. Her entire life had been devoted to these books recording countless blood, tears, and deaths. She was the most faithful gravekeeper of this knowledge graveyard, and one of the oldest living histories within the entire IRC. "Good evening, madam." Lin Jie immediately stood up from his chair. Although he didn't know her identity, he could sense the unfathomable aura emanating from the elderly woman before him. The Gray Lady didn't respond to his greeting. She merely swept her gray eyes slowly over the chaotic assortment of books from different fields spread before Lin Jie. Then she posed a second, equally profound question. "Tell me, young man." Her voice was as gentle as a sigh. "Have you ever considered that sometimes to open a locked door, what we need might not be a battle axe capable of splitting the entire door, but merely a key that can precisely insert into the keyhole and turn the pins?" This metaphorical statement struck the chaotic ocean of Lin Jie's thoughts. He understood instantly. These past few days, he had been trying to forge himself into an indestructible, universal battle axe. He attempted to master all powers, to learn all knowledge, hoping to use the most brute force method to split open every problem he encountered. But he had forgotten what his most core and unique talent truly was. He wasn't a warrior, nor a craftsman. He was an interpreter. What he needed to do wasn't to create power, but to understand power. What he needed to become wasn't a battle axe, but that key capable of finding the vulnerabilities in the lock and silently opening it with minimal cost. The Gray Lady watched the suddenly enlightened Lin Jie. A faint smile appeared on her deeply wrinkled face. She turned and melted back into the darkness between the bookshelves. Lin Jie sat back down in his chair, but didn't look again at the profound works from various fields before him. Instead, from that pile, he pulled out the most basic and thinnest book, the initial sighting and containment report of the UMA he had personally participated in eliminating, the Mist Walker. He decided to start from understanding the life he had personally ended, step by step forging that unique key for himself. That evening, when Lin Jie left the underground city, exhausted but with a clear and peaceful mind, he unexpectedly encountered William, who had just finished his mission by the flickering gas lamp at the entrance. William invited him for a drink at a cheap public house nearby called the Queen and Gun, frequented only by local old policemen and retired veterans. There, the tables held no champagne or brandy, only cheap rye beer constantly foaming in pewter cups. The patrons around weren't gentlemen and officials loudly discussing the empire's future, but London's lower-class people, red-faced from drinking, full of complaint from life's pressures, cursing rudely about foremen and wives. On the walls were recruitment posters encouraging young men to join the Royal Marines and go to distant India or Africa to expand territories for the Queen and Empire. In the corner, a newspaper frayed from countless oil-stained hands featured heated front-page discussions about Prime Minister Gladstone's controversial Irish question. This was the city's true underlying color. Lin Jie and William sat in such a corner, filled with the atmosphere of daily life and its grievances. William didn't discuss UMAs or the inner world with him. Instead, over that bitter barley beer, using his consistently concise language, he taught Lin Jie some surface-world survival lessons he had summarized from decades of experience navigating London's streets and alleys. Look at that fellow over there, dressed decently, but with a layer of uniform dark red fine soil on the side of his soles. William gestured with his chin toward the bar. He's not a merchant. He's a butcher. Only the land near slaughterhouses, mixed with livestock blood, would be that color. And that young man over there, whose accent sounds like he's from the East End docks, but insists on holding his glass with his pinky raised like the upper class. A cold glint flashed in William's eyes. Don't go near him. The inner side of his right index finger knuckle has a thick callus, a mark left from years of practicing with some easily concealed small knife. He's a thief or assassin far more dangerous than you'd imagine. Remember, Lin Jie, in this city, a person's words are often the least trustworthy, but their shoes, their hands, and the accent ingrained in their bones will never lie. William, the usually silent veteran, transformed into an excellent teacher in that moment. What he taught wasn't how to fight, but how to observe and discern, how to read the complex human codes hidden beneath the surface of this city like a true local. Lin Jie listened with exceptional focus. The street wisdom William taught him was no less valuable than the grand mystical philosophies he had gained in the library during the day. The world he lived in was constructed precisely by these people before him, with their merits and flaws, kindness and cunning. To understand monsters, one must first understand humans. In the pub's slightly tipsy atmosphere, when William mentioned how he transformed from a poor country boy into this old Londoner, who could see through everything, he inadvertently mentioned an old comrade who had profoundly influenced him. The first time I came to London, I was nearly cheated out of all my demobilization pay by a swindler pretending to be a fellow villager. Frank saved me. William's tone carried nostalgia. Frank Harvey, an old mate who crawled out of that damn massacre with me. He understood these things better than I did, but sadly, after retiring, he couldn't stand this suffocating hellhole of London. He chose a quieter, cleaner place. He went to Dartmoor Wilderness to become a ranger guarding those prehistoric stones. Speaking of which, William furrowed his thick brows. It's been almost half a year since I last received a letter from that fellow. I wonder how he's doing on that godforsaken wasteland. Oh well, I'll go check on him in a couple of days. After receiving the Grey Lady's wisdom and William's practical survival lessons, Lin Jie's somewhat restless heart settled down once more. However, just as he thought he was about to enter a peaceful period of study immersed in an ocean of knowledge, a piece of typeset news from the distant Scottish Highlands abruptly shattered the tranquility he had just built. The next morning, Lin Jie was sitting in the association's common area, flipping through the latest issue of the Scotsman. This was a newspaper he had specifically subscribed to in order to keep up with the academic activities of the folklorist Alastair MacDonald, with whom he had briefly crossed paths. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a tiny, inconspicuous obituary tucked away in the gutter of the newspaper, consisting of only a few short lines. Ian McGregor, a local fisherman from Urquhart Bay, was found to have passed away peacefully in his private residence this Tuesday, aged 67. According to the local constable, The deceased died of natural causes due to heart failure induced by long-term alcoholism. Foul play has been ruled out. Ian McGregor, that crazy old man, everyone at Loch Ness had dismissed as a raving lunatic. The last stubborn believer who clung to his faith in the Loch Ness guardian deity. Lin Jie's mind conjured the old man's face, bloodshot from years of alcohol abuse, yet etched with stubbornness and bitter resentment. He knew, of course, that old Ian's death was inevitable. A lonely old man who had lost all hope in life, numbing his soul with cheap liquor. The flame of his life had long burned out amidst daily poverty and the despair of being misunderstood. Just as Lin Jie was feeling somewhat downcast about this, a burly figure appeared behind him. "Hey, kid." The burly man, Marcus, interrupted his contemplation. "You look like you just lost your partner." "What? Did that lunatic Arthur finally toss your precious revolver into the smelting furnace by accident?" He had intended to start with his usual crude joke, but when he saw Lin Jie's lack of reaction, he reined in his smile. "What's wrong?" Marcus's voice grew low. Lin Jie pushed the newspaper over. Marcus picked it up and glanced at the inconspicuous obituary. "Oh, I see. That's too bad, but Lin Jie, you have to understand, for an ordinary person like him, being able to die quietly in his own bed, rather than being dragged off as a snack by some UMA we don't even know about, is actually a fortunate end." "Fortunate." Lin Jie repeated the word under his breath. Marcus watched him in silence for a moment, then seemed to reach a decision. "Since you happen to have time today to ponder these philosophical questions about death, come with me to a place. We also have a brother," his voice grew unusually somber, "who needs us to see him off on this final journey." Half an hour later, Lin Jie followed Marcus to an ancient Norman-style church in East London, surrounded by ivy-covered walls, seemingly long abandoned. The location was remote, surrounded by dilapidated warehouses and textile mills that had long ceased operation. Though equally ancient inside, the church was impeccably clean, with rows of dark pews neatly arranged. The stained glass windows on the dome depicting biblical stories had long since faded, but they still cast patches of sacred, tranquil light in the thin afternoon sun. Before the central altar of the church, a stark black coffin made of top-quality, extremely hard iron birch wood, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation, rested quietly. Dozens of men and women from IRC had gathered in silence. They did not speak or weep, merely stood quietly. This was a funeral meant only for hunters. Marcus gestured for Lin Jie to follow, then led the way toward the coffin. Lin Jie watched as Marcus, upon reaching the coffin, did not pray or bid farewell as one would at a conventional funeral. Instead, he solemnly drew something from within his coat. It was a massive brass-colored tooth, the size of an infant's fist, its surface covered in crystalline patterns, the tip still bearing a trace of long-dried dark red blood. He leaned forward gently and placed the tooth, representing one of the most cunning enemies he had ever defeated, upon the coffin. Then a second, and a third hunter stepped forward in turn. A female hunter with the wild aura of a gypsy woman placed an amulet, woven from the feathers of an unknown UMA upon the coffin. Another hunter, wearing a white felt hat, placed a bizarre, still faintly beating heart, preserved in solid ice through cryogenic alchemy, beside the tooth. Each of them offered a trophy representing the proudest victory of their hunting careers as a final gift to their fallen comrade. There were no sorrowful tears, no hypocritical eulogies, only pure honor. After the funeral concluded, Marcus led Lin Jie, whose mind was reeling from the experience, to the quiet, moss-covered cemetery behind the church. He pointed at the rows of nameless tombstones standing silently in the drizzle and said, "See, Lin Jie, this is our final resting place." Lin Jie saw that the tombstones indeed bore no names or dates of birth and death to identify the occupants. Instead, there were only cold strings of letters and numbers forming codes, and below them, an equally cold hunter code name. C-077, Iron Fist, T-013, Nightblade, K-004. Beast Slayer, every person lying here. Marcus pulled a flat flask filled with strong whiskey from his coat and took a fierce swig. Their names won't be remembered by people in the surface world. Their families will only receive a notification of death in the line of duty from some non-existent government department, along with compensation. But we remember them. He pointed at himself, then at Lin Jie. We, the brothers still living, will always remember what they fell protecting. I was only 19 when I joined the association. Marcus began telling Lin Jie his story. My hometown was a tiny fishing village on the coast of Cornwall. It was poor and peaceful until one night a monster we now call Dagon and its brood crawled ashore. I witnessed a scene I'll never forget for the rest of my life. My father, my brothers, all my neighbors were torn to shreds in that one-sided slaughter. I survived by hiding in a barrel filled with pickled herring. It was the association's hunters who saved me. They descended like gods from heaven, driving those monsters back into the sea with fire and alchemical bullets. From that day on, I swore I would become one of them. I would use these fists of mine to kill every last damn monster like the ones from that night. A simple, pure expression of vengeful satisfaction appeared on his rough-hewn face. My first partner, Iron Fist Ronnie, his gaze fell upon a tombstone engraved with Caesar 77, was an even bigger guy than me. The two of us dismantled a Strigoi shrine with our bare hands. But he took a cursed bullet from a cult traitor meant for me, and in the end, his body was corroded into a disgusting pile of sludge. He took another fierce gulp from his flask. So, Lin Jie. He turned and looked at Lin Jie with eyes already slightly reddened. Speaking earnestly, people like us, from the day we step into the inner world, never expect to die peacefully of old age in our own comfortable beds. Dying on a mission, dying on the path of fighting those damn monsters, for us, that is the most honorable end. For nearly half a month that followed, Lin Jie settled into a highly structured routine. Every morning he appeared punctually at the underground city's library and archives, no longer absorbing knowledge aimlessly and broadly, but instead focusing all his energy with clear purpose on three core areas. The first was UMA case analysis and response strategies related to mental contamination and soul attacks. The second was IARC's internal summary reports on grotesque armament, design philosophies, and failure cases. The third involved local British Isles folklore, particularly the mysterious legends and unsolved mysteries from remote regions. His knowledge system was becoming more structured, solid, and targeted at an astonishing rate. Every afternoon, he would lock himself in the tactical training room provided by the Association for Hunters, engaging in one high-intensity, simulated combat session after another with Marcus. He would ask Marcus to simulate various types of enemies, sometimes lightning-fast predators skilled in stealth and ambush, sometimes heavily armored tanks with thick hides and fearless dispositions, and sometimes he'd even have Marcus activate unshakable bedrock to simulate law-type enemies that couldn't be moved by conventional means. In these confrontations, Lin Jie almost never initiated attacks. He acted like a calm, calculating observer, constantly testing the limits of his current equipment. He precisely calculated the effective range and duration of the Curse Storm from his Curse Breaker Vambrace, repeatedly gauging the strength changes of Serene Heart's passive mental protection field under different levels of mental pressure. His combat style was increasingly resembling that of a trap-laying spider. He no longer pursued the violent aesthetics of a one-hit kill, but instead sought the optimal solution that incorporated all variables into calculation, leveraging minimal cost to achieve maximum victory. His progress was evident. Marcus, the battle-hardened burly man, went from easily cornering him at the beginning to frequently falling into his bewildering tactical traps later on. Several times, Marcus found himself embarrassingly tripped up by a cleverly placed tripwire before he even realized what was happening. I swear, Lin Jie. Marcus complained grumpily after falling for another trap constructed from visual blind spots and audio misdirection during a simulation. Dusting himself off as he stood up, fighting simulated battles with you is more mentally exhausting than taking on an entire squad of goblins. I feel like my brain can't keep up. Lin Jie simply smiled and handed him a towel. These high-intensity, simulated confrontations were growth opportunities for both of them. Marcus's textbook-perfect combat techniques and wild intuition had also taught him valuable practical experience that couldn't be gained from books. Just as Lin Jie thought these peaceful and fulfilling leveling-up days would continue for a while longer, a sudden invitation disrupted all his plans. It was a rare, clear afternoon in late autumn London. Lin Jie had just returned to his Baker Street apartment after a morning of research, planning to enjoy a simple lunch. However, as he opened the door, he keenly detected something unusual. Lingering in the air was a unique scent that didn't belong there, similar to metal lightly ionized by ozone. He immediately grew alert, closing the door unobtrusively while his right hand instinctively moved towards Serene Heart at his waist. His eyes meticulously scanned every corner of the apartment. Bookshelves, fireplace, sofa, all items were exactly as he'd left them, with no signs of disturbance. Finally, his gaze settled on the desk. There lay a thin, palm-sized card made of special metallic foil. This wasn't ordinary mail. It was an ether telegraph, receiving terminal, used internally by IRC to transmit urgent encrypted messages. This point-to-point communication method was only employed when the sender's matter was too urgent for conventional channels. Lin Jie took a deep breath. He understood something must have happened. He walked over and picked up the metallic foil. As his fingers touched it, rows of Gothic letters formed by faint electric arcs began appearing on the foil's surface. The telegram's content was exceptionally brief, but the amount of information contained and the sense of urgency it conveyed made him somewhat tense. Dartmoor, Black Dog, come at once at WK. No salutation, no greetings, no explanations, just 3 ominous keywords and an initialed signature. WK, William Keane. Instantly, countless pieces of information related to these 3 keywords flashed through Lin Jie's mind. Dartmoor was the core highland of Devon in southwestern England, a vast expanse known as England's last wilderness. It was covered with granite tors, peat bogs, and numerous prehistoric ruins rich with druidic mystery. By day, it was a paradise for hikers and archaeologists, but by night it became a breeding ground for horror legends and ghost stories. And the Black Dog was the most famous and deadliest of all Dartmoor-related legends. Nearly every child raised in Devon had heard their elders' stern warnings. If you see a massive black hound with eyes glowing red like burning coals on the moor at night, never meet its gaze and don't attempt to approach it. You must immediately lower your head as if you saw nothing, then flee the area at top speed, for it was a messenger from hell and an omen of death. Anyone who saw it would die mysteriously within a year. In the appendix of IARC's Black Book, there was also a brief but highly rated record of the Dartmoor Black Dog, its threat level temporarily classified as Town Class. A Town Class UMA whose main attack methods were instant death curses and mental fear was far more dangerous than field-type opponents like the Twisted Man. This was already a hunt that would require a standard IRC team to take seriously. And William, that veteran with an extremely cautious approach, had actually used this method equivalent to highest-level emergency requests for assistance to send this telegram. This could only mean the situation he faced had deteriorated to the point where even he felt he couldn't handle alone. Lin Jie didn't hesitate. He didn't ponder why William would face that legendary creature alone, nor did he consider whether this might be a trap set for him. He only knew that his friend, that most reliable old soldier he could trust with his back, was in dire straits on a distant moor, awaiting his support. That was enough. He grabbed the hunting jacket he'd just taken off and equipped Serene Heart, which had become part of him, along with all his other combat gear, the fastest speed possible. Then he rushed out of his apartment and directly hailed the fastest carriage he could find on Baker Street. To Paddington Station, Lin Jie tossed the coachman a pound far exceeding the fare. At your fastest speed, if we can get there within half an hour, this pound is yours. The coachman's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the gleaming pound. He sharply cracked his whip through the air with a crisp snap. Hold tight, sir. Amid the coachman's excited shout and the powerful neighing of the horse, a hunt unfolding across England's ancient and mysterious moors began abruptly in this urgent manner. The steam train raced toward the heart of southwestern England. The scenery outside the window had gradually transitioned from the oppressive urban forest of London to vast fields and pastures dyed golden brown by late autumn. Lin Jie sat alone by the window in the first-class carriage. His taut nerves found a moment of relief in the train's steady motion, allowing him to calm his chaotic mind and begin a race against time with his intelligence analysis. Before boarding the train, he had used the waiting time at Paddington Station to send another urgent telegram to Julian in Paris. He believed that by the time he arrived in Devon, that learned and reliable curator would have already prepared all the detailed academic materials and historical documents related to the Dartmoor Black Dog for him. While waiting for the intelligence to arrive, he took out a book from his luggage that he had borrowed from the underground city library, a geographical and folkloric study of high-risk anomalous zones in the British Isles, 4th edition, published internally by IRC. He flipped directly to the chapter on Devon, Dartmoor, and began absorbing the information at a rapid pace. This book was not merely a geography or travel guide. Every page was written in a calm and restrained tone, recording the hidden terrors concealed beneath the beautiful scenery. The Dartmoor Plateau, the first paragraph of the book stated, is primarily composed of granite formed during the Carboniferous period. This special rock absorbed massive amounts of radioactive energy from the Earth's core during its formation deep within the crust. Consequently, the baseline spiritual radiation intensity of the entire Dartmoor region far exceeds that of other areas in the British Isles. This makes it the most ideal habitat and breeding ground for various UMA that prefer high-energy environments. Lin Jie's gaze swept over the professional terms related to geological structure and spiritual radiation. This seemingly dry opening had actually revealed the root of Dartmoor's danger. He continued reading. The book listed in detail dozens of UMA that had been sighted or documented in the Dartmoor region. For example, the Lantern Man, who uses will-o'-the-wisps in the marshes to lure travelers and drag them into the mire. The Petrifying Demon, that likes to hide in prehistoric stone circles and feeds on the fear of lost individuals, and a type of weeping stone that parasitizes granite and can emit human-like crying sounds. These are just the appetizers. When Lin Jie's fingers turned to the chapter marked with conspicuous red font at the top of the page reading, Yethhound / Dartmoor's Black Dog, his breath caught. Attached to the page was a sketch, a drawing made by an investigator who had encountered this UMA centuries ago and survived by chance. The creature in the drawing was dog-like, yet not quite a dog. It possessed a robust body, as stout as a young calf, covered in coarse black bristles, a long, thin, hairless tail, and a pair of burning eyes that the artist had deliberately painted with blood-red pigment to appear exceptionally vivid in the darkness. Its most bizarre and unsettling feature was that it had no head. Its neck was empty, and those burning eyes grew directly on its chest. The visual impact of this drawing was far more intense than any written description. Just looking at it, Lin Jie could feel a chilling coldness slowly seeping out from the yellowed paper. Below the drawing were limited but startling written records about this UMA. Official designation, Town 009. Type, Curse Concept Tracking Class. Habitat, core areas of the Dartmoor Plateau, with particular preference for ancient abandoned roads and crossroads. Core abilities confirmed. Death Omen, its core ability. According to multiple confirmed cases, any intelligent being that witnesses its form and makes direct eye contact with its burning eyes will have an indelible mark of death branded onto their soul. The effect of this mark will, within the next 365 days, ultimately lead to the victim's death in an unpredictable yet absolutely unavoidable manner. Forms of death vary, including but not limited to sudden severe illness, accidents, or even being attracted and killed by other lower-level UMA. Essentially, this mark is a slowly activating high-level curse. Fear Aura. Its very existence radiates a spiritual field that can directly trigger the deepest despair and fear. Prolonged exposure to this field can cause individuals with weak willpower to die suddenly from cardiac arrest or brain overload due to excessive fear. Intangible tracking. It can ignore most physical obstacles. It can merge with the earth, penetrate rocks, moving silently and with extreme speed. Once it locks onto a target, especially one bearing the mark of death, it will initiate an unending hunt with the persistence of the most determined hound. Weaknesses speculated. Symbols of pure faith. In scattered folk legends, a very few individuals have narrowly escaped by holding fragments of the true cross or loudly reciting prayers of the saints at critical moments. Based on this, it is speculated that this UMA might possess a certain degree of repelling effect towards holy relics imbued with powerful faith, but the effect is unstable. Flowing living water. Other legends record that the black dog cannot cross streams or rivers with flowing water. It is speculated that its spiritual form might be dispersed by the life field or purification principle contained within flowing living water. Its authenticity requires verification. Lin Jie's finger stopped over the description of death omen. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. William's telegram had only mentioned the black dog, but had not mentioned his own condition. Given that old soldier's character, he was definitely not someone who would easily ask for help. So, was it possible that he had already seen the black dog, or even made eye contact with its burning eyes? If that were true, the severity of the situation would far exceed Lin Jie's initial estimation. When the train finally stopped at Exeter, the capital of Devon, Lin Jie immediately headed to the station's telegraph office. Sure enough, a thick, encrypted document from Paris was already waiting for him there. Julian's efficiency was, as always, astonishing. This document was far more detailed and in-depth than the official IRC guide. Julian had not only found for him almost all the different versions of the Black Dog or similar phantom hound legends within Britain, such as Norfolk's Black Shuck and Somerset's Guide Dog, but also provided a convincing explanation for the evolution of this legend from historical and folklore perspectives. Julian believed that the earliest prototype of the Dartmoor Black Dog legend likely originated from the two ravens named Hugin and Munin kept by the chief god Odin in Norse mythology. When the Vikings invaded England, they also brought their faith, steeped in notions of slaughter and fate, to this land. The image of the raven, after merging and distorting with the local druidic nature-worshipping beliefs, eventually evolved into the hellhound, a more concrete embodiment that aligned with the local population's fears. So, my dear Lin, Julian wrote in a boastful tone at the end of the document, what you are facing is likely not merely a simple creature, but a concept, a living legend born from centuries of fear, faith, and a vast spiritual energy inherently contained within the very land of Dartmoor itself. Attached at the very end of the document was a news report that Julian himself had clipped from the recent week's Devon Chronicle. The headline of the report was shocking. Terrifying phantom hound reappears on Dartmoor. 5 tourists and local residents die mysteriously in the wilderness within 1 month. The report detailed that the official causes of death for these victims were uniformly attributed to unfortunate sudden death due to sudden cardiac arrest in a wilderness environment. But all the deceased had expressions frozen on their faces, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world before dying. According to the descriptions of the first discoverers at each scene, giant burning footprints, far exceeding the size of any known canid, were found in the mud or grass around the victims. Yet, most bizarrely, by the time the police arrived at the scenes, these footprints had, without exception, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. All the evidence pointed toward that phantom that had roamed the Dartmoor wilderness for centuries. After transferring from Exeter to an ancient branch line operated by a local railway company and enduring several hours of slow, bumpy travel, Lin Jie arrived at the small town of Chagford near the Dartmoor Highlands. This place differed greatly from bustling London or stately Exeter. The scenery of this small town seemed to have stepped directly out of a medieval painting. Narrow streets paved with rough cobblestones were flanked by ancient houses with whitewashed walls and dark exposed wooden beams, their roofs covered with thick thatch. Most of the town's residents were dark-skinned, taciturn farmers and herdsmen who watched Lin Jie, this well-dressed Eastern outsider, with wary and exclusionary eyes. Lately, the townsfolk had been restless with anxiety. Terrifying rumors about the ghost dog spread privately in every tavern and bakery, and every stranger's arrival added uncertain shadows to this oppressive fear. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, Lin Jie followed the address specified in the telegram and found an ancient inn called Three Ravens located at the edge of the town's central square. This inn also served as a secret contact point for IRC in the area. He pushed open the heavy door that protested with a creak, and the warm scent of roasted meat, ale, and damp wood rushed out, dispelling the deep autumn chill belonging to the moor outside. The interior of the inn was dimly lit. It was afternoon, and only a few local farmers sat around the fireplace, conversing in low voices. Lin Jie's gaze instantly locked onto a secluded corner by the window in the deepest part of the inn. Two men sat there. One of them he knew all too well. Sergeant William remained as silent as a granite rock. He wore heavily worn khaki hunting attire, with only a cup of long cold ale before him. No expression showed on his face, but Lin Jie detected weariness and deeply suppressed gloom in his gray eyes, which appeared darker than usual. He was completely enveloped in shadows. Sitting opposite William was a man whose temperament contrasted so sharply with his that they seemed completely incompatible. He was a young Englishman who appeared no older than 25. He had impeccably groomed, brilliant short golden hair and eyes as blue as a clear sky, yet carrying a cold, aloof quality. His handsome features rivaled those of Apollo in ancient Greek sculptures, with sharply defined facial contours that showed not a single flaw. His clothing stood out even more starkly against the rural town's environment. He wore expensive tweed hunting attire custom-tailored by a top-tier craftsman, its perfect cut accentuating his elegant yet explosively powerful, well-proportioned physique. The polished high-grade Cordovan leather riding boots on his feet, spotlessly clean, were probably valuable enough to purchase half the ownership of this inn. Most striking were the weapons placed on the table before him. Not the utilitarian-style Webleys or Winchesters commonly seen in the association, but a pair of lavishly modified Colt Peacemaker revolvers. Intricate and elegant patterns of roses and vines were engraved on the gun bodies, while the ivory grips were inlaid with mithril, bearing a complex emblem representing an ancient noble family. This was a man who exuded the inherent pride and superiority of high society and the elite class from head to toe. Even sitting there without speaking a word, he naturally drew a class divide between himself and the rough country farmers around him. As Lin Jie approached, the young aristocratic hunter noticed his arrival first. His gaze swept over Lin Jie, examining, dissecting, evaluating. It carried subtle arrogance and criticism toward a competitor. Only when William saw Lin Jie did a ripple finally stir in his stagnant, deathly still eyes. He nodded at Lin Jie as a form of greeting. William's voice was hoarse and low. "You're here." Lin Jie sat down beside him, his gaze direct and composed as he met the young aristocrat's scrutiny. "I'm here. It seems I'm not the only one who received an invitation." The young aristocrat finally spoke, his voice pleasant, but carrying a condescending aloofness in its tone. He neither stood up nor extended his hand, merely leaning back slightly in his chair and speaking in an academically observational tone. "Allow me to introduce myself. Ethan Redgrave, IRC third-class investigator, ranked 83rd on the Hunter ranking. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lin. My friends in Paris mentioned some of your amusing stories to me." He deliberately emphasized the word amusing stories, the faint mockery hidden beneath elegant phrasing speaking volumes without words. Lin Jie understood clearly, third-class investigator, a senior elite within the top 100 of the Hunter ranking. This was undoubtedly core combat strength from the underground city, existing on a completely different level from a novice like himself. Ethan Redgrave's appearance alone indicated that the danger level of the Dartmoor Black Dog incident had received high-level confirmation from headquarters, and he was the ace sent by the association. Lin Jie responded calmly, ignoring the other's subtle provocation. The association places considerable importance on this mission. A graceful smile curled at Ethan's lips. No, you misunderstand. I didn't come here under the association's assignment. You should know that at my level, I have the authority to freely choose prey that interests me within certain parameters. And an ancient UMA that hasn't been truly conquered for centuries represents a perfect trophy for me, one that would add a dazzling piece to my collection room. His words brimmed with powerful confidence and the aristocratic composure of treating hunting as an art form. He hadn't come here to resolve crises or save lives, but for conquest and collection, a hunting philosophy different from that of Lin Jie and William. Ethan's gaze flickered toward the silent veteran beside them, carrying something resembling pity in his eyes. As for Sergeant William, his current condition is no longer suitable for leading this operation alone. Therefore, I proactively applied to the association and took over command authority for this mission. Lin Jie's gaze sharpened. He turned sharply toward William. William, tell me exactly what happened. Your telegram. His worst fear had materialized. William lifted his head, avoiding Lin Jie's concerned and probing gaze, instead looking at the cup of cold ale before him. 3 days ago, I went alone deep into the moor to track traces of my missing old comrade. At a deserted crossroads, I found it. He paused, as if correcting his wording, or rather, it found me. It was about 100 yards away from me. Before I could even raise my binoculars, in just that instant, I saw those burning eyes. These words struck heavily at Lin Jie's heart. He'd been branded with the mark of death. It carried subtle arrogance and condescension toward a competitor. He understood why Ethan looked at William with sympathy. In the eyes of a senior elite hunter, an investigator branded with the mark of death was no different from a dead man. William's hoarse confession still echoed, and the pressure brought by the words mark of death was suffocating. Lin Jie's gaze locked onto William. He saw the usually steady veteran subconsciously rubbing his beer mug with his thumb, a gesture that betrayed his anxiety. For a warrior who viewed death as his final destination, waiting for death was far more cruel than being killed instantly on the battlefield. Lin Jie spoke, shifting his gaze from William back to the nobleman's face. Your information is quite thorough, Mr. Redgrave. But since you've already voluntarily taken over command, I presume you already have a plan in mind sufficient to conquer this ancient legend? He mimicked the other's tone, placing emphasis on the word conquer, a verbal counterattack using language as his weapon. Ethan's eyes flashed with approval. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail Eastern youth, upon learning his companion was in dire straits, to not only avoid panicking, but to quickly regain his composure and steer the conversation back to crucial tactical matters. This mental fortitude made him discard the contempt born of his elite status. Ethan elegantly lifted the expensive brandy he had brought, swirling it and watching the liquid trace arcs on the glass. Naturally, there is a plan. In fact, the plan is quite simple. One might even say without suspense. He brought the glass to his nose, inhaling deeply the fragrance blending fruit notes and oak barrel aromas, then continued in a confident tone. Although the Black Dog's curse is troublesome, its essence remains a spiritual mark acting on the soul level. It needs time to ferment, just like this fine Armagnac. And based on the association's fragmentary records over centuries, the UMA's true form can be confirmed as a high-concentration negative energy spirit that feeds on fear. While it may be immune to conventional physical attacks, it shows clear vulnerability to alchemical creations imbued with high-purity order or sacred attributes. He extended his slender fingers, lightly tapping the ornate Colt pistols on the table. These two lovers of mine, one is named Morning Star, the other, Evening Star. Every bullet, they use as its tip crafted from powder refined from saintly relics in the Vatican's St. Peter's Basilica catacombs, mixed with holy water stored for over a century in mithril, then cold forged by top armamentsmiths using alchemy for 40 days. Each bullet is itself a holy relic possessing annihilation-level lethality against all spiritual-type UMAs. Though he spoke casually, the extravagance and power implied were unmistakable. Using saintly relics as bullet materials was an insane, money-burning approach. This wasn't fighting anymore, but conducting a dimensional reduction-style eradication using gold sovereigns and rare resources. Ethan set down his glass and began issuing orders in his capacity as commander. So my plan is divided into 2 steps. The first step is large-scale search. Although the Dartmoor Plateau is vast, based on the locations of recent death cases, we can roughly outline the UMA's core activity area. Starting this afternoon, the 3 of us will conduct a carpet search of that area in a triangular formation. Sergeant William in the center, you and I on his left and right flanks, with intervals not exceeding 500 yards. He looked at Lin Jie, his eyes carrying a commanding tone. Your task is simple, Mr. Lin. Keep up with the team. Don't fall behind. Take care of yourself. I don't need you to provide plans or interpretations, because fancy tactics are meaningless against such an enemy. Absolute power and absolute precision are the only way to end it. All you need to do is ensure your own safety and not become our burden. This dismissive and arrogant arrangement essentially stripped Lin Jie of his tactical value as an interpreter, relegating him to a spectator following behind. Ethan's eyes sharpened, possessing the focus and killing intent of a top predator. And once one of us encounters the black dog, immediately alert the others with a signal flare. Then do everything possible to delay it, even if only for 10 seconds. Remember, don't attempt to engage it in close combat, and absolutely don't look into its eyes. Your task is to create a crossfire net for me and the other person to conduct saturation, shooting simultaneously from 2 different angles. Although the black dog is a spirit, when it materializes to instill fear, its energy core must have a brief stabilization period, and that stabilization period is its most vulnerable moment. I need you to create that moment for me, and then I will use my Morning Star and Evening Star to erase its spirit, along with that damned legend from this land. Ethan leaned back in his chair, concluding his elite hunting plan. This is what I meant by without suspense. This was a classic textbook IRC combat plan. Simple, direct, efficient, brimming with confidence in personal capability and top-tier equipment. It reduced the entire hunting process to a mathematical model. Target acquisition, lock-on, fire saturation, elimination. Every step was filled with powerful individual ability and supreme equipment, leaving almost no room for failure. But was that truly the case? Lin Jie, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Lin Jie said calmly, "A seemingly perfect plan, Mr. Redgrave, but it's built on 2 overly idealized premises." Ethan's eyebrow twitched slightly. He hadn't expected this newcomer he'd labeled as burdensome to dare question his, an elite from the hunter ranking, combat plan to his face. He elegantly made a please continue gesture, but a dangerous chill had appeared deep in his eyes. "I'm all ears." Lin Jie's voice remained measured. "First, your large-scale search is inefficient and extremely high risk. Dartmoor's terrain is complex, filled with swamps, dense woods, and granite hills. Conducting a carpet search in such an environment is like finding a needle in a haystack. More importantly, you're using ourselves as bait. You're gambling that we can detect the black dog before it launches its cursed gaze at us. But the books clearly state it moves silently and excels at ambushes. This gamble might have winning chances for you and me. But for Sergeant William, who already bears the mark of death, what would happen if he encounters the black dog again? I don't think I need to elaborate." His words made William, who had been keeping his head down, look up, while Ethan's elegant face stiffened, as if hit where it hurt. Lin Jie's analysis struck home. Ethan's plan, while appearing to be a joint three-person search, essentially used the already afflicted William as the most effective bait to lure out the UMA. It was an extremely cold but highly efficient sacrifice tactic. Ignoring Ethan's increasingly icy gaze, Lin Jie continued. Second, and most crucially, you've defined this operation as a hunt from start to finish. But you've overlooked our core, strategic objective, Mr. Redgrave. Our primary mission isn't to kill that black dog, but to find a way to remove that damned mark of death from Sergeant Williams' soul. Lin Jie's voice suddenly rose, firm and resolute. What if removing the mark isn't directly causally linked to the UMA's death? What if this curse, once branded, is an irreversible process? Then even if you successfully blast that UMA to spiritual smithereens with your expensive bullets, our mission would still be a complete failure. The room fell into silence. Ethan stared intently at Lin Jie, the unflappable noble composure he'd maintained showing cracks. The 2 points Lin Jie raised, especially the second, precisely struck the most vulnerable part of his hunting plan, the Achilles heel he had deliberately avoided. Yes, he had never considered the curse removal problem, because in his hunting philosophy, rescue didn't exist, only conquest. A hunter marked by a UMA had already lost value for salvation, at most becoming a high-value pawn to lure out stronger prey. Ethan's tone now carried undisguised sarcasm. So according to your esteemed opinion, Mr. Lin, what should we do? Sit around in this little pub reeking of horse manure, studying those moldy, country folk-imagined folk legends, and hope the UMA takes pity on our wisdom and voluntarily lifts its curse. Two completely opposite hunting philosophies clashed fiercely at this moment. One side believed in absolute strength and elitist hunting. The other believed in information supremacy and tactical planning before action. Lin Jie shook his head. No, we won't conduct aimless searches. We need to perform more thorough, detailed targeted intelligence, gathering, and environmental analysis. According to that news report, 5 people died from the Black Dog's curse in the recent month. I want all information about these 5 people, including their identities, travel routes, exact death locations, and times. I want to plot all this information on a sufficiently precise military map. I want to analyze the UMA's movement patterns, predation preferences, and the possible range of its cursed territory through these seemingly unrelated points. He turned his gaze to the central figure of the incident. At the same time, I need William's cooperation. I need him to recall in detail everything from the day he encountered the Black Dog, from entering the moor until finally leaving. Every path he took, every strangely shaped rock he saw, every change in temperature and wind direction he felt. I need to reconstruct that crime scene from his memories. I need to know what triggered that encounter. Lin Jie looked at Ethan and said word by word, "Until I complete all this, we all stay here and go nowhere. I don't want any pieces moving arbitrarily and disrupting all my arrangements before the chessboard is even drawn." An Eastern freelance hunter who had just joined recently was now openly rejecting an elite hunter ranking member's combat plan and attempting to seize control of the entire operation. After hearing Lin Jie's words, William stood up from his chair and said decisively, "I agree with Lin Jie's plan." The situation had become delicate. William's resolute declaration shattered the tense standoff between the 3 men, his support adding significant weight to Lin Jie's proposal. This wasn't merely an ordinary team member taking sides. It was a person marked by the mark of death, about to step onto a fated battlefield, casting a vote of trust for Lin Jie with his very life and future. Ethan's handsome face revealed barely suppressed anger. He could disregard Lin Jie's insolence. In his eyes, that was just an overconfident newcomer's desperate attempt to gain attention. But William's betrayal directly challenged his sense of authority rooted in elite status. He couldn't comprehend why a long-established investigator, a veteran who had endured the baptism of war and should understand the iron rule of strength above all, would abandon his elite, efficient, and reliable hunting plan to believe in some armchair data analysis from an Eastern youth. To him, this wasn't just foolishness. It was a direct insult to his professional competence. Ethan's voice shed its pretense. The fear of death has already begun to corrode your judgment, Sergeant. Would you rather waste what little time you have left on this meaningless, bookish research instead of meeting your fate in a more dignified, soldierly manner? William responded firmly, "No, quite the opposite. Precisely because my time is short, I can no longer waste my life on meaningless, uncertain gambling. Mr. Ethan, your plan is a gamble. You're betting we can outrun a ghost across the moors. You're betting we can resist its curse and successfully kill it in that encounter." William's gaze turned to the calm young man beside him, filled with trust. "But Lin Jie, he's at least trying to turn this damn game of unknowns into a chess match where we can see some of the cards in advance. So I choose him." These words were plain, but the logic within them left Ethan momentarily unable to find a rebuttal. The atmosphere in the corner of the inn dropped to freezing point. Finally, Lin Jie took the initiative to break the deadlock. He spoke in the most conciliatory tone possible. "Mr. Ethan, I have no intention of challenging your authority, nor do I question your capabilities. I only hope you'll give us, and Sergeant William, a chance. 24 hours. I just need 24 hours. If my data analysis fails to provide more valuable clues than a large-scale search after 24 hours, then I will unconditionally follow orders, including serving as bait in your plan." Advancing by retreating, he offered an acceptable way out of the conflict with a clear time limit and a promise that placed himself in danger. Ethan stared intently at Lin Jie for a long time. Finally, the tense line of his jaw relaxed. He forced out a single word through clenched teeth. "Fine. 24 hours, Mr. Lin. I'm quite curious how much support your intelligence can actually provide for that remarkable courage of yours." Having spoken, he fell silent, simply picking up his brandy, leaning back in his chair, and closing his eyes to rest. His aloof posture made his position clear. He would wait, but would not participate in what he considered ridiculously foolish intelligence gathering. The conflict was temporarily resolved. Lin Jie immediately began working, immersing himself completely in high-intensity decryption for the next several hours. He had the innkeeper fetch the most precise survey maps of the entire Devon County and all the newspapers from the past month. He spread the enormous map directly across the inn's largest communal dining table. Then he began processing information frantically. William sat opposite him, serving as the most patient narrator, breaking down and recounting every minute detail of his memories from that day. From the entrance where he entered the moor to the drop in temperature he felt, from a strange rock shaped like praying hands to the abandoned crossroads where he finally encountered the black dog. Every detail was objectively described. Meanwhile, Lin Jie worked like a criminal profiler, listening while rapidly marking and calculating on the large map with different colored charcoal pencils. He drew William's travel route as a red dotted line, clearly marked the 5 victims' death sites with black X's, and circled all locations mentioned in Julian's materials related to the Black Dog legend with blue circles. After several hours, the blank map had become densely covered with complex lines, symbols, and data. It was no longer a simple geographical chart, but had transformed into a predation distribution map, revealing the UMA's behavioral patterns. From this complex diagram, Lin Jie discovered several astonishing patterns. First, without exception, all victims' death locations fell within 500 yards of intersections between 2 abandoned ancient roads dating back to the Roman era. This proved the Black Dog's core territory, like its legend, was intimately connected to the concepts of roads and crossroads, symbols of choice and fate. Second, the 5 victims plus Sergeant William seemed unrelated. An artist here sketching, thrill-seeking aristocratic youth, local shepherds. But they shared one commonality. Before encountering the Black Dog, their emotional states were all in extreme fear wavelengths. The artist feared creative block, the aristocratic youth feared high-stakes gambling losses, and the shepherd feared bankruptcy after losing half his flock. Sergeant William was also in panic when he encountered it, fearing for his missing comrade. Lin Jie reached a conclusion. It's not just randomly hunting. It can precisely smell prey whose souls are shrouded in fear, like a shark smelling blood. It uses these intense fear fluctuations as lighthouses to locate its targets. The third point, and the one that most puzzled Lin Jie, was that all attacks occurred at night, yet no traces of the UMA could be found at the scenes during daytime. It seemed to evaporate from the physical world before dawn arrived. Where was it hiding? Did a ghost need rest too? All clues seemed to point toward the core region deep within Amor. But even with the area identified, their nighttime hunt remained extremely risky against an enemy that could disappear during the day. They lacked the most critical element, a method to provide early warning at night and precisely lock onto the ghost's specific position for targeting. Night fell again, the cold wind wailing like ghosts, sweeping through the town and stirring up dead leaves. Ethan Redgrave glanced at the wall clock and rose from his armchair. His eyes held mocking amusement as he looked at Lin Jie. He said softly, 12 hours left, Mr. Lin. I hope your map learns to speak for itself before dawn. At that moment, the inn door was violently blown open by a gust of wind. A local shepherd, ragged and soaked through with rain and mud, stumbled inside. His face was twisted with a ghost-seeing expression of ultimate terror. Pointing incoherently at the dark wilderness outside, he screamed in a voice sharp with impending breakdown, "Be black, black dog. I saw it. At Broken Neck Pass. That black dog from hell. It's heading that way. God, who's going to die tonight? Broken Neck Pass." Lin Jie's gaze snapped back to the map. That location was less than 3 miles from their current town, and right within the high-risk activity zone he had delineated. The opportunity had arrived. Ethan's eyes instantly flashed with predatory excitement. He snatched up the ornate lovers from the table and, without hesitation, was the first to rush out of the inn, disappearing into the wind and rain. He intended to claim this heaven-sent achievement single-handedly. Lin Jie immediately said to William, "We're following too." The two rushed into the dark more after him. They caught up with Ethan at a treacherous pass formed by jagged rocks. The proud nobleman was currently kneeling behind a large boulder, perfectly concealed in shadow. One of his morning stars was loaded and aimed distantly at the other end of the pass. In that direction, they could see nothing, only hear the wind. Ethan made a silencing gesture, mouthing soundlessly, "Shit's nearby. I can feel it, that damned scent of fear in the air." Before his words faded, Lin Jie's shoulder was gripped firmly by William beside him. Lin Jie turned and saw William's unusually grave face in the night, but what startled him more was William's current action. The veteran took from his chest a primitive tribal-style pouch made of rough animal hide, retrieving an ancient-looking telescope Lin Jie had never seen him use before. It wasn't a precise instrument of the civilized world made of brass and glass. Its barrel was crafted from 2 polished, yellowed leg bones of some unknown creature, with 2 thumb-sized, irregular, eerie purple crystals embedded at the eyepiece position. Even more horrifying, the component connecting the 2 barrel sections at the center of this telescope was a miniature human skull with intact dentition. Dark red dye painted primitive shamanic symbols resembling Zulu tribal war patterns on the skull. This was William Keene's never-before-seen core grotesque armament, a product of disgraceful colonial warfare, originating from the darkest corners of Africa, crafted from relics of a cannibal tribe's head which he had killed with his own hands. I never intended to take out this utterly shameful product of war in this lifetime. Ignoring Lin Jie's astonished gaze, William raised this telescope he had named Zulu's Gaze, pressing the 2 eerie, purple-glowing crystal eyepieces against his gray eyes. The next second, the world changed in William's vision. In his sight, the reality composed of rocks, dead grass, and darkness faded, becoming a gray-white background like an old photograph. Against this gray-white background, countless colorful smoke-like lines began to appear and flow. Blue represented the life trails of streams, green represented the sleeping trails of plants, and most conspicuous were the crimson trails full of anxiety and fear, the emotional echoes belonging to the shepherd who had just fled. Zulu's gaze. It saw not physical entities, but the spiritual trails and emotional spectra of all living beings' movements. Unlike Lin Jie's reverberation touch, which retroactively viewed historical fragments of objects, William saw not a static past, but a dynamic, real-time scanning, tracking, and prediction. William slowly swept the telescope across the seemingly empty dark pass ahead. Then he stopped. His pupils contracted sharply, because he saw it. Right in the center of the pass, a thick, massive black trail coiled there, filled with desolation, despair, and ancient resentment. That was the Black Dog's spiritual trail. It had been right there moments ago. What made his heart stop was that a thinner but equally malicious black thread was branching off from the main trail, bypassing a massive blind spot in an extremely stealthy manner, quietly extending toward the side and rear of the boulder where the three of them were hiding. The damned ghost wasn't in front of them at all. It was executing a perfect flanking ambush. William hastily lowered the telescope and issued a warning in an urgent voice. "Flank!" At the exact moment his words fell, a terrifying spiritual energy, immense as a collapsing mountain and tidal wave, erupted explosively from less than 10 meters to their side. A wave of fear aura swept over them without warning from the darkness behind their flank. This was not simply an emotion that could make people afraid, but a kind of pollution that operated at the foundational level of the spirit. The moment the aura enveloped him, Lin Jie felt as if he had been thrown into an ocean composed of pure fear emotions. Countless shrill death wails echoed in his ears, and visions of all the failures and deaths he never wanted to face deep in his heart surfaced before his eyes. He felt as if an invisible giant hand was clenching his heart, making even its beating difficult. His limbs grew heavy, and the strength to lift a finger was rapidly being stripped away. Just as he was about to be devoured by this fear, a soft, faint light shone from the breast pocket of his clothes. This was the protective field of Serene Heart. The core, made from hearing bone and inlaid on the hilt, passively activated its Zen spirituality capable of stabilizing mental frequencies when it sensed its host suffering a fatal mental impact. Though faint, this light provided the final sanctuary for Lin Jie's nearly capsized consciousness. His heart, which had nearly stopped beating, resumed its powerful throbbing. The fear threatening to drag him into the abyss was effectively blocked and weakened by at least 70% by this barrier. On the other hand, the situation of that noble hunter Ethan, who had always appeared elegant and composed, was far more embarrassing than Lin Jie's. Although he was an elite ranked in the top 100 of the hunter ranking, his equipment and training were more focused on the precise physical hunting of UMAs. He might possess talismans that could resist direct mental impacts, but facing the Black Dog's large area, sustained fear aura, the equipment on his person was almost useless. After the fear aura erupted, the blood drained from his handsome face, leaving it ghastly pale. His eyes, which usually carried arrogance, now revealed the primitive terror of a human. The hand holding Morning Star began to tremble violently. He couldn't even aim the gun muzzle at the deadly threat right beside him in the first moment. This was the most terrifying aspect of conceptual type, UMAs. It doesn't compete with you in strength or speed. It directly dismantles your courage to resist as an intelligent being from the spiritual level. At this critical juncture, a roar, primitive and wild, yet carrying an iron will, exploded beside the ears of Lin Jie and Ethan. It was William, this taciturn veteran. This man Ethan viewed as deadweight became the only person in the entire team unaffected by the fear aura. His eyes were locked onto the eerie purple eyepiece of Zulu's gaze. His face held only the calmness and focus of one who has set life and death aside. He saw it. Through the unique vision of Zulu's gaze, he clearly saw, against a gray-white world background, a massive spectral form resembling a pure black energy hound slowly emerging from the shadow of a rock. The two burning curse energy masses on its chest, representing its eyes, were emitting an evil, heart-palpitating light, locked onto Ethan, who was frozen in terror. It was preparing to reap tonight's first trophy. At the precise moment before those burning eyes could establish the fatal eye contact with Ethan's, William moved. He took a fierce step forward, placing his broad body squarely between Ethan and the black dog. He used his own back to forcefully block the cursed gaze, capable of branding a mark of death, for this commander who had previously been insolent. William let out a powerful roar. "Close your eyes." The Zulu's gaze telescope in his hand folded and contracted with a click, transforming into a strange handle easier to hold single-handedly. His other hand, like lightning, reached behind and grabbed the Winchester lever-action rifle he never parted with. He didn't look, nor did he need to look. His actions relied entirely on the spiritual lock of Zulu's gaze. That massive black energy entity was positioned less than 10 meters in front of him. A tremendous gunshot tore through the desolate plain's silence. This time, what shot from the rifle muzzle wasn't a conventional bullet, but a special alchemical bullet entirely polished from pure crystal, containing consecrated salt within a spirit-dispersing explosive round. This crystal bullet detonated violently upon contact with the dense fear aura. A blazing, silver-white flame with a sacred aura erupted, dispersing the thick darkness all around. The black dog, poised to attack, hadn't anticipated that among these lambs for slaughter hid a power capable of countering it. Its body, composed of thick black smoke, rapidly turned transparent and dim after being struck head-on by the silver-white flames, seeming on the verge of dissipating at any moment. It was injured. After suffering the attack, this ancient UMA shed its playful heart belonging to an apex predator. It did not engage further, but chose to retreat without hesitation. The now semi-transparent, massive figure abruptly darted backward, then merged into the hard granite ground beneath its feet, vanishing without a trace. The crisis was temporarily averted. The suffocating fear aura surrounding them rapidly receded. Ethan gasped for air, his expensive hunting attire soaked through with cold sweat. He looked at his hands, still trembling slightly, then at the broad back that had shielded him from the fatal blow. The innate pride and arrogance in his eyes shattered. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately, not a single word came out. Meanwhile, Lin Jie quickly stepped forward and supported the hero who had just saved everyone. He asked with concern, "William, how are you?" William lowered his rifle. He took off Zulu's gaze. His face still showed little expression, but the weariness in his eyes had deepened. "I'm fine. Just let it get away." William's voice was low. "No, it can't run. I've already seen its path." He raised Zulu's gaze once more. In his field of view, although the black dog's main body had disappeared, right where it had just vanished into the ground, a distinct, pitch-black spiritual trail meandered, extending deeper into the desolate plain. It had left an indelible mark. Holding the telescope, William pointed the way forward for the team. "It's fleeing in that direction. That should be its lair. It's injured. This is its weakest moment. We must follow." In this moment, the team's offensive and defensive dynamics reversed. No longer were they passively waiting for the ghost's ambush. Instead, they would become the cold hunters, actively pursuing the injured, fleeing ghost. The team's command also silently shifted at this moment, without a word spoken. Ethan, the proud elite, silently stood up from the ground. He walked to William's side and said in a humble, solemn tone, "Sergeant, please lead the way. From now on, my Morning Star and Evening Star will clear any and all obstacles on the path for the team at any time." He was genuinely convinced. Watching the true top-tier tracker before him, who had regained battlefield initiative, Lin Jie felt his perpetually anxious heart ease slightly. But simultaneously, a deeper deduction surfaced in his mind, instantly connecting all the clues based on William's concise description and the unique abilities displayed by Zulu's gaze. A UMA with legend as its skeleton, fear as its sustenance, capable of vanishing during the day. a special tracking method that could only see spiritual trails and emotional echoes. Lin Jie said softly, "I understand. It's not a pure spirit. It's very likely an emotional aggregate existing between spirit and concept, using the emotion of fear itself as its body. It doesn't need a lair because it is itself a living garment woven together from the fear emotions emitted by all the creatures that have died on this desolate plain over countless centuries, right before their deaths. And its host, or rather its core, is the legend named Black Dog that has circulated for hundreds of years itself. During the day, when sunlight bathes the land and the activities of the living dispel shadows and fear, it decomposes, reverting back into countless invisible fear emotions scattered across the Dartmoor Highlands. And at night, when darkness falls and fear breeds, it uses the ancient legend as its skeleton, gathering these scattered emotions anew, donning the outer garment named Black Dog to come out and hunt. The team's formation shifted, with William taking the lead as the vanguard and eyes of the group. Holding his eerie telescope, he would pause after every short distance advanced, scanning the darkness ahead with professional hunter precision to identify the Black Dog's spiritual trail that only he could see. The noble hunter Ethan set aside his elite pride and followed closely behind William as protection. His ornate pistols, Morning Star and Evening Star, remained loaded at all times, guarding William's flanks. His expression had transformed from disdain and aloofness to vigilance and focus. He understood that his most critical task now was providing a secure physical environment while William conducted his spiritual observations, preventing any ambushes from the real world. Lin Jie walked at the rear of the group, serving as both rear guard and tactical coordinator. He held the local map of Dartmoor's abandoned mines and ancient ruins provided by Julian. He rapidly cross-referenced the coordinates William called out with the map markings, attempting to discern the Black Dog's destination from its seemingly random escape route. Dartmoor's night was long and cold as they traversed between rain-slicked, jagged granite formations, their feet sinking into the soft, easily penetrable peat bogs. A chilling wind swept in from all directions with invisible sharpness, howling against their faces with bone-piercing pain. William's voice broke the oppressive silence as he completed another observation and lowered his Zulu's gaze. "It's moving northeast. The trail is faint but unbroken. Its energy has been dissipating since it was injured, making the traces more visible than before. It's going home." Lin Jie immediately searched the corresponding area on his small map. "Northeast direction. Based on our current position, approximately 2 miles along this course, there are 3 high spiritual radiation sites. One is the prehistoric stone circle called Druid's Altar. Another is the Widow's Leap Cliff, and the last is an abandoned tin mine named Howling Abyss that was closed in the early 19th century. Both William and Lin Jie spoke the word mine simultaneously. Their eyes met in the darkness, mutual understanding passing between them. Ethan, who had remained silent until now, asked, "Is there something particularly significant about that?" He wasn't particularly skilled at analysis based on history and geography. Lin Jie's voice grew grave. "Absolutely. Before we departed, I received additional intelligence from Paris. My curator friend compiled historical archives of all major tragic events in the Dartmoor region for me. While walking, he recited the contents of Julian's report from his remarkable memory. Howling Abyss Tin Mine was one of Devon's largest and highest-yielding tin mines from the late 18th to early 19th century, but its safety record was consistently the worst because the veins extended hundreds of feet underground with unstable geological structures. According to local parish records, during its decades of operation, the mine experienced at least hundreds of collapses and flooding incidents of varying scales. The fatal disaster that led to its abandonment occurred in the winter of 1807, when a sudden underground structural shift caused catastrophic collapse of the main shaft. Records from that time indicate over 40 miners working deep underground were buried alive beneath tens of thousands of tons of rock and soil, with no survivors. Rescue technology was primitive back then. After symbolic excavation proved hopeless, the mine owner directly abandoned rescue efforts. He didn't recover the miners' remains, simply sealing the collapsed shaft entrance with massive stones, then erecting a small memorial tablet before abandoning over 40 souls along with their terror and despair in that underground abyss. Lin Jie's words made the already cold air drop several more degrees. Even Ethan's perpetually cynical face showed seriousness. Since then, the abandoned mine has become Dartmoor's most notorious haunted location. Nearby residents claim that on windy nights, they can hear countless people wailing and crying from the mine direction, which is why they call it Howling Abyss. Lin Jie concluded, over 40 miners suffocated to death in the deepest underground. The sheer volume and concentration of ultimate terror they emitted before death would be a horrifically astronomical figure. And this massive emotional fear fermented and nurtured for nearly a century on Dartmoor's highly spiritually radioactive land. He didn't need to finish the sentence. The answer was obvious. That place was the perfect granary for this emotional aggregate that fed on fear, and its ideal resting place after being injured. The endpoint of their pursuit was locked in at that moment. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the legendary cursed mine. The place was even more desolate and dilapidated than they had imagined. A collapsed area resembling a meteor impact crater appeared before them. Countless granite rocks piled haphazardly together, forming a natural, impassable tomb. At the very center of that tomb stood a weathered, moss-covered stone tablet, tilted crookedly like a hunched old man guarding hell's entrance. William raised his Zulu's gaze. In his vision, this place was literally an ocean of negative emotions. Gray-black echoes of sorrow and resentment hung over the collapsed area like thick fog, while the inky black spiritual trail belonging to the Black Dog extended directly into the crevices between the rubble, disappearing into the dark entrance leading to the underground abyss. William lowered his telescope, voice certain. It went inside. The lair had been found. Ethan flexed his wrists, producing crisp, bone-cracking sounds. All right, since we've located the rat hole, we should proceed to the cleaning phase, which happens to be my specialty. Excitement reignited in his eyes. He pulled out some peculiarly shaped silver disc-shaped devices from his bulging tactical backpack, their surfaces engraved with complex solar patterns. Ethan wore an inventor's pride on his face. These are custom-made solar wheel explosive traps crafted for me by the association's finest artisans. Each trap contains a small amount of sacred sand from Ramesses II's golden coffin, blessed for thousands of years by priests of the sun god Ra. Once triggered, it releases a small area of pure yang blaze reaching thousands of degrees, forming a sacred purification field lasting 30 seconds. For Yumeis like this, it's more lethal than being thrown directly into the sun. He deployed these solar wheel traps around the mine's main entrances in precisely calculated triangular formations. Ethan dusted off his hands with a smile. Now we just need to go in and invite it out of the hole. Then it'll stumble into this custom-made crematorium. His plan was simple, brutal, yet highly efficient. But Lin Jie's brow furrowed tightly at that moment. As he looked at the tomb-like mine ruins, an inexplicable but powerful sense of unease wrapped around his heart. He felt things might not be that simple. He stopped Ethan, who was preparing to find bait. Wait, don't any of you feel this place is too quiet? Ethan asked, puzzled. Quiet? Should a haunted mine be noisy like London's vegetable market instead? Lin Jie shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the mountain-like piles of boulders surrounding them. No, I'm not talking about physical quietness, but spiritual quietness. According to Julian, this should be a place filled with howling and resentment, an emotional vortex constructed from the despair of over 40 miners. But standing here, aside from feeling piercing cold, I don't sense anything else. That's highly abnormal. Lin Jie narrowed his eyes as a terrifying conjecture formed in his mind. It's as if all the howling, all the fear, all the despair has already been eaten completely clean by an even more greedy and hungry beast. And now we're preparing to charge into this beast's stomach, right after it finished feeding and is quietly digesting. Ethan's confident smile slowly froze. He was not a fool. On the contrary, as an elite capable of making the hunter ranking, he possessed keen combat instincts. He simply trusted his own strength and gear too much, used absolute force to crush problems, and had grown accustomed to overlooking deeper logical traps hidden beneath the surface. Now that Lin Jie had pointed it out, he immediately realized something was off. A whirlpool of emotion, fed by the desperate resentment of more than 40 miners and nourished for nearly a century, should have left a spiritual contamination as conspicuous as a lighthouse, enough to drive ordinary people nearby mad. But here was as quiet as a stagnant pool. There was only one explanation. All the water had already been drained by a far larger, hungrier Leviathan. The enemy they faced was far more terrifying than the simple black dog projection described in the files. Ethan's voice took on a solemn tone. You mean that UMA doesn't just feed on fear? It may already have assimilated the grudges of those 40-plus miners. Lin Jie corrected him with a more precise term. Not assimilated. Consumed. What we're about to face inside won't be just one UMA. We'll be dealing with the 40-plus deaths, fears themselves, amplified by it. That conclusion made the atmosphere oppressive. Ethan silently took 2 spare sunwheel traps from his backpack and adjusted their positions, tightening the trap grid's coverage. William added, since we're already at the gates of hell, we can't return empty-handed. Whether it's 1 or 41, something has to end. He was the first to step down the slope of collapsed rock, heading toward the mine entrance half buried under rubble. Lin Jie and Ethan exchanged a glance and immediately followed. The mine entrance was narrow and suffocating. The metallic stench of rust and a nauseating sweet, fishy odor from damp phosphate rock burst upward from the darkness, like this plateau exhaling the dying breaths of rot. The 3 of them turned on their lights. Ethan used an expensive alchemical lantern that emitted a steady white beam. William lit a plainer but exceptionally sturdy military carbide lamp, while Lin Jie carefully set his small carbide lamp to its lowest brightness, just enough to illuminate the ground at his feet. They bent and squeezed through the one-person-wide opening in single file, crossing an invisible boundary between life and death. The howling night wind and the patter of rain were instantly cut off, leaving only maddening absolute silence. But that silence was only physical. On the mental plane, a silent yet horrific symphony had already begun the moment they entered the mine. It was not sound traveling through air. It was an information stream acting directly on the cerebral cortex, on the depths of the mind. Countless fear emotions, thousands of invisible tentacles seeped from the black rock walls in every direction, trying to crawl into their minds and tear their sanity apart. Vivid, shocking hallucinations burst before Lin Jie's eyes. He saw faces turning bluish from lack of oxygen, twisted by terror, flickering on the surrounding walls. He heard multiple voices in his ears, howling and praying in accented English with regional dialects. Save me. I don't want to die. My child, my wife is waiting for me to come home. Darkness, endless darkness. God, have you abandoned us? No air. There's no air. My lungs are going to explode. It was a mine owner. He killed us. He cared more about those damned tin veins than our lives. I curse him. I curse them all. These were the pure spiritual imprints left in the miner's last moments. Now roused by the black dog's fear aggregation ability and amplified 1,000-fold, they had become an indiscriminate, mind-spanning, collective psychic weapon. It used this method to declare absolute sovereignty over the domain to the 3 intruders. William's thunderous shout sounded in both their ears in time. Hold your minds. This is illusion. Dead men's meaningless babble. Lin Jie bit his tongue hard. The pain dragged his consciousness back from the abyss the hallucinations were trying to pull him into. The serene heart on his person flared a bright halo at that moment. Its Zen field, which stabilized the mind, spread warmth that swept aside the cold tentacles trying to invade his skull. He forcibly stripped the hallucinations and mutterings from his perception. He knew that if he tried to empathize with those desperations, if he felt pity for these lingering resentments, his mental defenses would immediately crack and be overwhelmed by that massive torrent of negative emotion. He lifted his head and looked at the other man in the team. Ethan's condition looked dire. The noble hunter was propping himself against the slippery rock with one hand while the other clutched his golden short hair in pain. The handsome face was drained of color, beads of cold sweat streaming down his temples. His eyes were unfocused and bloodshot, trapped in a nightmare he couldn't break free from. Although Ethan's willpower was strong, he had little defense against this continuous fear-corrupting attack aimed at dismantling mental fortifications. His great strength shone in direct confrontation with enemies. The long prelude before that moment was his greatest weakness. A top ace on the verge of collapse from the background music before even seeing the enemy was in an embarrassingly lethal situation. Lin Jie hurried over, grabbed Ethan's shoulder, and shook him hard. "Ethan, snap out of it." Ethan's body jolted like he'd been electrocuted. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Jie with hostile unfamiliarity. "Don't come near. Get away. It was you. You killed me. If not for that damn diamond, we never would have gone into that cursed old tomb." He had fallen into the illusion. The mind's fear had pulled up a buried, painfully repressed memory. As Ethan was about to lose control and point his gun at his comrades, William's hand darted in and snatched the Morning Star pistol that Ethan had begun to raise. William's behavior against this psychic tsunami could only be described as astonishing. He stood there calmly within the fear symphony, as if born deaf. When the fear flowed through him, it crashed into a wall constructed of pure indifference and void. Lin Jie looked at William with surprise in his eyes. "What's going on?" Even Lin Jie needed the serene heart's protection to barely stay lucid. Yet William could resist everything purely by his own will. William turned to Lin Jie. "Fear. When a man has truly faced tens of thousands of pure deaths, when he himself has once lain among piles of corpses for 3 days and nights with rot and vultures for company, waiting for a rescue that may never come." The sadness was audible in William's voice. "Fear from dead strangers like this is too distant, too luxurious for me." He had already left all his fear on the blood-stained battlefields. The immediate danger around them had not subsided, because Ethan remained trapped deep within his own inner demon illusion, unable to extricate himself. His sapphire blue eyes had lost their usual brilliance and become hollow and chaotic. He gripped his other, Evening Star, pistol, muttering illogically in English and an ancient Egyptian language Lin Jie couldn't understand, his words laced with regret and fury. At times he called out a certain name. At others he cursed traitors and that damned Pharaoh's curse, his body trembling with intense fear, his condition teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Jie immediately judged they could no longer remain where they were. This breeding ground of fear was continuously amplifying the trauma within Ethan's heart. If this continued, this elite would likely become a madman due to his mental defenses collapsing, and might even turn into an enemy controlled by this place's resentment to attack them. Lin Jie issued a concise, decisive command. "William, knock him out." William didn't hesitate. He extended his free hand and with a precise, clean motion, chopped the side of his palm against the back of Ethan's neck. The nobleman didn't even manage a grunt before his body went limp and he lost consciousness. William effortlessly hoisted Ethan's burly frame over his shoulder like a sack, then shoved the confiscated Morning Star and the other dropped Evening Star into Lin Jie's hands. His voice brooked no argument. "Take them. You're a secondary firepower now. The bullets in these 2 guns are more effective against spirits than my spirit-banishing rounds." Lin Jie immediately accepted the 2 heavy killing tools that possessed artistic beauty. The warm touch of the ivory grips restored calm to his slightly sweaty, tense palms. He could feel the divine power contained within the 2 guns, causing the mental protective field emitted by the serene heart at his waist to become even more solidified. The immediate crisis was temporarily suppressed, but a more severe problem now faced them. They couldn't drag an unconscious burden through this perilous mine on an uncertain hunt. Lin Jie's gaze swept over the surrounding rock walls that seemed to writhe silently under the lamplight. We need to find the source of this symphony of fear, destroy its command center to quiet this mental pollution domain. Otherwise, Ethan cannot truly awaken. William responded in a low voice, "Leave it to me." He adjusted Ethan on his shoulder to a more secure position and raised again the bizarre telescope composed of human skulls and eerie crystals, the Zulu's gaze. When the two eyepieces emitting faint purple light again pressed against his eyes, the world before William transformed once more. The 40-plus gray-black, emotional streams representing the miner's resentment, which had been raging wildly at the mine entrance, now displayed a more logical flow pattern in his vision. He discovered these seemingly chaotic streams weren't randomly scattered throughout the mine. Their flow had a clear, unified directionality. All the small streams and tributaries eventually converged into a main channel. These 40-plus strands of resentment were slowly, deliberately moving through the intricate mine tunnels, ultimately converging unanimously towards some unknown dark point deep within the mine. At that convergence point, a massive, profound spiritual trail quietly coiled, its dark form seemingly capable of absorbing both light and souls. It was the end point of this entire emotional water system, the final destination for all streams of resentment. That was the Black Dog's true hiding place. The ancient UMA wasn't commanding the resentment, but rather acted more like a black hole or vortex, using its own essence of fear to passively attract and gather all weaker and negative emotions of similar nature to itself. William lowered the telescope and stated with certainty, "Found it. The source of all trails is in the same place. Follow me, it can't escape." Carrying Ethan, he took the first step into the bottomless depths of the mine tunnel. Lin Jie, gripping the two ornate Colt pistols tightly, followed closely behind, becoming the most reliable support for this fearless one. Thus began a reverse tracking operation deep into the heart of hell. The mine's interior was far more complex and treacherous than it appeared from outside. This wasn't a straight passage, but a massive three-dimensional underground labyrinth dug by countless generations of miners over nearly a century. Abandoned, thoroughly rusted rail tracks extended crookedly into unknown darkness. Pools of icy, bottomless water reflected lifeless light under the weak illumination. Most of the thick wooden beams supporting the mine tunnels had rotted beyond use after nearly a century of damp erosion, their surfaces growing slippery fungi. William led the way ahead, relying on the Zulu's gaze for navigation, sometimes turning left into a narrow side passage blocked by a collapse, sometimes stopping to signal Lin Jie to avoid ground that looked solid but was actually hollowed out by water. Every step he took was exceptionally steady. The dark maze was a clear, three-dimensional map composed of energy flows in his eyes. However, the ancient black dog, having noticed its quiet digestion was being disturbed, especially after discovering one of the intruders, William remained unaffected by its symphony of fear, finally began passive counterattacks. It didn't appear personally, but thoroughly demonstrated its control over this lair, beginning to actively manipulate the consumed miner's resentment to launch more targeted, lethal harassment against the two uninvited guests. As they passed a relatively smooth rock wall, a massive, distorted face composed of countless miners' faces pieced together suddenly emerged from the wall. All the mouths on that face opened soundlessly, emitting attacks that directly interfered with the human inner ear's vestibular system, causing instant loss of balance. Lin Jie felt the world spin violently, his body uncontrollably tipping sideways, directly toward an abandoned ventilation shaft of unknown depth. William reacted with extreme speed. Despite carrying a person on his shoulder, he displayed astonishing core strength and balance. He reached out with his free hand and firmly grabbed the back of Lin Jie's collar. forcibly pulling him back from the deadly shaft edge. The cold water under their feet also grew restless. Hands composed of mud and resentment suddenly reached up from the water, grabbing their ankles, trying to drag them into the icy darkness. Lin Jie didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger aimed at the water at his feet. Evening Star? A gleaming silver alchemical bullet plunged into the water. The bullet tip, made from Saint Relic powder, upon contacting the resentment hands, caused a cleansing silvery white halo to explode in the water with a sound like grease igniting. The hands, touching the halo, dissolved back into murky water. William growled, "Well done." He strode through the purified water area, carrying Ethan. They moved like two perfectly coordinated top bomb disposal experts, arduously advancing through this trap-filled maze. One responsible for early warning and navigation, the other for clearing obstacles and providing firepower. Yet, just as they were about to pass through a narrow passage, the black dog, hiding behind the scenes, finally lost all patience and decided to personally intervene to eliminate Lin Jie, who provided rear fire support for the team. William was walking ahead, carrying Ethan, with Lin Jie closely following behind. At that moment, the rock wall to Lin Jie's right suddenly turned soft and pitch black. Then, a headless black dog projection emerged from the wall. Its form was more solidified and venomous than the one they encountered earlier on the surface. The two deep crimson eyes on its chest burst with intense curse light, locking onto the nearby, cornered Lin Jie. A lethal, unavoidable mark of death was about to be successfully branded at this moment. Lin Jie's pupils contracted. The protective field of the serene heart at his chest emitted straining, shuddering sounds under this extremely potent curse gaze specifically targeting souls. Death had never felt so close. Yet, just before the curse gaze could completely cover Lin Jie's pupils, an enraged roar brimming with combat instinct erupted fiercely from behind him. Scum! It was Ethan. This noble hunter, who had been unconscious the entire time, was forcibly stimulated awake from his deep mental nightmare by the nearby lethal threat. His position slung over William's shoulder was extremely awkward, but relying on his battle-hardened instincts, he didn't aim. The moment he regained consciousness, he backhandedly snatched the Evening Star pistol, which Lin Jie still instinctively pointed forward, from Lin Jie's hand. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at the black dog projection that had just emerged from the wall. The gleaming silver alchemical bullet, with swiftness that struck later but arrived first, hit the black dog projection's chest before the curse could succeed. Dozens of piercing, pain-filled multiple screams echoed through the underground maze. It was the collective wail of the miner's resentment. The nearly solidified projection, after being directly struck by the Evening Star's Saint bullet, churned and twisted, finally exploding with a bang into several scattered streams of black energy that melted back into the surrounding walls. Lin Jie was saved, but Ethan's life-saving shot, though lethal, had successfully enraged this fear lord that had been entrenched here for centuries. The entire mine seemed to come alive. Tremors came from underfoot, overhead, and all around. Rubble and dirt showered down. The symphony of fear that had been background music instantly intensified more than tenfold. Ethan's astonishing shot detonated the accumulated violence and venom that had built up in the howling abyss for nearly a century. It transformed the silent mine into a hungry, prehistoric behemoth, determined to crush and consume all intruders. Rumble. The intense tremors escalated from small-scale probing harassment into structural shaking that covered the entire area. The rock layers supporting the main tunnel overhead emitted agonized creaking sounds under the overwhelming pressure. Many bowl-sized rubble mixed with damp soil and rotten wood chips came pouring down. Lin Jie's expression turned grim amidst the violent shaking and flying dust. "It's trying to bury us alive here." He had discerned the UMA's intention. This cunning aggregate immediately changed tactics after discovering its projection attacks were ineffective. It abandoned spiritual-level confrontation, opting instead for a primitive, brutal, and unsolvable attack method, using its control over the nest to trigger a massive physical collapse. This was a rogue, table-flipping move. Through its actions, it was telling the three intruders that no matter how powerful their weapons or how bizarre their abilities, in this underground world it dominated that could collapse at any moment. They were merely three insects that could be crushed into pulp. William's voice cut through this chaotic death prelude like a steady, powerful bass drum. This way, the ever-reliable veteran had entered his strongest tracker form at this critical moment. He supported the freshly awakened Ethan with his left hand while raising Zulu's gaze, again with his right, the eerie purple crystal eyepiece rapidly scanning the collapsing dark maze filled with traps ahead. He roared and charged first toward a narrower, more precarious-looking branch tunnel to the left front. Lin Jie and Ethan immediately followed close behind, understanding that their only option now was to entrust their lives and trust to William's eyes that could see danger. After the three of them dashed into the branch tunnel, the main tunnel behind them collapsed with a thunderous boom. Tons of rock fell from above, crashing down violently, burying and consuming the spot where they had just been standing. Ethan gasped for breath heavily. He had just been awakened from near-death mental hallucinations, then immediately experienced this heart-stopping race against death, his face etched with post-survival fear. Looking at the blocked passage behind them, then at the steady, silent back ahead, he said to Lin Jie, following closely behind in a concise tone, "Follow him. Protect our eyes." Their current situation became exceptionally peculiar. They were chasing, with Zulu's gaze continuously locked onto the black dog's main trajectory, fleeing toward its core deep in the mine. Simultaneously, they were being hunted. The enraged UMA was manipulating the entire living mine to conduct a relentless, destructive encirclement and annihilation against them. William's warnings always came 1 to 2 seconds before disaster struck. Left. The spiritual contamination of that support beam is rapidly decaying. In his vision, he clearly saw a rotten crossbeam used to support the tunnel ceiling above the left rock wall, its structural stability being rapidly corroded and disintegrating. As his words fell, Ethan moved. This top marksman displayed terrifying combat proficiency. Without unnecessary aiming, Morningstar, in his hand, naturally lifted and fired as an extension of his arm. Bang! A silver bullet struck the most vulnerable node at the connection point between the crossbeam and rock wall. With a crisp crack, the several hundred-pound crossbeam snapped in the middle, falling prematurely to the ground in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust instead of crashing onto their heads. This presented a difficult predicament. Wading through would invite fatal entanglement from unknown grudges at the bottom, significantly slowing them down or potentially dragging them into unknown dangers. Choosing to climb the slippery rock wall would not only consume time and energy, but losing grip with living threats below could lead to serious consequences. Ethan, coming from nobility and proficient in various outdoor sports, immediately provided a solution fitting his status. "I'll go first and set up a temporary passage with ropes." He quickly retrieved from his exceptionally material, bulging tactical backpack a roll of fine mithril climbing rope with metallic sheen and a special hand crossbow made of lightweight alloy that could shoot anchor hooks. However, Lin Jie stopped him. "No, that takes too long." His brain had begun rapid calculations the moment it received William's intelligence. His gaze fixed intently on the ominous emanating, stagnant water in the darkness. Ethan's face showed disbelief. 10 seconds? You can't be joking, Mr. Lin. Do you expect us to fly across? We don't need to fly. We just need to make sure the damn hands at the bottom don't have time to grab us as we pass. Lin Jie spoke rapidly, his plan already formed. Use your gun to fire at the water surface of that stagnant water. Using his expensive Saint bullets specifically designed against high-level spiritual entities to shoot at a pool of stagnant water was extravagantly wasteful to the extreme. Ethan looked at Lin Jie, his hesitation lasting less than half a second. He cursed under his breath. "Fine, madman. As you wish. I hope your calculations aren't off." Saying this, he slightly lowered the muzzle of Evening Star, in his hand, aiming at the core area of the stagnant water ahead, and pulled the trigger. The alchemical bullet whistled out like a miniature meteor disappearing into the stagnant water. Silvery white halos erupted underwater, and the hands composed of grudges immediately had their condensed forms scattered under this purification impact, temporarily turning into chaotic gray-black water stains. William, like a heavy armored vehicle at full throttle, completely ignored the not-yet-fallen water splashes and residual shockwaves, plowing a path through this freshly cleared, dangerous passage with his heavy military boots. Ethan followed closely behind, with Lin Jie bringing up the rear. Just 2 seconds later, as their 3 bodies crossed the midpoint of the dangerous water area, the purification paralysis effect from Ethan's bullet began weakening. But this time William and Ethan were prepared. William, running at the front, turned his head and shouted, "Right side, 3 feet, 2 of them." These were the threat points where spiritual condensation was fastest, as seen through Zulu's gaze. Ethan, following closely behind, displayed admirable 2-person coordinated combat capability. He instinctively swung, Morning Star, in his hand sharply toward the right rear, firing twice in rapid succession from an awkward posture. 2 silver bullets struck the coordinates William had called out. 2 hands that had just condensed from the water and were about to grab Lin Jie's ankles were blasted into dispersing black smoke. Lin Jie praised sincerely, "Beautiful." Without a moment's delay, the 3 immediately charged out from this perilous water area, continuing their frantic dash deeper into the dark mine. This frantic chase lasted for who knew how long, their stamina being drastically depleted through constant running, dodging, and fighting. Even William's iron-like body showed labored breathing. They were engaged in an impossible race against a mountain. After passing through countless branch tunnels and avoiding numerous collapses, William's continuously sprinting figure finally came to an abrupt stop before a massive, spacious natural excavation hall. At the hall center was a circular shaft over 50 feet in diameter, completely submerged in ink-green stagnant water. This was probably the main shaft used for vertically transporting ore and workers in the original mine. The dark trail they had been chasing for so long, after extending to this shaft's edge, didn't continue forward, but instead plunged straight down in an extremely unnatural vertical posture into that massive shaft submerged in stagnant water. With the shaft center as the vortex eye, they formed a slowly rotating vortex filled with fear and wailing. All clues and trails pointed here to the same endpoint. William lowered his telescope, turning to look at his 2 exhausted companions behind him. "We're here. It's down below." 3 people stood at the edge of a massive vertical shaft over 50 feet in diameter, peering downward. Dark green, accumulated water greedily absorbed the light from the lanterns they held. Beneath the water's surface lay hidden a gateway to hell, steeped in despair and death for nearly a century. Above their heads, a colossal vortex formed from the resentment of over 40 miners was visibly accelerating its rotation. Gray-black streams of fear, aura spiraled through the air, chasing and tangling with each other, before plunging resolutely into the darkness below, becoming an endless source of nourishment for the ancient UMA. The concentration of fear here had grown so dense it was on the verge of materializing. The protective field emitted by Lin Jie's serene heart was suppressed to a radius of less than half a foot around his body. Even William's iron will showed visible strain on his face when confronting this amalgamation of deathbed terror from dozens of souls. Ethan's voice became calm and focused. Its projection could burst out of that well at any moment. His 2 ornate lovers, Morning Star and Evening Star, were held in both hands, their barrels aimed at the unervingly calm water below. Once it appears, we won't have many opportunities to attack. If we can't seriously injure at the moment it breaks the surface, then in this domain that serves as its home ground, we'll be exhausted to death by its endless fear energy. He spoke the truth. This was the UMA's throne room. Here, It could mobilize the fear accumulated throughout the entire mine over nearly a century. The three of them were challengers who had ventured deep alone, their physical and mental strength pushed to the brink. A war of attrition would be tantamount to suicide for them. Lin Jie's voice came from beside them. It won't come out easily. Unlike Ethan, he didn't focus all his attention on the shaft below, but instead warily scanned the entrances of several mine tunnels leading to this chamber. Although our earlier chase was chaotic, it also exposed its greatest weakness. Lin Jie rapidly analyzed the situation. It's cautious, almost cowardly. From start to finish, it never chose to confront us head-on in a true battle. Whether it was the earlier fear aura or the later living mine, all its attacks leaned toward using the environment for attrition and ambushes. This indicates that while its core entity is powerful, it's also extremely fragile. Lin Jie reached a bold conclusion. So it must still be hiding in the safest spot underwater, absorbing the miner's resentment to repair the damage from Ethan's earlier shot, while waiting for us to make a mistake out of fear or impatience. Lin Jie's gaze sharpened. Then let's give it a mistake it can't refuse. He looked at Ethan and said, "Mr. Ethan, do you still have any solar wheel explosive traps left?" Ethan paused briefly, then nodded. "There's one last one." A slight smile touched Lin Jie's lips. "Good. Now, I need you to throw that last trap directly into the shaft." Ethan's eyes showed disbelief. "What? Are you insane? Throw it directly in?" "That would be like tossing a small stone into the ocean. At most, it would create a tiny ripple in that massive negative spiritual field, impossible to cause substantial damage to its main body. This would completely waste my most powerful area attack weapon." Lin Jie shook his head. "No, I'm not trying to damage it. I'm trying to force it out." Lin Jie's gaze locked onto the water's surface. If we don't take action against it, it might never come out voluntarily. The moment it appears is our opportunity to actively choose the battlefield. Ethan looked at Lin Jie and said quietly, "What a perfect provocation tactic." He immediately retrieved the last silver disc engraved with sacred solar patterns from his backpack. He activated the alchemical switch on it, and soon the center of the disc lit up with a blinding golden light like a miniature sun. Ethan shouted to alert the other two. "Everyone, get ready." Then he hurled the sunwheel trap fiercely into the massive vertical shaft. A soft sound plop. The deadly sun was mercilessly swallowed by the dark green water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The water's surface remained calm, as if an ordinary stone had been thrown in. Ethan's brow furrowed tightly. "That shouldn't be," before he could finish his sentence. Boom! An incredibly deep roar came from the depths of the shaft. The accumulated water in the entire shaft suddenly lit up from within. A fierce golden purification flame erupted underwater. The flames made the icy water sizzle and boil, sending up large clouds of white steam filled with the scents of sulfur and ozone. The fear vortex formed from the miner's resentment hovering above the shaft was vaporized and purified in large swathes when touched by this supremely masculine, pure yang flame. The calm water surface exploded upward like an ignited volcano. A water column composed of high-pressure water shot skyward, crashing against the impossibly high dome of the chamber. And within that soaring water column, a massive black figure surged out of the water, boiling with fear energy. The black dog had finally been provoked, descending upon the world in its most complete form. Its body was nearly twice as large as its previous projection, roughly the size of an adult elephant. Its form, composed of pure black spirituality and thick smoke, was no longer semi-transparent, but had condensed into a substance with physical texture. The two burning eyes on its chest had turned into a blinding crimson gold like molten lava. It was out. It had taken the bait. Without needing Lin Jie's reminder, Ethan and William had already entered perfect combat readiness. A cruel light flashed in Ethan's eyes. His pair of ornate lovers became 2 silver lightning bolts in his hands. The moment the black dog leaped from the water, during the brief stagnation as its body switched forms mid-air, he fired. Bang, 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 bang. 6 consecutive shots with a deadly rhythm. Using a difficult rapid-fire technique called fanning shooting, belonging to Western cowboys, he emptied all 6 remaining alchemical bullets infused with saint relics from both pistols within 1 second. 6 silver streams of light formed a perfect crossfire net, completely enveloping the large black dog still in midair. After being struck consecutively by the 6 holy bullets, the black dog's solidified body cracked with dozens of shocking silver-white fissures. Large amounts of spiritual energy, black as ink, wildly gushed and dissipated from those cracks. It was severely wounded once again. Even as these 6 bullets struck it, Ethan's movements didn't cease. He holstered Evening Star and with his free left hand, drew a peculiarly shaped auxiliary grotesque armament from a special leather pouch at his waist. It was a small round shield about 1 foot in diameter, polished from impurity-free mithril. On the back was a leather handle for easy grip, while the front center was inlaid with a strangely deep blue cat's eye stone. Deflection Malevolence Mirror. Ethan aimed this small shield at the roaring black dog in agony. Then he channeled his remaining mental energy into the deep blue gem at the shield center. The gemstone lit up accordingly. A deflection field that could distort light enveloped the descending black dog. The UMA's massive form stiffened. It discovered that its connection to the surrounding ocean of fear was being interfered with and severed by this bizarre force field. Its attempt to draw energy from the surrounding resentment to repair its body was strangled at this moment. It was weakened, isolated. In this brief state of absolute weakness, created by Ethan exhausting his final prop, was precisely the opportunity Lin Jie had been waiting for to secure victory. In this second, Lin Jie's mind, enhanced by the serene heart's Zen nature, entered a state similar to bullet time, where time flow slowed multiple times. His vision contained no violently shaking chamber, no roaring, attacking teammates. His eyes saw only the black figure helplessly falling from midair, covered in silver cracks, and the slightly vibrating serene heart in his hand. After so many missions and life-or-death battles, Lin Jie's once somewhat awkward combat skills have been honed through numerous simulations and real fights into precise lethality. He was no longer the rookie who needed Williams' cover to barely fire a shot. He took a deep breath, and the diamond-shaped scale beneath the serene heart's barrel erupted with dazzlingly brilliant light. He raised the gun, its muzzle steadily aimed at the collapsing body of the black dog, targeting the core where all the cracks converged and energy was most unstable. Then he pulled the trigger. This shot made no sound. This shot had no physical form. Only a spiritual light representing absolute order and guardian divinity flashed from the muzzle, exactly like the shot against the Twisted Man. This light instantly crossed the spatial distance. It traveled in an absolute straight line into the black dog's cracked core. Then, dead silence. The ancient hellhound that had ravaged the Dartmoor wilderness for centuries. Its jet-black body showed no explosion or disintegration after being hit. It simply hung quietly in midair. Then, starting from its very core, it began turning inch by inch into insignificant gray-black dust. The dust no longer held resentment, no longer held fear. The tormented souls it had consumed for centuries finally found eternal rest and liberation under the illumination of this light, bearing a guardian will. 2 attacks from different systems, different hunters, yet equally divine, converged and merged at this moment, ultimately completely erasing and shattering this living legend at the spiritual level. Victory!
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.